Wow, this stream
Wow.
this stream is
Wow.
going off to a fucking swimming start. I forgot both the
And
headset and the microphone. Like,
you forgot something more critical. More
what?
critical.
What
Why
I
does it
for-
say feature Skibbs in the title? What's wrong with you?
Oh god damn it! I'm so sorry, Skibbs. I fucked up. I've
Sorry,
ruined
Skibbs,
Christmas.
you're no longer co-author on any of this, so we're gonna.
Oh no.
Yeah, we're gonna
I lost all
just
plan.
eat.
Oh, my voice is gone. I have no right over it.
God, that's another thing that drove me nuts. Ooh.
Yeah, just.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Yeah, no clue.
Yeah.
All
who
right,
knows?
I added feet Skibbs to the title.
There you go.
There we go. Starting this stream was a disaster as it always is because I always fucking forget everything at the last second, but we are here. Oh boy.
Excited.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
The
I'm
topic
ready
for
to be
today.
tortured.
The topic for today is going over the most insufferable, disingenuous cunt we have ever seen.
Ooh.
Miniature Nerds video.
That's a pretty harsh way to start this. Okay. I don't like his Fallout 3 or Fallout 4 defense videos. I think they're really bad. I think they're very disingenuous.
Oh god, just wait. From the only thing that we got previewed of this, just fucking wait. We are on maximum.
Oh.
We are on maximum lying through your teeth and being disingenuous.
Yeah, it's fucking bad.
I like how we're not even 2 minutes in and such already drop cunt.
It's
We can
hard
fucking
with
kiss
Matt.
monetization goodbye.
Gosh,
Oh,
it's not like we ever had it.
Well,
just put
Oh,
Matten's
but, like-
name over it in post, and it'll be the same.
It's just so frustrating when we've done so much, with this shit already, and then now we're covering him live. It's like we've just got so much pent up shit about it. It's like, God, he's just so disingenuous and such a liar. It's annoying.
yeah, I will
Yep.
say up front that I did get a lot of comments from people who say that his Let's Play content is apparently really good. They enjoy it. It's his video essays that he really has trouble with. Maybe he should not do video essays if he's gonna pull this disingenuous shit, because let me tell you, chat, why I decided to do this video today. It was suggested in the server. I was like, oh fuck, I really don't want to cover this guy again, and I accidentally played a bit of it, so I figured, fuck, I'll listen to his first argument. It's literally the insanely disingenuous Lanius argument, like less than a minute or two, and I'm just like, okay, we're covering this shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's rough.
Ugh.
It's rough.
Five-
You didn't get
One of
any
the.
better.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
£5 from Scooty Booty. Thank you. What up, my NYs? Nothing much.
So one of the really annoying things, where we were talking about it a little bit before the stream started, but I wanted to elaborate just a little bit more on it. The whole speech check thing, at the start of the game, it's so annoying because his definition for that is literally just regular dialogue. No speech checks, no nothing. Literally just talking to NPCs is what he counts as Fallout 3 focusing on speech at the start of the game. Just regular dialogue, nothing else. And it's like, but then he says New Vegas doesn't do that. But by his own logic,
You're
just
talking-
regular dialogue is literally the first thing you do
I'll be right
Yes.
back.
is
When
talk
Doc
to
Mitchell
Doc
sits
Mitchell.
you on the couch and says, "What do you see?" And you have dialogue choices right there. It's already done.
Yeah, exactly. It's so stupid for him to be like, oh, the first thing they prioritize in Fallout 3 is dialogue because you talk to somebody. No speech checks, no skill checks whatsoever. It's just regular talking dialogue counts. But New Vegas doesn't do that. That doesn't count. No, you the first thing you do is you walk out of Doc Mitchell's house without ever talking to him, which isn't an option, by the way. You have to talk to him. Then walk all the way across Good Springs to the saloon and somehow magically, telepathically let Sunny Smiles know that you need training in marksmanship and like herbal medicine. And she just does it. And then after that's over, then now you can talk.
Yeah, because again, we're going by Matten's horrifyingly awful logic, where he said Fallout 3, because you had dialogue choices, that meant that it prioritized speech checks and everything like that first. So in order for Matten's argument to be true, you had to never talk with Doc Mitchell when he sat you down on the sofa, never talk with Sunny Smiles. It literally had to teleport you into the tutorial to shoot without any dialogue whatsoever. That's how insane and disingenuous Matten is.
Yeah, it's crazy. Absolute madness.
I am so excited because I the same sort of thing. Like I can't wait to get into this and tear this apart because he's disingenuous in this one simply because the first 5 seconds, or I shouldn't say 5 seconds. That's being hyperbolic. The first minute or so of this kind of shows that he doesn't improve at all with any criticism, and people are still like blowing smoke up his ass with him being disingenuous. No one is able to fact check him. He has such a big horde behind him, and that's why it's like it's important for us to like kind of shit on him and be this like rough with him because if you go into the comment section, you can probably see there's so many people being like, "Oh my god, I didn't even think of it that way. Oh my god, this is great." But he takes out all context, all like you said, if you just teleport to the gun tutorial and everything, and then yeah, he's right, but that's missing all the context. This is what we were saying before the stream, but it's just I can't wait to rip into this because I watched probably a little bit more than you guys. I don't know if you guys watched it or not, but
I haven't watched any of it. I've just heard Creetosis give us the argumentation.
Yeah, same.
That was used.
I watched probably like a good 15 minutes of it when it like originally came out because like this was around the time that I started like replaying New Vegas and everything. I was just watching Fallout videos as I was playing through and running through the wasteland, and I couldn't get through it because I was like getting pissed off, and so I was like, and at the time it's like no channel and no real outputs. Like, what's the reason of me watching this bullshit video? But man, did I watch a little bit more of it, and I tried watching with some other people, and it's like a Prometheus Prime and Enclave Emily, and man, it's rough. Yeah. I couldn't get through it. I can't wait to to see your guys' reaction.
Oh yeah, I'm sure we'll have a good one.
It's probably gonna be really fucking painful, honestly.
Yeah, it is. It's gonna be so annoying, and part of the reason why it's so annoying is when we covered when Creed did his like initial analysis video on his analysis video. Oh man, it's so annoying because it got posted in his Reddit, and he watched I think he said he watched maybe a minute or two of the whole video.
He said he skimmed through it.
Yeah, but then he wrote the whole thing off as just like, oh, he's just a lying hater. And ever since then, even after Creed redid his video to be nicer and everything, we have just gotten nothing but bombardment of fucking comments coming in to these videos from Matten, like Matten fans coming in and just like, oh, you're just taking him out of context and you're just lying and being a hateful dickhead. And
Pagan, one of my favorites. One of my favorites is, you're just a fanboy. Literally nothing about this video is correct.
Yeah, because it's like, man, the pot calling the kettle black.
Yeah, that's insane.
Okay, let's take the assumption that I'm some kind of crazy fanboy. Surely at least one of my points is accurate or correct. But going back to the Fallout 3 tutorial and how he's disingenuous in that video, he tried to make a comparison to Morrowind's character creation, where you have the option of answering questions that will determine what kind of character you are, and one of them is a bully demands your sweet roll. What are you going to do? And one of the options is to get your friends to beat him up. He equates this to running to the guard for help. Because he's like, oh, you can run to the guard for help when Butch tries to beat you up. The second Butch gets up to start hitting you, the guard gets up to tell him to stop. Because it wouldn't stop without someone intervening. What the fuck are you talking about? You run to the guard for help. That's just straight up false.
Yeah, that's a lie.
I'm pretty sure I remember when I was younger, playing Fallout 3 like for the first time, or like when I was younger, I jumped on the table and Butch can't hit you or something. He just kind of runs around the table or whatever.
Yeah.
And the guard just like, yeah, of course, Bethesda. the Bethesda polish. But then it's like the guard just runs over. He doesn't even need to hit you. It's literally set in motion the moment that Butch starts it. That he just gets up and he's like, cut it out. And it's like,
Yep.
oh great, cool. There's no, totally not linear.
Yep, not at all.
Yeah.
Yep.
The other thing I wanted to mention too before we get into the actual video is we already mentioned the Lanius example, and this is one of my big frustrations with these kinds of videos is you have someone who comes and tries to make a point, but they end up being disingenuous about it, whether it's unintentional fanboyism or whether it's someone actually making shit up to defend the game. I'm going to try to not assume ill intent, but regardless, people take those arguments and start using them out in the wild. And we've seen this with some of these arguments already. The Lanius one is a pretty common one at this point where, oh, it makes no sense that this horrible, brutal warlord would just walk away. Well, clearly you didn't understand what they were getting at. The game justifies it really well why Lanius would back down. Another one I saw was on the Shandification video. Unfortunately, the original Shandification video went down due to a copyright claim, but I saw a comment on there from some guy saying something to the effect, well, if you were paying attention to the world, you would see that Megaton eats mole rats. Maybe you should focus more on... Fucking, how did this comment go? I really wish I could find it, but obviously I can't because the video is gone. But it was just this like really condescending asshole-ish comment. It's like, man, what the guy who made I think it's Mr. Beatung, the guy who made the Shandification video, what he said made sense. Like, he wasn't wrong. And now people are going after him, saying, oh yeah, Megaton eats mole rats, even though there is absolutely nothing in the game.
There is
nothing
no
at all.
At all. In fact, it is proven opposite.
Yes.
Yeah.
Moira says they are a pest. She wants you to make them go away.
Yep.
And she only theorizes that, oh, maybe they could be domesticated. And this is coming from the stupidest character in the game.
Yep.
I have seen people argue that, like, oh, but it makes sense they would build the city around the bomb. That's where they get their water. I'm like, what the fuck? How are you a fan of Fallout 3 and not know that Megaton has a fucking water processing plant? How the fuck do you not know that when you are a fan of Fallout 3? Holy shit. How do we, the people criticizing Fallout 3, have to fucking defend it?
Oh, God.
I fucking hate Fallout 3, but I have to defend it from your stupidity and trying to defend it yourself.
Oh, it's so dumb. It's so stupid.
Both of those examples are such early like parts of the game. Megaton's the first fucking area you go to outside of the vault, or you're supposed to go to.
Yeah.
So it's like,
yeah.
The mole rat thing with Moira is the first quest. I'm pretty sure I haven't played Fallout 3.
No, it's like, I think it's in.
Is it not the first? Is it like viewing?
I think it might be in the second set of 3. I think.
Ah, okay.
I know the first one I got when I played was, oh, go loot some food from a grocery store, 200-year-old grocery store.
Yep.
Yeah.
Isn't it like get crippled or something like that? It's like very basic.
Yeah, you have to get food and medicine from the grocery store. You have to get crippled. You have to get rads.
Yeah, it's chapter 2 is test repellent on mole rats.
Gotcha.
Can you ask Skibbs, is that Avatar from Berserk?
It is. It is.
Yep, it is.
I am a big fan.
Nice. I've got...
Yeah.
I still need to read through the first volume. You probably didn't hear what happened to me. I ordered the first volume of Berserk, and they accidentally sent me an entire fucking box, 8 copies. I was called down because a package arrived, and I'm like, the fuck is it? Holy shit, why the fuck is it so heavy?
All of the same volume?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
I
didn't know it was all of the same volume. I thought it was just the whole thing. Damn.
I wish.
That's even... Oh. What the fuck?
Hey, Pagan, you want a copy of the deluxe edition? I can send it to you.
Oh, it's still... Oh my god, it's deluxe?
Yeah, the big, like, thick one.
Yeah, I got like 6 of those books and everything. Jesus, that's a lot of money right there.
Oh,
When
yeah,
did that
that's...
happen? Are you okay? Are you in the clear, or is someone gonna come look?
Oh,
for you?
that
Is
was
there, like-
months ago. If my legs were going to
Oh,
be broken
shit.
over that, that would have happened by now.
Damn, boy, you got a shitload of money right there. That's some collector shit.
Well, that's the thing, too, is I ordered it off of Amazon.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
You know, it was probably one of those silent rebellions, or like, I order one book, fuck it, send him the whole box. I'm gonna teach him, I'm gonna cut into Amazon's bottom line.
Dude, Destiny's telling you just to read it, I guess. It's just like, here, motherfucker, read it.
It's...
It was
Oh,
too
no.
big, too thick to be called a book. Oh no.
At least of all the things you could get multiple copies of, Berserk issue 1 is not a bad one to get.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could be getting, I don't know, volume 13.
I am still waiting for Andrew Branca and Nick Rekieta to go deliver an
Oh,
entire
God.
an entire
Yes.
cardboard box filled with the law of self-defense to that fucking retard banger. I am so waiting, and my God, I hope they record.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I know Nick said he wanted to record it. It has to be recorded just to immortalize it. But yeah, I'm just fucking waiting with bated breath on that one. Like, please, just give it to us.
Yes, please do it. All right. Shall we begin the pain train? Shall we start with Madden and get this the hell over with?
I guess.
Yeah.
Just do
All right.
it.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm
Already
Speedrunning,
muted.
welcome to some.
What the fuck was that start?
What the fuck?
Seriously, was that start?
He does that with his Fallout 4 defense video as well, where I think he's trying to say, "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen." But when I stuck that fucking video into a speech-to-text converter so I could have the script, it just detected as "Good afternoon, relationship." Because that's almost what it sounds like when he's talking that fast.
Yeah,
We-
this is like movie Bob levels of fucking word salad. What the fuck is happening?
I
replay
am genuinely curious. Hold on a second. I'm gonna
Yeah, let's
play it and
decode it.
slow it down. I'm gonna slow it down.
Oh no.
I am genuinely curious what the hell he just said.
Oh no, he's British.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jones Sisbitty.
Yeah, that does not
Holy
sound like
shit,
ladies and
Yeah, I
gentlemen.
heard relationship.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, relationship.
Good new relationship. This is a miniature nerd. Like, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
To his fault, Infidel in chat, he censored one of the letters of British.
Oh, God. All right, here we
It
go.
reminds me when everyone was freaking out about Joker, so they fucking put a star instead of the O in Joker.
I think that's where the meme was born. Because then they started doing that.
Well,
They started doing that with.
hold on.
No, it's no longer woman or woman. It's wom X and.
Well, no. They
and then
did.
started
They did the star thing a long time before that with just random people that they didn't like, because that's how you avoid getting searched on Twitter. So, like, if someone was talking shit about, I don't know, let's say Sargon, for example, they would censor one of the letters so it would be harder to search his name. And that's just something they've done for years on that fucking shithole of a site.
Yeah,
it's
my
fucking
God.
annoying.
I'm just happy that Twitter is starting to go down the fucking shithole now. I'm so happy.
I mean,
Yeah.
it should have happened like a fucking
Dude.
decade ago.
You want to know how great the judge in the Edgecombe case is?
Oh
You want to know
boy.
how fucking great? He said, "Now I don't want any jurors when you're at home. I don't want you guys going on Twitter or on Facebook. I honestly feel like they're the downfall of society." Damn, judge, I love you.
No, that's nice.
Oh,
That judge is amazing.
yeah, it sounds like I've been missing out on not seeing that trial. I also
Dude,
want
the trial is a complete fucking circus. Well, I mean, that's what happens when you have a BLM activist as a lawyer. And he's fucking stupid too.
Oh boy. Also, I want to point out a more Silver Sparks comment in chat here. I remember when a fringe group of feminists would write it as woman, like a Y instead of an A, because they couldn't have man in the word woman.
Yeah,
that was
that's why
fucking
that's why they do
pathetic.
Womexin now. That's why they do Womexin now.
Yeah, they
It's
don't.
so
You
stupid.
can't have the word men.
Yeah, that shit is actually so fucking weird.
Dude,
Yeah,
when
it's-
when the judge was also talking to them about like, ladies and gentlemen, I know this is your first time here at the court, and unfortunately, you're gonna have to play the courtroom, the court lunchroom roulette. So hopefully, from now on, you'll bring your own food from now on. And then the next day of the trial, he looks at me, he smiles. I see a bunch of you brought your packed lunches. You have understood my words carefully. It's so good.
Oh man, have you seen this thing of like, so you know the Latinx thing of like, like, we
Yes!
can't call them Latino, we have to call them Latinx, and fucking Latinos
and the
hate
Latino
it.
community hates
It's
it.
so
Yes.
pissed.
Yeah, they
at it.
fucking hate it. But now Twitter is going around. I don't know how long exactly this has been, but it's sometime within this year. Twitter has been like going around and being like, if you can't accept the word Latinx, then you're not actually you're not a real Hispanic.
Oh my
And shit
god.
like,
Yep.
yeah, it's fucking stupid.
That's what happens when you let people from California speak.
Yeah, they're pretty delusional. Entitled, so.
Anyways, back to the video. We've
One-
been trying to bail out of this.
One more comment from Wobbuffetta chat. Chemical Latinx. All right, let's get on with this shit. You set back
Alright.
to normal speed?
Yes, it's all back to normal
Next
speed and
is
everything.
begin.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A true and welcome to something I've been thinking about for a long time. The place of speech in Fallout and all the problems it's created over the years. So today, we're going to be talking history, we're going to be talking Fallout games that never were, and we're going to be talking about the time we almost got to specialise in carousing in Fallout. So, let's begin with one of the most well-loved Fallout games, New Vegas. You see, Fallout...
Welcome.
Hey,
Ah,
fellas.
He made it.
Hey,
Yep.
actually made it.
We only had to stall
Yes.
for fucking 20 minutes.
Oh, thank you. You're so kind.
We get to
$2
pause the video again. Yay!
$2
Thank God, an
super chat from
excuse.
Scootmeister. Thank you very much, Scootmeister, for that.
Thank you.
You can't spell manicure without man.
How are you today, Gadget? Are you ready to suffer?
Yep, I am.
All right.
I'm
much-
just I'm
much-
just catching up to 30 seconds in.
Wait,
Yeah.
Are you trying to watch? Oh, you're okay.
No, he's in the watch together. So.
Yeah, you haven't missed anything yet, except for someone
The-
pronouncing
Uh,
someone pronouncing "ladies and gentlemen" as relationship.
Yeah, it's
Right.
complete word salad.
Oh, dude.
yeah, so far it's just been an intro.
So
Alright.
for everyone in chat who doesn't know about Gadget, he's kind of here to be like devil's advocate, but he's also just going to say shit to piss people off too. What I'm saying is he's Australian.
but he's not good. He's not as good at it. There are way better devil's advocates. Damn it.
Well, yeah, it's mostly the shit posting part. That's what he's here for. He's
Yeah.
here.
We'll get
He's here to falsely side with whoever we're covering, just to piss us off, purely to piss everyone else in the call off. That's
Yeah,
his
pretty much.
fucking specialty.
If you'd like me to do that role, I certainly could. I could
No,
certainly
no,
do
no,
it
anyway.
I'm not.
You
I'm
know
not.
what? We're not telling you to do it. You'll probably just do it naturally.
Yeah,
Well,
Such nailed it. You're just gonna fucking do it naturally, whether we ask you or not.
oh, but this video has 477k views and so many likes. Clearly, it must be right.
Yeah.
Has to
Dude,
be
that's
good
the
with
insane fucking part of these people. Is like, oh, but he said it. He's got 1 million subscribers. That doesn't mean it's accurate, correct, or in any way resembling reality.
537k, but yeah, gosh, that is a lot of subscribers for a mostly Fallout channel.
That's a funny comment I receive a lot too. Oh, all this work to make an 8-hour video, and it only had, or it only has 25,000 views, 50,000 views, 100,000 views, and they just keep pushing the marker back. It's like, okay, so this video that has millions of views is by a channel that has hundreds of thousands of subscribers. for a channel as small as mine to make a video that did this well, that's not to like be egotistical or stroke myself off, but that's pretty damn good.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
That was the
it's
thing
very
that
hard
the
to get
quartering.
noticed on YouTube.
It's the thing the quartering was talking about the other day was he would trade in every one of his subscribers for even a tenth of the subscribers he had if he was constantly getting 500,000 plus views per video. Like, you got to understand that there's a difference. There's engagement levels, and if you're getting 500,000 views per video, dude, you are doing something fucking great.
Yeah.
Yeah, most people that are subscribed don't even bother to keep up. Like, they might just sub once and maybe check in every now and then, or may even forget that they're even subscribed to begin with.
Yeah, it happens all the time. All right.
Hold on. In chat, Mihawk's at Creetosis, the person who mostly makes good videos, makes a video called "Why Skyrim is a Masterpiece." Just because of the reputation and quality doesn't make the Skyrim video any less shit.
Well,
I mean, yeah.
That's the thing to consider too. What if his video isn't shit? What if he makes a really good point for why Skyrim is a great game?
Yeah.
Maybe there's something we all missed.
If I mean, like, that's the thing. If he likes the game, if he's very open in like saying this is why I like it, but if he sits there and does very like objective, like this is, if he really talks about Skyrim, you can really. That's fine, you know. Everyone can like their games and everything. I don't think anyone is saying that you don't have to. But yeah, his reputation does not mean it will change Skyrim. Will not make it a good video.
Yeah.
Or I mean, I don't know. That sounds mean, but yeah, exactly.
And we would do what we would do with everybody's videos. We would go through the argumentation, see the evidence provided, and then make our judgment based off of that.
Yep.
That's just how it works. Again, if he says it's a masterpiece while we disagree, we have to see why does he say it's a masterpiece. And if it comes down to it literally made sure that Todd's company is completely fine, that that he won't have issues ever again, that they're set for life, and he said Todd got his ultimate goal that he and his company will never have to worry about work ever again. Fair enough. But that doesn't mean anything about the quality of the game. That's where we can argue.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my friends usually argues that considering the sales figures and the number of people that love the game, clearly that must mean that it must have done something.
That's the appeal to popularity. Right. It's a really shit argument.
Well,
it's a very, very naive argument.
There's a couple arguments within that sphere that are similar fallacies. There's appeal to popularity, which just means a lot of people like it. There's the appeal to success, which is, oh, it's successful, so that must mean it's good. No one is going to buy garbage. Have you seen The Last Jedi?
Have you heard of McDonald's?
Music?
Yeah, it's insanely silly to say, oh, this thing is successful, this thing is popular. That must mean it's good.
Yeah.
That's the argument I hear about Skyrim the most, I think.
Yeah.
With, like, all my friends and other people, they're like, well, look, it's getting the anniversary edition. And that means it's, like, good, right? And it's like, no. I mean, it's cool. They're giving you fishing, but you're buying the same game for the last 10 years. Congrats. Like, it's...
Yeah, some people have bought Skyrim at least 4 or 5 times at this point.
Which is insanity.
Yeah.
$5 super chat from Johnny Aw 14. Thank you very much. New host on the stream, I see. How many Lizard Assassins do you want? All of them.
6.
Damn it, okay. $2 super chat from Skids. Thank you very much. Can't spell manure without man. Yeah. Man, you're ugly.
Who's eating chips?
Not made this time.
Finally has nourishment.
I was opening a bag of food that I ordered that like over an hour ago, and it just arrived 10 minutes ago. So
nice. Kurochi says Kree has been reading his fallacy books. I'm proud of him. I guess right before we get back to the video, $10 super chat from the Reaper Enjoyer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, parasocial friends. Is Acer the main villain of Such Tangents About Guns Season 1?
What?
Possibly.
I mean, possibly.
I think the real villain is the friends we made along the way. Fuck those guys.
And they suck.
All right, to the video.
Talking about the time we ought to specialise in carousing in Fallout. So, let's begin with one of the most well-loved Fallout games, New Vegas. You see, Fallout New Vegas is unique in the franchise in that it tells you right at the start how the game is going to end. Before you actually start playing, you know there's a battle coming for Hoover Dam to decide the fate of Vegas. And no matter what path you choose, that's where the game's going to end. In 3 of the 4 endings, you'll be facing off against Lanius. You hear how...
I also want to point out quickly that there's more to the ending than just which faction wins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's just
Also,
a very...
All this,
A lot of
like,
stories
which faction
also-
wins is what sets the overall sort of the overall theme of how the ending is going to go. However, all of the stuff you did between, what'd you do with Good Springs, what'd you do with the Powder Gangers, what'd you do with the Kings, all of this stuff plays a factor. If you sided with the NCR and you didn't negotiate between them and the Kings, well, the Kings are dead now. If you sided with the Legion, I believe the Legion also wipes out the Kings. So, like, again, it sets the pace for what all of your other decisions will now get played off against, and what you did.
I believe the Legion wipes out the Kings regardless, but if you get the Kings to make peace with the NCR, and then you side with Mr. House, he will wipe them out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he sees them as like competition or something, right? Which is kind of shitty. Which is kind of funny how
Because he's trying to.
my first one went out, and I like the Kings.
He's expanding, basically.
Well, not just that.
He doesn't need them on free side or anything anymore because now he has his army, so he's going to expand and reconquer all of Vegas.
Well, it's less that. It's not so much that he sees them as competition. He just doesn't want what he considers to be an enemy to have an ally in his territory.
Sorry, that's probably what I meant. I meant more like almost like a threat or just a general nuisance.
Yep.
I guess to him it literally would just be like a fly buzzing around him, but who wants that?
Yeah, exactly. Because you don't want anything. Because you don't know if one of them's gonna be crazy enough to smuggle a device and then blow up the fucking thing like happened to the silver dollar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or if they start like shaking people down to get into Freeside, which would then stop people from getting into New Vegas,
Yeah.
which he really does not want. So it makes sense to get rid of them if they're going to be a nuisance like that.
$5 super chat from Johnny All 14. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Playing Dark Souls 3 of the Faith build with a lot of vitality and vigor, and called him Chunky Priest. Oh, he chunky. He thick.
Of his own men as punishment on the radio. A man who attacked entire Legion patrols alone, and who was so fierce as a warrior that he turned on his own village when they tried to surrender to the Legion. He became the monster of the East, the Butcher. And finally, at the end of the game, after cutting your way through the second battle of Hoover Dam, after charging ahead of the rest of the army into the Legate's camp by yourself, you face him, and you tell him to go away.
Again,
Hold on.
as we've already...
You paused it
Okay.
just a little too soon.
A little... Oh, is it going to get so much worse?
It gets worse.
Okay. Here we go. Let's backtrack. Let's backtrack slightly.
Does.
That way, because we don't know if rendering or any hiccups will happen. So here we go.
After cutting your way through the second battle of Hoover Dam, after charging ahead of you face him, and you tell him to go away, and he does. Because Fallout has a...
So,
yeah. Okay. So yeah, it does get so much worse. Yeah.
Wow.
No,
Yeah, that's fucking
That
god
is-
awful.
Insanely fucking disingenuous.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
It
is,
does sound kind of funny from an outsider's perspective, though.
Well, that's kind
he's
of
wrong.
what it's
That's the
designed to
problem,
be,
though.
though.
is
'Cause-
he's doing it for entertainment value. It is completely wrong. Like there isn't even remotely close to what happened.
yeah. So
Yeah,
he
and
makes it sound like you just say go home and you leave. One, it's a 100 speech check. Okay, you have to be a master at speech to even succeed at that. Two, You're not telling him to go home and like never come back. You're telling him there's no way he could possibly conquer the NCR and California as he is now. So
keep control of everything. That's the key point.
Yeah.
And keep control. You need to think about logistics, convoys, caravan. You need to think about all these things that you are going to need to have in place once you do this deed. How are you going to ever possibly keep control of all of this?
Yes. So he says he's going to make a tactical retreat and fortify the East. He's going to finish conquering all of the East before he does this, and he will return within, I think it's 3 years, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, he says he will return in 3 years after he has conquered the entire East, and then you will meet on the battlefield again.
Yeah, I meant to get up his wiki page prior to the stream. I forgot. Because there was a line of his dialogue I just want to read out. Just so people... There we go.
Here's something I want to bring up too real quick. You can, even if you succeed your speech check here, you will fail immediately if you ever make it seem like he is running away at any point. If you ever say... Yeah, and don't come back if we see your face back here, or run, coward, stuff like that. And he'll immediately stop and say, run? Coward, am I? Okay,
yeah.
Fuck you.
It's not even saying run or coward or anything like that. It's like, oh, so you'll retreat? And he's like, retreat?
Yeah, retreat.
Retreat.
No.
Yeah, he gets mad and immediately throws away all of the fucking like progress you were making with him.
But here's the thing:
instantaneous failure state.
Yeah, and they justify why he sees it as a good idea to hold off, because the NCR, they're not doing so well in the Mojave. They're barely holding it. They have trouble with supply lines like fucking crazy. Now, when you tell this to Lanius, his response is, "Long ago, when taking Denver, I had to face such a challenge. Many died over many years to claim the city as ours. It was the lines of food and water that nearly broke the Legion's strength, and the lack of tribals near that cursed city. What I felt in that struggle, I felt as I saw the map of the West. The West is a trap. The bear has already been caught in it, and it is dying." That is a good fucking justification for maybe we should wait.
Yeah.
It does kind of make me wonder, though, why they didn't... consider this before committing to an invasion.
Because he had to. Again, the dam is important. They need the dam.
Not just that. Caesar is very egotistical, and he literally sees crossing the Colorado as his own crossing the Rubicon. So
yeah,
he sees it as a prophetic need. He needs to cross the Hoover Dam. He needs to go across that river.
Yeah. And the thing is, if they take the Mojave, they get the Hoover Dam, and they can still resupply themselves from the east rather than the west, which will be a lot easier. And so it makes sense that he would want to conquer the Mojave now while the NCR is weakened. It's just pushing past that and into California that's the issue. There's almost no way.
His ultimate goal is New Vegas. Because he wants New Vegas to be the new Rome. That is what he has staked his entire campaign on. That he will take New Vegas and it will be the new Rome.
Yeah, he literally says this in game too. Like, very blatantly. This isn't hidden at all.
He says it, and the big thing is that that's a big reason why Lanius doesn't want to fail here. He doesn't want to be the one that destroys Caesar's Legion by, like, winning that battle, but essentially killing it off, because his name will always be stuck to it. He sits there and is like, you know what, that's probably a good idea that I don't fuck us over, by doing this, or at least wait until we get stronger. Like you said, come back.
Yeah. And
he's smart. He's smart about it.
And they further support that in Lonesome Road, where Ulysses says, what is it? His strength is in his title. He won't risk losing battle.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say, was despite how fucking reductive Matten tries to make the whole, well, it might not even be the same guy under the mask. Yeah, that's the point. Because if he fucks this up, he's going to ruin the name of Lanius for everyone. Anybody who would even replace him.
Yep.
People are going to remember that name as the guy who fucked them all over.
Yeah.
Yep.
Backtracking here, $5 super chat from Scootmeister. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, if the Kings side with the NCR, they'd be considered a force of NCR influence. For example, the Viet Cong being a force of communist influence. Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
They are your enemy. They're a person that is an enemy, or more the way that House would see it, competition that's not needed there. Because you want the NCR to be customers, not competition.
Yeah.
And then if we go further back up, did we get Mohad's $5?
No, I'm going down.
Okay. All right. All right. Cool. I just didn't want to.
$5 super chat for Mohad. Thank you very much. Played Skyrim in 4 different platforms, and the main quest always breaks at the exact same location. Am I the only one who has that problem? Probably not, honestly.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're referring to there. Where's breaking? That could be literally any part of the game where it's breaking because it's fucking Skyrim. But
yeah, there's always 2 parts for me where it seems to happen pretty often. It's the carriage ride to the embassy and the quest when you go into what is it? The fucking Skyhaven Temple. There's always shit there that fucking breaks, and I have to like reload or do some sort of console command.
Yep. Zimzilla99 with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, sir. Many a true dumb as ass being reductive and bad faith. So what's new? Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out why there was another S there, and I said, oh, it's just them, getting past YouTube censor.
Anyways, do we have anything else to say about the Lanius point? Because that was pretty bad.
Well, let's see. What else do we want to talk about? So yeah, you have an entire conversation with him and explain why it's a logistics thing, and Lanius also agrees with you. The entire game has actually been setting up that logistics are important. The NCR barely holding on. They have major raider encampments right outside their main fortification because they literally do not have the manpower to try and defend this. They are desperate for seeking allies and reinforcements from California because they know the Legion is coming. Like we were talking about, they have no supply lines. They are barely holding on everywhere. The Rangers are basically doing everything for them. And there's not that many Rangers to go around.
Yeah, like look at some of the dialogue options here. You could take the West, holding it is another matter. They don't need to send an army. Your supply lines will kill you first. There's no communities to support you in the West. You've seen to that. The settlements West are not self-sufficient tribes. They need the NCR and the caravans.
Those are 2 great points. Number 1, because they came up against the NCR, they started a war of terror against the NCR. Now all these other tribals will see how the Legion acts, this war on terror. Well, they burned that city that we were trading with. They burned them and put them on crosses and everything. So, they're bad news. Well, the second part is, hey, we are not self-sufficient anymore. We need the trade from the NCR. We need the resource from the NCR. We trade with the NCR. So when the Legion will inherit all of this, they're going to have people that know them as butchers and barbarians and terrorists, and not as like liberators or conquerors or the strong. And they're going to know as people, they're going to be like, well, we're desperate. We now need the Legion to support us as well. So the Legion would have to massacre these people just so their supplies would hold, which would then send shockwaves through everyone else, and now they'd get more resistance from everywhere they go. It's a lose-lose scenario for the Legion at all turns.
I also want to point out quickly that the game itself tells many a true nerd he's wrong. So the retreat quote we were talking about earlier, here's the full thing. Retreat. I was a fool to listen to you. You know nothing of who I am.
Yeah. Yeah, you cannot imply that he's weak or running away in any way, or else he just straight up is like, fuck you, I'm killing you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
That's when you reload the save, I'm assuming.
No, you just fight him.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can fight him and do it. It's most people. I'd say most people that have the speech check who even start this thing would be more satisfied with getting Lanius to realize that if he takes the Mojave, he kills the Legion.
Yeah. It's very satisfying to get the speech check, but at the same time, killing him could be considered the better option because it's like you're taking out one of their major generals who has already said he's going to return in
Yeah.
3 years after he takes over the rest of the East. Yeah, it might be a good idea to just kill him.
Yeah.
Yep.
It kind of makes it a real shame that there wasn't a sequel to New Vegas then, considering that the story is still open for his invasion.
Well, they might if Obsidian gets a chance from Microsoft to make another New Vegas like sequel or something, but I don't want Bethesda touching it. I do not want a fucking New Vegas by Bethesda game.
Absolutely
oh my
not.
God.
Yeah.
I'm terrified even of. I
I honestly
of
don't.
anyone. I don't.
Yeah.
think
God,
they
imagine
need
if that's
to
what
touch
Fallout
it.
5 was.
I think it's too
Ugh.
far gone for right now for Obsidian to do it. I would be okay if Obsidian did like one that takes place in Oregon or Washington State or something like that. That could be interesting because then you could have some of the hovering things, like maybe the NCR just has a couple like scout troops up here, and maybe they'll make mention of the great battle that happened in the Mojave or something, but they don't give like details of who won it or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you could do that without having to tie it directly to New Vegas. And then you also wouldn't need to have the Legion anywhere near there either.
Yeah, because one of the big problems comes with like what ending is canon. What happens to each character, because that was a big. I think I remember, because obviously I wasn't around when Fallout 2 came out, but some people I heard were upset because like their Brotherhood of Steel died out in Fallout 1, but in Fallout 2 they're still alive.
No,
So they're looking.
there's a bit of retcon here. So in Fallout 1, depending on your choices, the Brotherhood of Steel can become the science wing for the NCR,
Oh, okay.
which doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah.
And in Fallout 2, they're already a dead faction walking because they've literally failed the test of time. They are not adaptable. They are not flexible. So you meet one Brotherhood knight at one tiny little outpost acting as an embassy, and that's it.
Yeah. And then
They're-
3
they're-
is just
they're
like,
done.
no, they're still Brotherhood. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
They're in the East. They're in the West. They're everywhere.
We got a giant robot.
So many chapters.
And then Van Buren was actually going to showcase as a last desperate gasp, the Brotherhood of Steel would launch a war against the NCR. And it was a war over gold reserves, so they started attacking their gold caravans and everything, which New Vegas actually mentions. They mention the gold wars. But yeah, it's why the Brotherhood in New Vegas are in hiding. They're supposed to be kind of a tie-in to Van Buren, but we never got Van Buren, so.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Yeah. No, see, I'm fine with it being cut off from there. I really don't think anyone could do any justice to New Vegas if they continued the story. And it would also be really hard, especially with the multiple endings and choosing who actually would win. That's just my take, though.
Yeah. I'm not entirely against the whole like the next game tells like which ending was actually canon. That doesn't undo the stuff I did in the previous game to me. But I do know that bothers some people. But to me personally, I've never really cared about that.
Yeah, I'm not actually like super bothered by it. I just feel like it would be very hard to choose like, because it would probably be. I mean, if you're looking at New Vegas, Caesar's Legion was so underdeveloped that I think most people would be angry if the Legion won.
Okay, that one I can understand a little bit. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
actually, I could see a way to have that work and have it tie into the choices that NCR players made if you did the speech check with Lanius. You could say the Legion won it, and then it killed them. They won it. They took the Mojave, and then their supply lines collapsed, and they had issues and infighting everywhere, and Rome broke apart into warring city-states instead.
Yeah, that could work, and they could make it like a whole thing of history repeating itself, and
Yeah.
they didn't adapt with the
I can see
times.
that. Okay,
Yeah,
alright,
that would
I
fit
can
Fallout
see
really
that. I
well,
like that.
actually. Yeah,
Yeah, it
that'd be
would.
good.
I like that.
Again,
Actually,
it's the way that Rome itself fell. It's the way the Roman Empire fell. Was
Yeah, exactly.
that they got too big for their own britches. Their supply lines collapsed, and then eventually the governments in those areas, the governors were like, well, why am I sending my stuff to Rome? Rome doesn't give a shit about us. We're getting attacked by the Gauls, or we're getting attacked by the Scots up north of us. Why the fuck am I sending my shit there? I'm just going to declare independence and shit. And then that just starts a domino effect because, oh, hey, the Romans in Brittany declared independence. But is Rome going to go march legions there? Oh, we can't. We got all this stuff to worry about. So they can just do it. Okay, well, the Byzantine, now we're going to declare independence. And then it just started a domino effect like that. Now Rome was starting to send legions to fight civil wars constantly. The whole system collapsed.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I could see that. That'd be pretty poetic. I would actually really enjoy seeing something like that. I just think, I mean, and to be fair, most people who play Fallout New Vegas, I think, could understand that's how it could go, you know, especially with the battle. I'm not saying like Caesar's Legion shouldn't win the battle or anything, you know, they're look at them, they're definitely monsters compared to the NCR's little, you know, remnants left there, but I'm just saying, like, I know a lot of people, like the majority of people who did play, who probably aren't super into the lore in it and like everything like that. Like, look at Matt or like someone else or something, and they're just very surface level, seeing like, oh, well, the bad guys won, that's dumb, and then I feel like some people would throw a fit of that. The actual fans would be like, oh, that's awesome, especially if it goes like the way you said it, such.
Yeah.
That's the unfortunate thing is when you have a choice like this between all these big different factions, if you follow it up, not everyone's going to be happy. That's just kind of the way it goes.
Yeah.
And I mean, from one of the videos we've covered before, we know how petty this can get. My Gordon Freeman is a psychopath who murders everyone.
Oh my god.
Saw that.
Yeah. Oh, that was so stupid. How dare they make a sequel where he fucking cares about people? My Gordon's a psychopath who kills everybody.
Half-Life wasn't even a game about choice.
Yeah, I know.
Weird, yeah.
That sounds like an elaborate shitpost to me.
No, it wasn't, though. It was a genuine video we had to cover. Actually, we had to cover it twice because another one made the same sort of arguments. It was like,
yep. The one I was actually there for did the exact same thing.
Well, that's the one I was referring to, Pagan. I've mostly forgotten that first video, except, I'm a reasonable guy, but you can't convince me that this game isn't shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a French word.
That's a French word. That's my favorite part of the first one. Yeah.
I actually forgot about that.
So here's a tip for everybody. If you have to say something, like if I just suddenly said Guten Tag, that's a German word. You see how pretentious and full of yourself that makes me sound? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it makes you sound like an utter cunt.
It doesn't have that je ne sais quoi. That's a French word. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I can't believe he fucking pointed that out. Like, dude, what the fuck?
Like, how to tell that you're a pseudo-intellectual without actually telling us you're a pseudo-intellectual?
Oh.
Yeah, that kid was pretty insufferable.
Yeah.
$10 from Rage vs. ML. Thank you. I just bought Fallout and Fallout 2 a few days ago. Haven't started them yet, but I'm looking forward to it. Do it. Do it. Fucking do it.
Yeah,
hold on.
Yeah.
Do it! I used to be able to do it fairly well. I can't anymore.
That first one was really good.
Yeah. Do it.
Do it!
It does sound like you're in for a good time.
Yeah, Rage vs. ML, hopefully you enjoy yourself. They're definitely very different compared to the stuff we get today. But yeah, if you keep that in mind, hopefully you'll enjoy yourself.
Yeah,
beware of the RNG
online. Yeah, that too. Find the manual online, or watch watch a video on it, because you are going to be lost if you just hit play and jump into it.
Yeah, that's what happened to me the first few times.
There's a lot of quality of life stuff that is direly needed that they came up with later, because obviously time marches on. This is before a lot of the quality of life stuff existed.
Yeah.
Good day, I am Hans. I love bratwurst and Wiener Schnitzel. No, Spätzle. Spätzle's what you want. If you have German food, get Spätzle. It's a very simple dish, but very, very good. It is egg noodles. They are delicious.
I love egg noodles.
Honestly, Mr. House feels like the most canon ending. That's the ending I would choose personally if I had to make the sequel. I don't like the Brotherhood being wiped out by House, but the NCR is not in a good place. They seem on the brink of collapse, and the Legion, as soon as Caesar's gone, the Legion is fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they built
House,
it as a cult of personality around Caesar, which is not
Mr.
good.
House feels the most like logical and planned out of all of the other factions.
Yeah.
Oh,
We don't know the details of his plans, but House is shown to be an intelligent character. And he said he wants, in 100 years we could be colonizing other worlds. It's like, man, this guy definitely wants to save mankind rather than just, let's just survive on Earth.
Yeah,
with our petty
he's just
feuds
straight up
against
like,
one another.
Like, we can't save the Earth, but we can save its people. So let's just fuck it. Let's just go to the stars. And I'm like, yeah that's a pretty noble goal.
Yeah.
Let's see, where was it? STAG crew opinions on Microsoft buying Activision. They will be ending the yearly release of COD. Thank God.
Yeah, thank God.
Yes, thank God.
If they get Raven Software out of the Call of Duty mines, I will be happy.
I think it's a good thing. Like Activision was in a pretty shoddy state, to say the least, and a lot of people were really, for a good reason, very negative about the company, considering its business practices and treatment of its employees. Like they just were disgusting with their employees. So I think that this is a good opportunity for change, and we can only hope that Microsoft is actually a little bit heavy-handed this time.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm hoping for a complete reform of both studios. I hope they just completely whip them into shape. That would be so nice if they do that.
Dude,
especially Blizzard.
If they fucking, I don't know if he's still there because of all this. There's so many fucking reports that are coming in and out that are conflicting. If J. Allen Brack is still at Blizzard, hopefully they fucking jettison his ass and be like, "Goodbye, loser."
Who's that guy? I haven't heard his name.
He's the CEO of Blizzard.
Oh, I see.
He was the douche nozzle that would do the apology tours where he wouldn't say sorry.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
About the Blitzchung situation at BlizzCon.
I know what you're referring to, Setch, but I can't help but imagine the South Park. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
It was very much like that.
Yep.
One of them is just him naked on a floor.
And he's looking,
sorry.
looking back over his shoulder while there's a fire going in the fireplace. Sorry.
Oh, it's so funny. Jojo Joestar also in chat said Bobby will also be leaving after the deal is done in, I think, 2023.
Good, get him the fuck out of
God.
there. So he's out, but he also stated on Twitter. He was trying to save face on Twitter. He's like, "I'll be around, if they need me or something." And it's like, no one's gonna need you. Go away. No one wants you.
Go away forever.
Be gone, thought.
Get out of here. But yeah, Slash Jackal says J. Allen Brack was let go when the whole thing was exposed. Thank fuck.
Good.
Another really nice fact is that all those games are probably going to be coming to Game Pass. And
I think they've already
Game Pass
announced
just keeps getting better. Yeah, Game Pass just keeps getting better. It's ridiculously good for a deal.
I do have mixed feelings about it, though. It is a bit concerning that Microsoft is buying all these companies. For them to buy a company for $70 million or whatever it was, that's just fucking swinging your dick around for show off.
Yeah, a B. Yeah. Not an M, a B.
Yeah. I am worried.
Here's the thing that people didn't see us coming. Oh, well, they just bought Bethesda for several $1 billion. So it's going to be a calm thing now. And then Microsoft's like, Phil Spencer's like, hold on a second, unzipped his pants and slapped his nuts on the table in front of Sony and was like, Activision Blizzard, baby.
Have you seen the Flash Kids animation on the acquisition for Bethesda? It was hilarious.
Oh God, no.
The Console Wars series, it was so good.
Oh, I've seen that. But yeah. I am worried of this potentially just becoming a huge monopoly. But at the same time, if they do a good job, I'm not going to be completely against it.
Oh yeah, if a lot of people dislike Activision for some of their practices as far as the games go. I've always viewed Activision as a dirty word for, like, over a decade at this point. Well over a decade. Same with EA, you know?
Honestly, yeah, like, that's the
Um,
way I think of EA. If I ever see Electronic Arts on anything, it's like, oh yeah, no.
It's tainted. It is stained.
It is completely stained.
So that's kind of the way I viewed Activision too. So a positive that might come out of this is maybe... I don't care if Activision's name is saved or not. Just the companies under it that had to deal with that shit. Like,
yeah,
man, modern World of Warcraft fucking sucks ass. I used to really love that game, and I would like for it to be good again. I don't expect it to, but, you know, there's a sliver of hope.
Yeah, I was somebody that never got into WoW, even in its heyday when it was still considered good. But I came from the time of Ultima Online, EverQuest, stuff like that. So I was the old school MMO player, and then a lot of the features that WoW offered just weren't interesting to me at all. And I tried it just before Burning Crusade came out. I got one of those months. You know, you get a month free when you buy the game.
Yeah.
Didn't hold my interest at all. I just went back to playing PlanetSide instead.
Well, for me, it was a different situation. I found out about World of Warcraft through South Park, and I really loved Warcraft 2 and 3. And the only MMO-type game I played before World of Warcraft was fucking RuneScape. So it was like a mind-blowing experience to me, almost, that, oh my god, there's literally millions of people running around this world. Obviously, there's different servers, but you know what I mean. It's just... I'd never seen anything like that before.
There's also a lot of mystique about the game too, and its secrets, especially when it came to like completing the insanely hard dungeons at the time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I never got into
that
it.
time
That's
still...
I think that's why I will probably jump into Mortal Online 2, because I had the same thing I liked in Mortal Online 1, which was where there are secrets that they don't tell anybody, that they aren't in the patch notes, they aren't anything like that. You can't data mine any of this stuff. They're just secrets. And, like, you could be the person that stumbles upon this secret alchemy formula that now everybody in the in-game world actually has to come and beg you to make it for them and pay exorbitant fees to you because you're the only one that knows how to make it. That's the kind of shit that I love.
Yeah.
I know, Kira TV had just done a video recently about Mortal Online 2, and he was talking about back in Mortal Online 1, he was a guy who figured out how to make the best horse archery mounts in the entire game. And so he would have people that would come to his guild to petition just to meet with him and pay him exorbitant amounts of money so that he could make a saddle for them, an archery saddle for their horses. That was how he made his money in Mortal Online 1. Now, again, there's a whole thing about, like, do you not trust the devs of Mortal Online? And, you know, there's always drama and scandal and everything like that in any kind of online community. So it comes down to that. But I love MMOs that are like that. I love that sort of sense of, like, discovery and mystery, and the entire player base is built into one economy. Like, it's an actual living, breathing economy. It's not something that the developers are having to, oh, well, we need gold sinks, otherwise everybody's going to have too much gold. No. That's not how it works.
Yeah, World of Warcraft was kind of at its best when everything was mysterious and unknown. Now that we know everything is corruption and old gods, it's a lot less interesting. Especially when they build up an old god over 10 fucking years, only to get rid of him in a fucking patch at the end of a shit fucking expansion. Holy shit, that pisses me off so much.
What the fuck?
Damn, what?
Yeah.
Fucking Enzoth. He's just like... I don't want to get too deep into the Warcraft lore, but the old gods ruled the planet. They were locked away by the Titans, blah, blah, blah. Those prisons break down over the years. Enzoth was like the mastermind behind everything. He was controlling Deathwing. He corrupted the Emerald Dream. All this fucking shit. He was a force to be reckoned with. And at the end of an expansion that was based around the two main factions fighting each other, the Horde and the Alliance fighting each other, he shows up, corrupts 2 zones from older expansions, and then he dies like a fucking bitch. I hate it.
Oof, wow, holy fuck.
10 years of build-up thrown into the fucking dumpster.
I was about to
'Cause
say, I kind
you-
of wish I had gotten into WoW, but now I'm kind of like, maybe it was a good thing I didn't.
Could have had an
you're
entire
very grateful.
expansion based around invading his realm and warding off the fucking insanity effects and fighting back against him and his forces and taking him down at the end. No, we gotta... Ugh! I hate it!
Oh,
Well-
that's fucked.
You know what's crazy? I can't remember what game it was. I think it was Rift, but it was another one of those. This is the WoW killer sort of thing, you know.
Oh,
air quotes,
God.
MMO back in the day. But one thing I will say that Rift did well was that they actually listened to the player base, because when you get these ridiculous like, oh, it's literally Cthulhu coming to take over the world, and the Horde and Alliance are like, man, we got to take out that guy, but still, I'm going to shank you in the fucking back. I see you, Alliance bitch. Oh, yeah, well, you Horde motherfucker, I just killed all your people. And stuff like, it's like, why are you still fighting?
That's one of the things that really bugged me about Warcraft as well, is that they go their way to have characters that are just retarded with the whole Horde versus Alliance thing.
Yes.
Particularly Garage.
Sylvanas
because-
was one of the other big wons. It was
Well,
like,
see, that...
why is this so fucking dumb?
That's the thing, is her doing that kind of came out of nowhere, because she was chill before.
Yeah, exactly.
The one that really bugged me was Garage, who was like, hey, I have this bomb that can nuke this location through every fucking timeline. I'm gonna blow it up because the Alliance shouldn't be on my continent. It's like, motherfucker, what? Why?
Yeah, but anyways, Rift, its community was like, hey, we have the end times coming up here. Why are our two factions still fighting?
Yeah.
And they're like, you know what? That makes sense. It would make sense that you'd be like, hey, whatever grievances we have, you shot our king, you know, we killed your duke, and, you know, bloody, bloody, blah. Whatever that is, well, we've got the Eater of Planets here. I think he's a bit more of a bigger threat than either of us. We ain't going to be around if he wins.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty bad. I was going to say that...
So the devs actually did it, where there was an entire story arc of the two sides putting aside their differences and understanding that there will always be bad blood between them, but if they don't work together, everybody's dead. And they actually do. So now, from now on in the storyline of Rift, the two factions just have opposing ideologies to each other, but they are united in fighting this Lovecraftian threat.
I just think I was just really surprised when I did another read through of the Warcraft story, and man, the series has just lost sight of its roots completely at this point.
Oh, absolutely. Its roots being Warhammer.
Yeah, just looking at the first 3 games, and I remember really liking the story of the Frozen Throne and Reign of Chaos.
Oh yeah, Warcraft 3 was fucking great.
And just seeing how the story has changed since then, to start involving esoteric concepts like Cthulhu-esque gods that can be defeated by a plucky group of adventurers, and how the I don't know, it just feels like as if, and also the fact that so much of the story is focused on the origins of the universe, with the gods being world souls and fighting amongst them. I don't know if they fought amongst themselves, but I know they fought demons of the void, and the void is like, you know, the big bad after all this time. I don't know, it just feels like as if the whole void concept is something that can create some really cool designs, but I just see it so often in stuff. Sometimes I kind of like the more grounded interpersonal conflict, as opposed to fighting against a foe that is just pure evil and is just like from the void, because you can't hope to reason with that or have any empathy for it, nor can you reflect on the tragedy of war.
I also want to point out quickly, Jeluigi in chat, how far are you into the video? 1 minute and 23 seconds.
Yeah.
We've been going for over an hour.
Oh god.
Yeah, that was one hell of a tangent. I wasn't expecting to go off that long, but
let's finish this tangent quest off with Nathan Gordo with $5 super chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ah, yes, Game Pass can put that on a PC storefront that actually fucking works.
Mm-hmm.
God, yeah, I wish. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, back to the video.
Fallout has a long-running problem. Recently one of the most powerful skills in the game, capable of automatically diffusing conflicts and completing quests in moments. And this goes back so far that just about any character...
Which, again, we already established that's not true. Using the Lanius example, you can get your speech check, and then if you fuck it up at any point during that speech check, like you make it sound like he's weak or he's a coward or he's retreating, you immediately fail.
Yeah,
Well, not
there's
just
multiple levels of skill checks through his speech,
Yep.
and there's a couple of dialogue sections where there is no speech check. It's just an option, and
Yeah.
if you pick the wrong one, he's gonna get pissed off at you.
Yeah,
talking
So
him down
it's
is about
not- it's not an I
understanding his
win button.
character.
yeah. It's not an I win button, which is what Madden's entire argument here is that it's an I win button. No, it isn't. You can fuck it up, even if you succeed at the skill check, even if you succeed the speech check, you can fuck it up as you continue speaking to the person.
You could always keep reloading the checkpoint until you pick the right one.
Well, yeah, but,
But then
that just
that
applies
issue
to...
is
that
that
kind-
you just proved that it's not an I win button because you continued to fail.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
And not just that, that's something you can do with the other game, too, because I've seen the argument before that, Fallout 3 system is better because it just doesn't tell you if you'll get it or not. It's a chance based on your speech and your charisma. It's like, you could just reload over and over and over again until you get the result you want.
Yeah, even if you have like really shit speech and it's a 5% chance, you can just keep reloading until you succeed.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Which should not be possible.
Imagine if you couldn't save scum. You get all the way to the end of the game. You're talking to Lanius. You fuck it up. Well, that's not the thing I wanted. Guess I'll restart the whole game.
Yeah.
From the beginning.
I didn't build into guns. What am I going to do now?
Actually having consequences. Holy shit. Kurochi says, fuck, I hate how talking to people can resolve conflicts without a drawn-out firefight. Why did I invest 100 into speech?
Yeah, you also have to consider, too, that the skill checks and speech checks are a reward for you building into those skills, Like, maybe you don't want to fight Lanius. This is the thing, too. A lot of people say that talking the Master down in Fallout 1 is one of the most satisfying conclusions to that game, and I agree personally. It is way more satisfying to talk this crazed monster down who believes so firmly in his plan that even when presented with proof, he refuses it. And he has to be told, oh wait, our super mutants actually aren't reproducing, oh shit. And his worldview fucking shatters in front of you.
Yep.
It is so satisfying. Way more satisfying than pew pew pew, you're dead.
Yeah.
Sure, that's a little reductive. It is a big boss fight that'll take a while to do. But you get what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, that bit of him breaking down is so good.
The Master's speech is genuinely one of my favorite fucking pieces of dialogue in gaming.
It's so emotional and it's like almost disturbing, but it's also like, well, it is, I guess, kind of meant to be disturbing with everything there, but it's also like so beautiful to sit there and be like, holy shit, like this is so masterfully designed and put together with the 3 different voices, and it's also like it also breaks apart any argument here, because any of Matten's arguments, or maybe he'll get into it later, but because you really have to get all of this information, you can't just go to it. If you don't have all the information, you can't do it. You can't convince them. So it's like, it's not just, 100% speech, I win the game. It's literally, there's so much more put into it than just, I'm a god. You actually, it's kind of realistic.
All right. $5 super chat from Terra24. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, I got here during your tangent. I didn't know it was Matten.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting to cover him again, especially so soon, but here we are.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Here we go.
one of the most skills in the game, capable of automatically and completing quests in moments. And this goes back so far that just about any character build guide you can find for the classic Fallout recommends you tag speech under all circumstances, no matter what else you're planning to do with the builds. So how...
Yes, because it's an RPG and talking and interacting with people is going to be important.
Yeah. Like you would normally do in the real world. Like, good God, man, if you go anywhere, you're going to need to talk with people. It's like, I'd like to order this. That's talking with people. That's just a natural part of it. So in a post-apocalypse world where you're going to need to go and barter for items and trade and survival things you will need in a post-apocalypse world, it might be handy if you're actually good at talking to people.
Or gaining information.
Yeah, and it might be interesting that people that are very bad at talking with people tend to be in gangs or criminals or outcasts or homeless in this apocalypse.
How did this happen? That we need to go back in time, and probably further than you're expecting, all the way back to 1986, the year that Steve Jackson developed GURPS.
Oh,
now,
shit, not
depending
this
on how
again.
well you know your RPG history,
no.
there might have been some unfamiliar words in that last sentence.
Oh, yes.
Steve Jackson is an American game designer who you might better recognise as the creator of Munchkin. He's also delightfully nerdy and enjoys pirate-themed Lego and model trains.
Of course he's delightfully nerdy. He wrote a fucking pen and paper role-playing guide. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
He's
Nah,
also
wow.
delightfully
Hell.
nerdy if you couldn't have assumed that by the fact he wrote a pen and paper role-playing game. Holy
Hey.
shit.
Hey, guys, did you know the guy who created D&D is a nerd?
Yeah, did you know that Gary Gygax is delightfully nerdy? It's like, yeah.
I would hope so.
Oh god, I feel like he's going to the same argument he did in his fucking Fallout 4 defense video, though. Please don't make the same shitty argument, please.
Yeah, let's see where this goes. Is the D&D creator a nerd? Absolutely. He was also a brutal, ruthless killer DM, for sure. There's a reason that he made not a Temple of Elemental Evil, or was it Temple of Elemental Evil? There is a dungeon that is known as the most brutal and difficult dungeon crawl of all time. It is one where you need to have multiple character sheets because you're going to be losing people constantly.
Oh.
God, I wish I could remember what it was, but it's the one that started the trope of the rocks fall, everyone dies. You stuck your hand into the thing and now severed your arm. You put on the wrong crown and now you've turned into a greater lich and kill everybody else in the party, sort of thing. It is a brutal, brutal gauntlet of like the simplest thing, like, oh, you didn't turn around and walk backwards down this hallway. You looked into the mirror and now you're possessed.
Sounds
it's
fun.
Like, yeah, it is a brutal, brutal dungeon.
Everyone in the Mages Guild is a fucking nerd.
Tomb of Horrors. Tomb of Horrors sounds right. Or Tomb of Annihilation. Both of those sound like what it was. It was very on the nose with what it was. But yeah, no, it is not Darkest Dungeon. No, Darkest Dungeon is baby tier compared to this. Like, the Darkest Dungeon would be close enough if literally you tried to open the front door and then it killed your entire party because you did it wrong.
Oh boy. Anyways, let's see where he's going with this. I genuinely fear he's going to the same argument as before.
Jackson is an American designer who you might better recognise as the creator of Munchkin. He's also delightfully nerdy and enjoys pirate-themed Lego and model trains. But perhaps his greatest creation is GURPS, the generic universal role-playing system. A set of game mechanics for tabletop role-playing games with a strong focus on versatility. Unlike most of its contemporaries, it was a role-playing game that had the flexibility to support games in just about any conceivable setting, rather than being designed exclusively for, say, high fantasy.
There's other systems too. One of the more common systems that gets used instead of GURPS is Mutants and Masterminds gets used a lot. It's the same basic thing of where it's literally so flexible. It can be used from low fantasy, high fantasy, medieval roleplay to cyberpunk worlds and so on and so forth. Same basic concept.
To Fallout. Well, originally...
Do what?
You having fun there, Gadget?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Yeah, apparently.
Oh, is that my mouse? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
I Sorry, I got my mouse sitting on my laptop because I got like no room on my painting table.
See, I didn't know if it was a mouse or not. I just heard this like clicking. I was like, do you have like a container of yogurt and you're desperately trying to spoon out the last little like bits that are stuck to the side? Because it was the same noise, or a similar type of noise.
Yeah. So Hobocop says, I think Daggerfall is considered high fantasy, but how about Morrowind? It's high fantasy as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you have levitation magics, healing magic, stuff like that. It's very high fantasy. There's nothing low fantasy about it. Like, you don't need... A Song of Ice and Fire is low fantasy, where magic can happen, but you need, like, horrific side effects and consequences for the magic to happen. You know what I mean? Like, so... It's a lot more. It's darker and grim, and it's not Harry Potter. It's not like, oh, if a flick of your wrist in this way and saying these magic words causes it to happen.
No, Amora, that does not count as ear rape.
No,
ear rape is something that hurts your ears.
Yeah, something that genuinely hurts your ears.
Not annoying clicking from a
hot mic. That is still continuing. Damn it, Gadget! Come on, push the talk.
Oh, sorry. I'll hands off the mouse. All right.
For a surprisingly large part of its development, the original Fallout of 1997 was fully utilised GURPS for its core game mechanics. The deal was signed in 1995 and dropped some time after that, though there is some disagreement over the exact reasons for the split. Brian Fargo in 2011 commented that it was due to Steve Jackson's objections to some of Fallout's more adult content. As a result of that, the Fallout team had to remove the GURPS system and develop their own instead, giving us the now iconic Special system. But here's where we can detect the origin of the speech problem, because we have a small handful of screenshots of Fallout from this stage of development.
Alright, so there are two things with such as mayonnaise, high fantasy. No, it's just really good if you get it in any other country but the US. Would we call Witcher low fantasy? I'd say Witcher is low fantasy, yes. JD says, such that isn't low fantasy. Low fantasy is magic is rare or non-existent. No, low fantasy would require magics and systems like that to still be existent. You would just have, like, medieval fantasy instead would be the way you would do it if you were doing, like, magic didn't exist at all, but there were still fantastical elements in it, like if they were different races. Like, just having a different race already makes it a fantasy. But low fantasy would have magics, as you said, it's rare or it's more difficult, not as practical. It's not something you can literally, like, snap your fingers and suddenly it happens.
$5 from Peace was never an option. Thank you. So then British speak is ear rape because it hurts my ears, LOL?
No, it has to actually make your ears bleed. Like, when the audio is so high, it turns into a wall and it just screeches.
Yeah.
The audio clips and, like, you literally throw your headset off and it's like, well, what the fuck?
Or if a video does one of those dings and it, like, pierces into your skull. God, I hate those. Yeah. I am both looking forward to and super not looking forward to covering fucking Cinema Sins Cinema Wins.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for their Dune video because I bet you they're both going to be agonizingly awful.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm someone that thinks that the Dune movie was great and amazing and very well thought out. And I cannot wait to tear apart Cinema Wins because, you know, it's going to be the most basic bitch surface level nonsense.
Haha, it's gonna get half of it wrong. Ding. Haha, yeah. Sandworm. Ding.
Haha, that sandworm looks like something I shouldn't mention. Ding. It's like, oh god, you juvenile piece of shit.
This flying machine looks like a dragonfly. Ding!
Ding, yeah. Now we can explain why it looking like a dragonfly is actually so interesting. Because it's actually the aerodynamic pinnacle. It's what aeronautics engineers are actually trying to work towards. Because a dragonfly, without having any counter rotation or counter movements or anything like that, can hover, can go side to side, back, forward. There's nothing it can't do. It can go in 360 degrees of movement without having a mechanical system. In this case, on normal helicopters, the rotor on the tail, which is constantly pushing them one way or the other so that they can turn. Dragonflies don't need that. It's just that we don't have the materials that are capable of doing that yet. But, 10,000 years into the future, when we have starships and everything, I can 100% buy that we would have materials by that point that would allow us to do that.
$5 from Hazmat Sad Boy. Thank you. So has anyone heard about that Tifa Lockhart in Italian? Yeah,
Yes!
I hear she's the most popular Italian politician.
Absolutely.
Someone
that was so good.
Someone's shared an image from that where there's like one of the lady senators in Italy. I almost said Italia or something like that accidentally. But anyways,
Italia.
She was looking at it like, God damn. And I'm like, oh my god. Someone.
And they just kept saying the dude's name over and over and over again, like that was gonna do something. Oh man, I love that they tried to claim it was a hacker. Like a few days after it happened, they were like, "Oh, it was a hacker." Like, yeah, sure.
Yeah. $2 super chat from Johnny All 14. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Creetosis said, "Sand, ding."
Ding.
Brown, ding.
Yep. Great Scott with $2 super chat. Thank you. Imagine Anakin Skywalker on Arrakis. LMAO. Oh yeah, dude. I hate Arrakis. I hate sand. It's coarse, rough, and gets everywhere. I'm gonna go kill all the Fremen.
not just the Fremen, but the Frem woman and the Frem children too.
No, not the Frem children. No, the Frem little ones. Or younglings. The Frem younglings.
Well, he does actually say children in Attack of the Clones.
Yeah, but then younglings. Killed the younglings. Because it's such an awkward sentence. Like, why would you say it that way? You're not even, like, covering up the thing. You're like, you should have said, kill the small dissidents or something like that if you're really trying to hide it. When you're saying, I'm going to go kill the younglings, it's like, you're not really masking what you're doing here. Why are you even saying it that way? It actually highlights it more.
How did that conversation go down, though? It's like, Anakin, if you want to save Padme, you must slaughter the younglings. You mean the children? The younglings.
The children? The younglings. The prepubescent children? The younglings. The underage minors? The younglings. Okay, stop it, pal.
Element, or Bolt 13, a GURPS post-nuclear adventure as it was called at the time, which were released by Chris Taylor in 2007, giving us a look at what the game might have been like had the deal not fallen through. And straight away, you'll notice that the available skills were very different indeed, and I want to draw your attention in particular.
Oh my god, IQ is the stat. Strength, dexterity, IQ, hit point.
Well, I could see people using that as a stand-in for just intelligence.
Yeah, I know, but what a weird, like it's IQ.
Yeah, it is a bit strange.
Especially because IQ is normally known as a 3-digit number if you have any semblance of IQ. So it's like, my IQ is 11.
IQ.
Oh, yeah. I am so sorry.
Yeah, I just realized that. Damn.
Yeah, I didn't even consider that.
My IQ's in the double digits.
Yeah.
Not just the double digits, the low double digits.
Yeah, the low double digits.
It's like, how are you even functioning at this point?
I do like that. Look at the disadvantages. Honesty. I like that as a thing.
Yeah.
That would be a really cool disadvantage.
Yeah.
Can't tell a white lie even at all. Can't Can't like say you have to tell people the truth no matter what. Ooh.
Well, that's the thing too. Some people are like that, where they just feel incredibly guilty over even the smallest of like untruths. You know?
Yeah. Does this do? How do I look? You look great. Oh man, I was in agony for that. I was a nervous wreck. I couldn't tell them the truth though and make them feel bad. Like, calm down, dude. You saying that they looked great isn't the end of the world, all right?
These are GURP stats on the book. I assume so. I have never seen what the GURP stats look like.
The carousing skill. Yep.
I've never actually heard that word before. What is carousing?
I am not positive either.
I think it's dealing like getting people together or like talking to people. It's like understanding how to talk to like a crowd.
No, it is the activity of drinking alcohol and enjoying oneself with others in a noisy, lively way.
What? So there's a skill in the original concept of Fallout for getting fucking drunk.
To drink and be merry.
That's hilarious.
I think this is like a very early part that there's like I don't know how that they would really work that in back then, but that'd be an interesting skill for like a modern day game.
God damn it! Why is that old woman named Jack Hawthorne?
God, that just reminded me of that in... I just realized that. Oh my god, yeah, that's hilarious. Oh man. But that carousing thing just reminds me of that fucking, because I watched it yesterday, that EFAP coverage of the Book of Boba. The scene where the fucking reptilian guys are getting drunk and having fun, and the Wookiee just gets pissed off and starts killing them for no reason. It's like, they're laughing and having fun and drinking, you know, it's so great. And the fucking Wookiee just walks over there and starts beating him to death and crushes one guy. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Dude, as Jojo Joestar puts it, funny how they try to humanize the Tusken Raiders in the Book of Boba Fett. Yeah. It's even more insane that there are people like, I'm an Aboriginal, and, you know, I identify with the Tusken Raiders. I always have. It's like, you identified with the murderous rapists and thieves and terrorists? That's not a good thing, my dude.
Yeah, that's so fucking bad. What the hell? Why would you identify
with it, guys? It's like...
Yeah, that's insane. That's even worse. Wow, yeah, that's fucking bad. I love how the show tries to be like, oh yes, I changed when the Tuskens rescued me. Rescued you, huh? Let's look at that again. You were a slave for how?
When they rescued me and they kept me tied to a post with a guard dog that would bite me.
Yeah, they beat the shit out of me daily. Yeah, they rescued me.
Even the little children would beat me.
I think that might actually be the funniest fucking thing to come out of Book of Boba Fett, is that some idiot made a video and put it on the internet where they accidentally defend fucking slavery.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Oh god.
And I can't believe how much they retconned everything. They're like, apparently now the fucking Tuskens are like basically snipers, like they're really good shots and everything because they're long rifles and all this shit. Even though in the original it's like, these blast points too precise for sand people.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
Dude, and again, that's the whole thing of where the Stormtrooper is, because it was plot armor back in the original Star Wars. Stormtroopers are actually supposed to be highly accurate, highly trained troops. But if they were actually as accurate and trained as they're supposed to be, like the first time that they saw the heroes, they'd all be dead.
Yeah. The movie would have been over in 30 minutes.
Yeah, so it's that whole thing of it's the concept of because we only ever get to see them failing because they're going up against the heroes, we naturally assume that they're always failures, even though there's other stuff in the media itself that contradicts that notion. Like Ben Kenobi talking about how accurate all this Stormtroopers.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have a problem or not, but the YouTube studio is saying not receiving enough data.
Yeah, I noticed the stream just kind of like went black for a second, then came back up.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's okay.
Yeah,
people
are
it should
still
be fine,
going.
because you have that new change that Indigo told you about.
Yeah, I made sure to set that before we started, but people in chat are saying it's dead.
Yeah, everyone in the chat saying F stream died and everything.
I still see it on mine.
Yeah,
Right
let me
here, looking at it.
refresh. Let me refresh. Make sure it's still up.
Yeah. I'll refresh. I'm gonna get this super chat real quick and have it copy pasted just in case.
It's still it's still going.
I
I'm
will
not
be
having
right
any
back when I
issues.
go grab a drink.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's still going for me. So I don't know why everyone's saying F in chat because it's running for me.
Well, that's the thing. On my end, it is saying that YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. So,
Yep. Okay.
You're probably getting packet loss and stuff like that.
Yeah, probably.
possibly,
Oh, God
yeah.
damn it. I hate when YouTube's chat is so bad that it sticks your scroll wheel. It is completely stuck. All right. $5 super chat from Great Scott. Thank you very much. Imagine if they used this system logically, giving that IQ every single character a player would make would be a 1 intelligence playthrough of Fallout 1 and 2. Yeah.
Okay, people are saying they're back. They just need to refresh.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, the viewers dropped significantly, though. That's unfortunate.
Damn. Yeah, that's weird because for me it didn't even like die. It just like it got the scroll. It got like the loading wheel went black for a second, then came right back.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm getting the loading wheel again.
Yeah,
Is there nothing like downloading at all, Cree? Like you make sure there's no Steam or anything up?
I'm pretty sure. Let me double check.
Yeah, I would just say do that because Steam tends to be the one that drains the bandwidth if it decides to update something.
Nothing is downloading on Steam right now.
All right. $5 super chat from Stephen Wright. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Had a feeling y'all were streaming. Hope y'all are doing well.
For the most part, yeah.
Well. Okay, here's a funny thing because we gotta wait for Skibbs to get back anyways. Here's a funny thing about y'all. Most people think that y'all is a reference to a bunch of people. Y'all is a reference to one person. All y'all is a reference to multiple people.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So saying y'all come back now, you hear? You're saying that to one person.
You're supposed to say all y'all.
If you're talking to a group of people, like say you're talking to a lecture hall or you're trying to talk to a large group, say, all y'all get out of here, or all y'all good to see you. Good to see all y'all.
Yeah. Which makes it even funnier. Because you sound even more weird when you say it that way.
That's the proper way to use y'all and all y'all.
Y'all.
Matt and his DDoSing the stream.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's still... God, I have no way of actually seeing what it's like on their end as well. So I don't know like how badly...
They keep saying it's still buffering and stuff like that. And I would say the quality options are definitely really bad right now. So yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Which is weird because it's not for me. The quality's fine for me right now. I'm looking at it and nothing wrong with it.
People are saying there's over a minute of delay. Oh damn.
There is quite a bit of delay. I have noticed that, but besides that, I haven't seen anything else like wrong. It's still high quality for me.
Ethan Gordo, it's all the tabs. It is.
No, it's not.
It probably is.
It is not. No.
No, Proteus. Y'all is actually not equal to you all. It actually isn't. That's the thing of dialects is that y'all isn't equal to you all.
Yeah, it's weird. I completely understand why everyone would think y'all refers to everybody because I hear it all the time, and I'm like, yeah, no, that you have to put all in front of that, and they're like, wait, really? That sounds stupid. I'm like, I know, but that's how you're supposed to do it.
All y'all need to get. All you. No, I guess in Texas apparently it's a short word for you all, but no, in southern parts of Indiana and our most hated enemy, Kentucky, it's all y'all is the way you announce a group, and y'all is the way you announce a single person.
Yeah, that's how it's always been for me up here as well.
Yeah, the YouTube...
Just start trying to use a dictionary on the South, big fail.
The YouTube studio is still showing errors for like not receiving enough video. I don't know why. Like it's
Yeah,
going
that's
off
weird. Especially
constantly.
considering. Yeah, that's weird. Especially considering it's working fine for me, so I don't know how that's possible.
Yeah.
Mine's really bad. Like mine's really really bad.
Can,
It can't keep the live at all. What's your bit rate at as well? You're not gonna be able to change that at the moment, but what are you streaming at?
I don't know. How do I check settings?
Yeah, I'll go through it too real quick so we can do the same thing. Yeah, so settings should be output,
All
and
right.
then the first tab is streaming. What's your bit rate at?
3,000.
Yeah, that should be good. Okay, yeah, that should make sense. Well, Kentucky is wrong.
So should we just continue, and chat should just be on a bit of a delay?
I mean, yeah, there's no reason to stop the stream or anything right now. It's still working. Like, shouldn't need to start up a new thing.
All right.
YouTube is not receiving enough autism.
Sorry
y'all
about
gotta
that,
learn
everyone.
how to speak American, you hear?
Sorry about that, everyone. I genuinely don't know why it's doing this, but hopefully it sorts itself. Yeah, hopefully it sorts itself out. It said excellent for a second, but it said no data next to it, and then the warning popped up again. This is weird. I don't like that.
Oh, now it's buffering for me now. Weird. What the hell?
$5 from Scootmeister,
$5
thank you. Creetosis is opening tabs to sabotage the stream so he can prevent his suffering. You need more, Cree. More! Guys.
Close the tab.
It is not the tabs. You don't fuck the tabs!
We're gonna bully you into closing them.
No.
Here we go. Meg, as a Tennessean, y'all can be singular or plural. All y'all is always plural, and people who spell it YA-LL are heathens.
Isn't that apostrophe?
Yeah,
I agree. I agree with
that as well. Yeah, if you put YA and then the all, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't it be Yal at that point rather than y'all?
Yes, it would. It would
Yes.
be Yal.
Yow! Al yow!
Yes, the stream is working, but I'd still close some tabs. No! You shall not take my tabs.
We've got to get you off this tab addiction.
No.
I am genuinely curious if we did like a test stream where you don't have all these tabs up just to see how if it runs better.
I guarantee it would.
I think it would too.
Wait, hold on. Cree, how many tabs do you have open right now?
Over 300.
It's not that many.
What we're saying.
Nothing is wrong with me. This is
I was expecting,
normal.
like 20.
No, that is not normal.
That is not normal.
Not normal.
20 is rookie numbers.
I'm sorry,
right.
I'm saying.
Let's get back to the video.
Yep, back to the video.
Yeah.
To one skill that get into Fallout, carousing, a skill about partying and socialising, which also includes low-level dancing ability according to the GURPS wiki. Now, that probably sounds very specific, and it is, and now we need to dive a little bit deeper into GURPS and how it works. You see, the reason GURPS is flexible enough to cover just about any conceivable setting for a role-playing game is the game includes just about any conceivable skill. Falconry, stage combat, fire eating, accounting, sumo wrestling, housekeeping, heraldry, speed reading, anthropology, 100 more. Now, that doesn't have that many skills available. The point of all those...
Again, because it's the same thing. Also doesn't have all of these systems in it. Like, a fantasy setting doesn't have bicycling as a fucking skill, okay? Or being a submariner is not a fucking skill in a fantasy setting, alright? Like, good god, dude. You figured it out. You figured it out. F ratio. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Did it die again?
It may have. Mine's still going, but it's buffering like crazy.
Yeah, mine is too.
Yeah.
$5 super chat from from Scootmeister. Thank you very much.
Stag
wait.
26. Can't stop the signal. Oh,
Shit.
really?
I went past that one. Fuck. Rage versus a Mill with $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Tab update 100 on PC 30 on phone.
Nice.
100 on PC 30 on phone. You're crazy. And then the next one that came in, $5 super chat from Peace was never an option.
Live again. I see chat.
Okay, let me refresh, make sure that it is. Yeah, it's live. Oh, the quality's better. Yeah, that's a lot better. Oh man.
Nice. Okay,
that
so
might have fixed it.
So we fixed it. Hopefully. Oh, they're saying audio's dead. I think I'm muted still.
Oh yeah,
Nope.
You might be muted.
No, I'm not muted.
Oh. Oh no.
It said in chat refresh. Pagan, they're calling me a furry again. I'm not.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Of course they are.
And the delay's gone as well. Nice.
Yeah.
Everything seems pretty good now.
Hopefully, yeah. It's saying YouTube. Oh no, it's saying no data. Stream on.
Getting buffering again. Damn it.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know what's fucking going on right now.
Okay. You might want to try resetting your router real quick.
Well, now it's saying excellent connection, so I'm just gonna.
Yeah, no, don't mess with anything else. It seems like it's good here. On my end, it's good. We have a delay, but that's fine. That is entirely fine.
Yeah, delay is fine.
It keeps switching between stream is healthy, excellent connection, and no data. I don't know why it's switching between those two.
Yeah, because for me, it's like it'll go for like a minute and then it'll buffer. Yeah, it just keeps doing that over and over.
Again. Maybe you really should restart.
Well, mine's completely fine.
That's the thing,
So
though, is I
weird.
did restart the OBS side. I ended stream and started up again.
Oh, there goes the quality for me.
Yeah, it's okay, fine. I'll close that window. And wait, why did that close? That window.
Close the goddamn tabs, Cree.
I'm trying. Yes, close
Okay, I
window.
forced 720p.
300.
Maybe that'll help.
And...
Okay, forcing the thing to 720 seems to have fixed the quality issue, so there's that.
Alright, I closed the 3 windows with the most tabs.
Okay.
You guys better fucking appreciate this, because holy shit.
Yeah. Alright. Do we want to try and continue the video? Because you're recording this the whole time, too. So if we have to, worst comes to worst, if we have to, we can just re-upload this.
Yeah. Let me get that up again. And that there. Oh god. Opera's not responding.
This is execute order 66 on your router and restart the stream.
Okay, the web browser has locked up. It'll take a second to... It'll take a second to clear. I am sorry, everyone. Holy shit.
It's not used to having this much energy and freedom. It's taken a second to adjust.
It's finally breathing.
It felt its blood move for the first time, and now it's freaking out.
Alright.
It was a long play.
No, I require the tabs.
I hope it's not a YouTube thing where they're having some sort of issue right now and everyone's experiencing this.
Who knows?
That would suck.
Enclave Emily with a membership for 2 months now. Oh God, you're watching this? May God help you during his rambling. It's some of the worst I've seen here. Either way, best of luck to you.
Oh boy. No. Yeah, how far are we into the video?
We're
4 minutes and 25.
God damn it. Basically. God damn it.
Alright.
Yep.
You're ready to continue?
No, my fucking browser is still locked up.
Oh, well, see, this is what happens.
Okay, what you might have to do is...
Control-Alt-Delete.
Oh, wait, no, you can't... Yeah, I was going to say, if you just close the thing, it'll save everything, but if it's locked up, you can't do that. Fuck. Yeah, that's not...
We should rename the stream to something about having technical difficulties every time we fucking stream.
Yeah. I think if you Control-Alt-Delete, it will still save your current tabs. I think it typically saves tabs all the time, so it
Not
might
just the
save it.
tabs, but the tab women and the tab younglings too.
Oh my god.
Oh boy, task manager not responding. Nah, I'm kidding.
I was about to say, holy fuck, it's your computer.
Yeah.
His computer's finally rebelled against him.
Okay, Opera, browser, end task. Oh fuck, I jinxed it. Okay, there we go. Well, let's open Opera right the fuck back up, so I could get back to watch together in the YouTube studio. Oh, what a disaster. I can't believe Setch fucking won.
Yep. It's all part of the long con. The lizard assassins were waiting, the saboteurs had their charges prepped, and on the go sign, which was they
Hold on,
triggered it.
I'm gonna mute quickly just in case anything starts playing. Well, no, they can't hear you, but they can hear me. Because I just want to make sure, like, some of the tabs I have open are, like, streams and videos and all that stuff, so it's like, man, I don't want, well, not just copyright, but just, like, you know, other people's videos. I refuse to believe these slanderous fucking lies. You're all conspiring against me. Bullshit. All right. Thank you. All right. Hopefully we should... Oh, they actually couldn't hear that because you're still muted. Whoops.
Oh my god.
Wow.
I'll read them out. $5 from Terra24. Thank you. Kree's liquid cooling PC finally lost enough tabs for the coolant to return the liquid state. And peace was never an option with a 3-month membership message. I'm going to bully Kree with pictures of my 3 to 6 tabs when I get my gaming PC. Alright. Alright. You guys say it's running fine?
Okay.
I'm just going to believe you because YouTube Studio is still saying it's shit.
Alright. Well, let's get through more of the videos. Much of the videos we can.
Yeah. I'm sorry this turned into such a disaster.
Yep.
Did you press play on the video?
No, I have not. We haven't touched the video at all.
Okay, so it's still doing the circle-y thing for me.
Alright, if I hit play, let's find out what happens.
Wait,
okay?
I just refreshed.
Ready? Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah, I think we should be good. Or not.
No, we're not.
Gush
Gush relationship.
Well, we were at 425, so we could get back there easily.
Yeah.
There, 423. We're close enough.
Jeez, I hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
Alright, here we go.
Alright.
had skills available. The point of all those skills is that developers can choose skills that are appropriate to the setting they want to build a game in. So, a bunch of skills that are explicitly magical or appropriate for medieval societies wouldn't have been included. But the crucial point here is that in this vast array of skills, there is no speech skill. Instead, there are, depending on how you define speech.
Yep. Again, you have all of the... Okay. I'm sorry. Do you guys see the list of things? And it says there is no speech skill. This is why I already marked off the video contradicts what he fucking said. So, look at all of these different ones. Diplomacy, fast talking, intimidation. All of these can be put under speech. They just simplified it. Instead of having you go into each one of these, you just have speech.
A comparison we could easily make is like, this is your handgun skill, this is your shotgun skill, this is your rifle skill, this is your sniper skill, this is your machine gun skill, this is your Gatling gun skill. And then just putting all those into guns.
Yeah. Again, streamlining is not inherently a bad thing. It's what you lose.
Yeah, it's like having all of those could become incredibly tedious, especially with like level ups or just trying to figure out a build or something when you constantly have to dump one into just being able to use a pistol effectively or something like that. So like having the small gun skill or just general gun skills just makes sense to kind of...
Yeah, so say you have sidearms as a skill, and it does like sawed-off shotguns and SMGs and things like that. Things that can be one-handed. That's fine. And then you have long guns. That could be another thing then they would be shotguns and rifles and everything like that. Things that require two hands to use. That being dumbed down compared to, hey, you need to know pistol. Hey, but of those pistols, you also need to know. You need to know revolver, old style revolver with double action, single action. You need to know semi-automatic weapons. All these things like that. It's fine to lose all of those things. It's totally understandable.
Yeah, New Vegas kind of got around this by they use their perks to do certain things. So, like, if you want to intimidate people, you take the perk Terrifying Presence, and it gives you intimidation options.
Yeah.
That's how they get around it.
Also, all that in terms of, like, meaningful decision-making.
Yeah, again,
What do you mean?
Yeah, there is such a thing as bloat. Like, if I'm doing my Fallout RPG where I need a social skill, I might go acting, carousing, detect lies, diplomacy, fast talk, fortune telling, gambling, intimidation,
public speaking, propaganda, politics.
Yeah.
Like imagine if instead of speech we had all of this that's on screen right now as what you had to choose between.
And you had to select and learn it separately, and each instance might only be usable like a couple of times through the entire game.
Yeah. Whereas instead you can have it all under the umbrella of social or speech. It's totally fine to do that. What we rail against is when you lose everything. When you get rid of just like, if we got rid of social in general and it was all purely intelligence instead. So now intelligence stat does your hacking, your lockpicking, your speaking, everything all together. Now it's gone way too far. Because again, or if charisma, if we had lost speech entirely and it was pure charisma, you can be good at speaking but not a very charismatic person. You can be very bookish and boring about it. But as long as you present the facts, you are presenting the facts. Like, that's just fine. Speech 100%, too much brown, I hate brown.
Yeah, no, this point is just really
as Deus Volt Infidel says, there is such a thing as bloat, like having 300 plus tabs casually browsing the interwebs.
Hey, fuck you! That is not bloat. Those tabs are important. They are my life.
No.
I'm sure.
I physically cannot exist without them. I'll fade away.
I love Luigi's comment sneering imperialist for racism. Yeah, you get a little bit of everything.
Yep.
Yeah, if you want to be a gay character, you got two options for that. You got your male on male and your female on female. If you want, if you want intimidation, you go with Terrifying Presence. If you want to be a racist, you go with sneering imperialist.
Well, that's that comment in chat just made me picture like you're scrolling through your available perks to pick, and one of them is just like racist. That's it. That's the name of the perk. It's just
Do you want to be a racist? Yes.
All right.
I wonder, does tribal wisdom give you any speech checks, or is that just for gameplay?
It might, in honest hearts, it might give you some speech options.
I feel like it would, which would mean that there's literally there's a opposite to the sneering imperialist. Then if that actually has dialogue options, I don't know if it does, but if it does, then it's the opposite. So there is a little bit of everything.
All right, here we go.
Speech between 15. Now, we have no way of knowing how many would have ended up in the theoretical GURPS Fallout, but we do know that carousing was in one build of the game at some point. And given that carousing does exclusively cover socializing in a particular setting in GURPS, and we can see how karate and brawling, or pistol fast draw and guns pistol are separated in GURPS, we can be very confident there would have been other social skills beyond carousing. To my mind, in Streetwise and Savoir Faire, the latter being the ability to conduct yourself properly and say the right things in high society, the former more appropriate for engaging with rough company. Now, I flagged those two in particular, as just before Fallout came out in 1996, The Elder Scrolls II Daggerfall released with two very similar matching speech skills, etiquette and Streetwise, but there are plenty of other options in GURPS too. Diplomacy.
Again, what Elder Scrolls did or did not do, and you even said that they're similar but not the same, does not affect the Fallout and the trouble with speech.
Yeah.
You need to focus in on Fallout and the trouble with speech. You're already doing a lot of assumptions and speculation based off of an... So, we need to get to what is the problem with speech that Fallout has. Please get to that point. Because your first one was a complete disingenuous shit show about Lanius. So please get to an actual point.
Yeah, it would be nice if we got an actual argument.
Yeah.
Intimidation, they'd all be viable. The point, however, is that there was almost certainly more than one speech skill, and this is very important for role-playing, because it means that no character simply has natural charisma so strong that they can talk any situation.
Okay, again, as we already established, charisma and speech are separate. They are separate in the Fallout universe, and it makes logical sense. Charisma is your natural ability to speak. Sure, if you're charismatic, people will naturally want to listen to you, but you can be the most thing. But if you just keep speaking the truth, if you just keep telling the truth and showing your through it, you can still be really good at speaking because you understand nuances of how to speak, even if maybe you aren't the best looking person or you don't have that natural aura of charisma that people flock to.
Well, it's not just that. He just said with 100 speech, you could talk literally everyone down.
Which you physically can't do.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can't do that in Fallout New Vegas, because here's the interesting thing about how they handled speech in New Vegas. Your other skills matter, too. And not just that, there's permanently hostile characters regardless that you can never talk to, so to say you could talk everyone down is just bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Matten, with this insanity, I want you to talk down that Deathclaw.
Well, I was referring to non-wildlife, like, I think it's the jackals that are constantly, the jackal gang that are always hostile. But not just that.
Well, even better.
Yeah, New Vegas.
I've got
even better. There are characters where, like, if you want to achieve some level of, like, you know, like
resolution,
cooperation, or just straight up just don't hurt me or give me what I want. Sometimes it's not speech. Sometimes it's barter.
Yep.
Yeah.
And if you don't have high enough barter skill...
I was actually about to Stealth Boys in Jacobstown. You need 80 science or medicine, I believe, to talk him down. Almost like ignoring these vital details is a bit fucking disingenuous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that true? Is it science? I thought it was speech.
Let's do... Hold on.
Because I know when Doc Henry requires like an 80 science, but I don't know if Keen requires that.
Oh, really? I might be mixing them up. But you still get what I mean, where to do the thing, you need a high skill that isn't speech.
Yeah. Well, because with Dr. Henry, it's if you want to be able to get the cure for the Nightkin without, testing on them and driving them more insane, you need like 80 science to do that. And if you don't, then he has to test on them and drive them more crazy.
Can't
Yeah,
talk down the...
check. It's speech check for Keen.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's my bad.
It's, Dr. Henry is the science skill.
But still, it's still showing that speech isn't the end-all be-all that Miniature Nerd is making it out to be.
Yeah, it's definitely not, because there are characters where speech does not even come into play if you want to achieve your goal with them. There's many where it's barter, survival. A good example of the survival one is what's his name? He is the is he the sheriff or the deputy of North Vegas? The guy who tells you he asks do you know yourself? Kind of thing, and you can comment your trigger shines like silver, and he's like, oh, so you're a survivalist like me, you understand. So do you know yourself? Do you know the land? And if you have a high enough survival speech check, he will acknowledge you as an equal and open up to you and tell you other things about the area that you otherwise wouldn't know, and he teaches you a new ammo recipe. And speech has nothing to do with any of that. You have to have a high enough survival skill to even get him to open up to you.
Yeah, well. Again, as I said, there are multiple just bits of evidence that show that Matt doesn't know what he's talking about. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
Just going to mention this quickly, too. I'm getting a lot of warnings for dropped frames. It's possible it might be because of the weather outside, because it is snowing, and this is Canada.
Oh...
So,
yeah,
I am recording this, and as much as I hate having to edit this shit together and re-upload, I can do that.
You shouldn't have to edit it together, thankfully, at all. You should just be able to re-upload it.
Yeah, it should just be one solid thing.
No, because when you hit end stream, like I did on OBS, that'll stop the recording automatically.
Oh,
so I have to stitch them together.
Well, alright, unfortunate.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I think we made our point about speech isn't the end-all be-all. It's disingenuous to pretend it is.
Yep.
It's unrealistic, and two, there's a danger that will be overpowered. But then the change happened from GURPS to Fallout, and we can see from the GURPS character sheet a bunch of formerly available skills went missing. Karate and brawling merged into unarmed. Pistols, rifles, and skills related to their use are all merged into small guns, and however many speech skills had once been intended for Fallout, they all blended together into a single one, speech. As a result of that, speech was conceptually very powerful, as a high speech skill would get you access to all that, just say, the ability to easily resolve the Khan's kidnapping of Tandy, or getting past the mutants at the water pump. Despite this...
So, being good at talking allows you to talk your way through situations, and this is bad, because it allows you to talk your way through situations.
Yeah, unfortunately...
that's fucking stupid.
Yeah, that is incredibly stupid.
God forbid you want to roleplay as somebody who can talk.
Yep.
Yeah, unless if he's saying that maybe you can skip out too much of the game with these speech options, or it's overpowered, but I'm not sure.
That doesn't fucking matter at all.
Yeah, if you don't want the game to be that way, then just pick a different roleplay thing. Pick different skills. Pick different skills. There's more than just speech. There's other ways to get through the game than just speech. You can roleplay. That's the whole fucking point.
Also, I want to point out, too, he said earlier that, a lot of guides for playing Fallout 1 and 2 will say to pick speech. You know, a lot of those guides are probably designed around getting people new to the games through them, because most modern audiences are going to have a really hard fucking time playing these games, just like straight out of the box.
Yeah.
Just jumped in. What have I missed? A lot of shitty fucking arguments, but that's kind of expected at this point.
Alright.
Single blended speech skill, I think overall Fallout 1 did a competent job at balancing the power of speech. So how did they square? It was a consequence of the setting. In Fallout 1, society is at its least developed in the entire Fallout universe, with the possible exception of Fallout 3. Huge areas are end wastes. Deathclaws are a horror story even in the relatively advanced hub, and the vast majority of the super...
I just want to point out, why the fuck are you taking a 10% hit chance shot against these? This is a clear runaway moment. Why in the hell are you trying to fight the rad scorpions with a pistol at a 10% shot rate and wasting a bunch of your action points instead of leaving?
No, Setch, you don't get it. Speech is too powerful.
Yeah. Oh, dude, holy fuck.
Clearly he wants to talk to the rad scorpions.
It's like the voice. He could just shatter the scorpions into pieces with the power of his voice. He has a weirding module, damn it.
I'm surprised you even remember the name of that. I can't fucking remember the name of the thing from the Bad Dude movie.
It has such a stupid name, it's impossible for me to forget.
It is the weirding module, yeah.
Yeah, it's called the weirding module.
Fucking dumb.
See, that's the kind of thing where my brain is just like, this is fucking useless. Eject.
Oh, dude, holy fuck.
engaging conversation at all, either ignoring you or shooting on sight. The key point here is that Fallout 1 is filled with situations where society's biggest problem is a scary monster in the wilderness, right from the very first encounter with Shady Sands. There is no speech solution to Shady Sands' first quest because you cannot negotiate with rad scorpions. In Aditum, you cannot talk down Deathclaws. In the Wasteland...
So as I said, because he was obviously going here, how the fuck... So Matten, you dumb bastard, I want you to go talk to the Deathclaws in Fallout New Vegas. Tell me how that worked.
I gave him too much credit.
I gave him the exact credit he has proven that he deserves, and he walked right into it.
Because I thought...
the fuck?
I thought...
I am fucking psychic. Haven't we established this? I am psychic.
Yeah, because when you said, oh, you could... So I was like, man... Such that isn't fair. Of course he's not going to reference talking animals down, but now he is.
Yeah, I was kind of like, oh, that's a bit reductive. Let's not go there. Let's stick to the human characters. That's clearly what he's talking about. No, he actually thinks that you should be able to fucking talk down fucking animals.
Yep.
What the actual fuck?
Wait, I thought he was saying that that in this section, speech wasn't overpowered in the first game because a lot of the encounters didn't allow you to bypass them using speech because you can't talk down rad scorpions.
Yeah, that is what he's saying. But that's the thing.
What he's saying.
There's a lot of encounters in New Vegas where you can't talk people down too because
and
they're just permanently hostile.
Because the animals are animals. So him making this argument, again, actually shits on his entire point. Fucking thing.
It literally does, because one of the first quests you can get is at the Sloan if you choose to go that direction, which is really early in the game. There is no option to be like, oh, well, just don't worry about it, guys. Just ignore the Deathclaws in the quarry. You don't need the quarry. That's not an option. You have to deal with the Deathclaws if you help them.
Yeah.
You have to. So he's just fucking wrong.
Not only that, but guess what? You have to go fight the bloatflies in the graveyard if you want to do the fucking herbal medicine thing.
Yeah.
You can't talk the bloatflies down.
Jesus Christ.
I told you.
Man. Like, again, people have told me in the comments time and time and time again that his Let's Play content is apparently really good.
I don't know how it could be.
I don't believe you.
They are entirely different forms of content from video essays, so it's possible. But when he says shit like this, I'm just like, man, what the fuck is he doing in his Let's Plays?
Yeah, exactly.
100 rubles from a Zero Fairy. Thank you. I came here a minute ago, and already having a heart attack. His videos are like playing with 2 int.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a pretty good. Pretty good way to put it.
All right.
Slad physically cannot communicate with you. On occasion, speech is extremely useful. At other times, it has no whatsoever. This, to my mind, is a fair balance. I've never expected every problem to have a perfect solution no matter what skills you've invested in character, is that some scenarios become very easy because you're well suited to dealing with them. Meanwhile, others are relatively tricky if you don't have a specialisation appropriate to the situation. And this right here is where I think Fallout 2... Now, I can't find much discussion on this topic from the original dev.
Oh?
That actually skipped for me. You said now Fallout 2, then it skipped.
Now this is where Fallout 2 went wrong, is what he said.
Oh.
It's where he thinks Fallout 2 went wrong.
Yeah.
I thought he was about to say New Vegas, and I was like, well, we just already disproved this. Like, there's tons of different... Curious where he's going to go with this.
We'll probably be getting back to New Vegas. Don't worry about that. There'll be a lot more bullshit there.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
He said we're going through a history lesson, and we know that Matten likes to jerk off Fallout 3, so he's probably going to talk about how great Fallout 3 was. Again.
God. I'm just glad he didn't...
Here we go.
I'm just glad he didn't use the same...
Dude, what's funny is that his video, it was like, no, it's actually way worse than I thought it was. I was actually giving it the benefit of the doubt that it was a shitty Fallout game with terrible RPG mechanics, but at least, you know, the game hadn't given it that anymore. Thanks, Matten.
Nope.
Well, not just that. Having to look deeper into Fallout 3 to see if he was correct in what he was saying with quite a few of his arguments made me realize just how shallow it was, like, through and through. It is insane.
Yeah, going through all that stuff when me and you were talking and stuff, it legitimately made me realize how bad Fallout 3 was, because I still kind of liked Fallout 3 back when you made that video, and I was kind of playing devil's advocate a lot.
I remember...
But once you, were pointing stuff out, I was just like, oh my god, you're right. Oh my god, you're right. Oh!
I remember telling you that I was going to cover that video because it annoyed me, and you said something to the effect of, oh, I've seen that video before, it's pretty decent. And, I know why you said that. You said you listened to it in the background when we were playing a game, and when you're doing stuff like that, it's easier to just mindlessly absorb whatever's being said. You know, because you can't really focus your brain power on, did the thing he just say is bullshit? When you're like, man, I gotta kill these fucking grunts in Halo, or fucking whatever you're playing.
I was playing Fallout New Vegas. Which is hilarious. Yeah, I was playing Fallout New Vegas while listening to it in the background, and I was just like, oh yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I agree with that to some extent. Yeah, that's fine. And then once you started coming to me about it and being like, have you seen this video? And I was like, yeah, it's great. Or it was okay. And he was like, and you were like, but what about this part? And I was like, oh, he did say that, didn't he? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. He's wrong about that. And then you kept doing that, and I was like, let me rewatch this again and actually pay attention. My god, it got bad.
280 Canadian Mounties from LT. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you talk down the bottles in the tutorial?
I mean,
according to Matt, you can.
Well, no, the speech checks only come in quite a bit down the line, so there's no speech checks anywhere in the entire first town.
Oh my god. I can't believe you fucking said that. That's insane.
All right, let's continue.
His style of argument is just all about scoring points in any way possible. He has to be fully aware of how biased he is with these videos. I don't think he is.
Yeah, I don't know if he is or not.
I don't think he is aware of how...
It's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. One of the things that makes me think it is kind of malicious is the fact that he has a Let's Play of Fallout New Vegas where he fucking does the speech and skill checks at the start of Fallout New Vegas, but then in his video he made later says there are none, when he knows for a fact there is. And it's is he just that unaware, or is he lying?
Which,
it's hard. It's hard to tell.
In that regard, he's lying. Because somewhere, subconsciously, he knows it exists.
Yeah.
Right.
From the original. So, I can't really say whether what I'm about to discuss was the result of an intentional design choice in the making of Fallout 2, or an oversight that came about in error. You see, the world of Fallout 2 is much bigger than the world of Fallout 1, and specifically, it's much more populated. Fallout 1 had 12 could be considered towns of some description. Civilian population, shops, quest givers, that sort of thing. The other half are neutral or hostile environments, like the ruins of Vault 15, the Raider Camp or the Glow, though there are some edge cases like Necropolis or the Boneyard, where large parts of the area are monster-infested ruins. Fallout 2 is built very differently. Of its 24 main locations, a good 80% of them are towns, and those towns are much larger than they were in Fallout 1, with the majority made up of multiple large external districts.
So, society marches onwards, and people are rebuilding, and people are procreating.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could have said the
Yeah.
same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, this entire video is a lot. It's like 10 times longer than it really should be.
Well,
He's framing this as a bad
unfortunately-
thing.
Unfortunately, it is the length it should be to prove the point that he's trying to say that there's a trouble with the speech system. Unfortunately, he's not actually laying the foundation for that. He's going off on these fucking meaningless stuff that doesn't matter, or he's just stating shit that's wrong again.
Yeah. Also, his whole thing of like, oh, this is where Fallout 2 went wrong. And then he describes something that's completely natural and makes sense in the world that would
Yeah.
happen.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
gonna get worse, don't you worry.
I have like that argument he made in New Vegas too. Oh, it's weird for a Fallout game to not have radiation in it, or not have much radiation in it. It's like, so the title means more, and
Yeah.
it's a bit more complex than that.
You can literally have a Fallout game set in the post-apocalypse anymore. You could still have a Fallout game set in that and make it work if you worked hard enough and tried hard enough. If
Well, it's
you
also-
kept the same overall idea of what the series is about, you can make a Fallout game that isn't set in the apocalypse.
Well, it's also just a silly idea that because the title is reference to a specific thing, then that thing has to be in the game or the show or what. It's like, oh, it's called Star Wars, but we don't see any stars because it entirely takes place on a planet during the day. So it's like, yeah, but it's still within the Star Wars universe. That's why it's called Star Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
it's
could do
fucking
that.
dumb.
It's silly to say like, oh, for a show called or for a movie or a show called Star Wars that you don't see any stars and you don't see any wars in it. It's just like, it's just really silly.
We don't
even have to
It's
go
just
that-
a really petty
You don't even have to go
argument.
that literal with.
With
Yeah,
the
you don't even have
stars
to go
on the
that
wall,
literal with
I
it
don't know.
because it would still be stupid of like, oh, a Star Wars movie or TV show that doesn't reference Darth Vader. Well, this isn't Star Wars. It's like you don't need these characters to be in it for it to still be Star Wars. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to have that. Now, I'm sorry, Gadget. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying that Star Wars is bad because you don't actually get to see stars fighting each other in a war. 0 out of 10 title.
All right.
I don't get to see a supernova. Fucking bullshit. This movie sucks.
All right, here we go.
A much higher proportion of your time in an urban environment, talking to people. On top of that, almost nobody is scared of nearby monsters that need to be hunted down. The majority of quests instead take the form of a conflict between two groups of people. In some cases, this uses the structure of a pair of towns that can be reconciled, Modoc and the Ghost Farm, or Vault City and Gecko. And sometimes it's an entirely internal political issue, like in Reading and the factions that favour siding with various outside powers.
So, as we've established, again, society marches onwards. People have progressed, developed. They are bringing civilization back. It's what started as a humble town, as people got together, especially Vault City. Vault City makes absolute sense. They had the power of the vault to man all these turrets and everything like that, so it's a very safe place. It's a sanctuary. So obviously, hey, well, we use these turrets, let's build another wall out there. Well, okay, now we got 2 walls, and let's start putting houses in here, so now people can move into these houses. And you just slowly expand outward from there. It makes logical sense.
Also,
And
what's
people would
described
be
there?
trained to go clear out areas around the cities. Like, hey, well, now that we have this established, let's clear out stuff around the wall. Okay, let's go a little bit further. Kind of like the ability to go to sleep.
Also,
Kind of nice.
I also want to point out something too. This whole thing about conflicts with groups. Let me quote you something from the intro. The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted. Too many humans, not enough space or resources to go around. Yeah, fucking societies growing and building from scratch are going to come into fucking conflict with one. It's
And you even
literally what the
showed,
series
like-
is based on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is
It's
the
literally
literal
human nature.
It is the literal fallout of society.
Not to mention, it's also much more interesting to have these, more interpersonal conflicts between differing ideologies and different factions that have their own way of life, as opposed to just beasts that, are just simply animals. And the populace, I don't know, just trying to be subsistence farmers.
As
Like,
RPR puts it, more people means more possibilities of talking people down? What the hell, man? Yeah.
Yeah. This is ridiculous. Oh, they put more people in the game, so that makes speech way too overpowered. It's like, that's literally the point. It's a game about people. It's a game about... Yeah. It's a game about people and dealing with them. Of course speech is going to be important. Of course it's going to be somewhat overpowered, especially if you focus into that kind of roleplay situation. If those are the skills that you're fucking you're mainlining those, yeah, you're going to be really good at speech. But again, speech isn't the end-all be-all. There are other fucking skill checks in the game that require you to at least have some proficiency in them to do things besides using just speech. So this is just stupid. If you don't want speech to be overpowered, then don't roleplay as a super fucking, charismatic, well-spoken person. You can do that.
Again, you don't need charisma either. Again, you can be totally charismatic and be dog shit at speaking. You look good. People want to naturally be around you, but you can be as dumb as a box of fucking rocks and can't talk straight. That's totally fine. You have that option.
Yeah, it's just crazy to me that he's like, the fact that a speech build can actually be good, that's a bad thing. And it's like, no, you should be able to play any type of character and be proficient in it in the game. Okay, it doesn't matter what you're doing. Everything should be good if you mainline that skill. Just because it happens to be this one thing that you're focusing on doesn't make it bad. It just means that it's a viable option, as everything should be, if you decide to go that route.
Also, how else would he make? I'm just curious what his solution would be to make speech less overpowered in his view. Like, how else could you present it?
We would
add
have
more
to
death
see.
claws. Add more of them.
His whole thing was talking about all the different skill types. Like, that's fucking insanity. But let's see if he actually gets to how do you fix this problem? Because already he hasn't even established that this is a problem yet.
I wouldn't be surprised if he just straight up says like, oh, well, it should be more like an on-rail shooter. Less talking, more shooting. That way, skill checks aren't the end-all be-all. Maybe you should have to fight more people. Maybe you shouldn't be able to talk to people as much as you
It wouldn't surprise me how much he likes fucking Fallout 3.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying that, because that's basically what Fallout 3 is. It's an on-rail shooter with very little talking in it. So it would not surprise me if he would say, well, they should nerf the speech checking stuff by making it more like an on-rail shooter. You shouldn't be able to talk to all of these people. You should just shoot them.
All right.
In the number of people you're dealing with on a regular basis. You spend your time in towns talking to people who want you to deal with other people on their behalf. This means you spend a very large amount of the game in dialogue. And naturally, that means the speech skill got elevated from a good skill to an almost compulsory one. In brief, speech was...
Okay, so when I played Fallout 2...
But it's not a compulsory skill.
When I played Fallout 2, I did not main speech. In fact, I don't even know if I touched speech.
I think Fallout 2 was the only one that I didn't sit there and max speech out or anything. I think it was the one that I truly had to sit there and put into guns and everything else to get through.
Yeah, I went high intelligence and guns as mine.
I think that's what I did.
I made mine as a sniper. My guy. That's basically what my guy was. He was he doesn't talk much. He's quiet. He just gets the job done.
I've only played it once, but if I remember correctly, I think I mained like energy weapons as my first playthrough. My first and only playthrough was mainly energy weapons and intelligence, not speech.
I did gambling and got super rich.
Well, what I did, because I didn't have to spend so much time talking and running back and forth and such, and I was just somebody that just got the job done, I was able to save the death claws in Vault 13 because I got to the threat fast enough.
Wow.
Fucking, of course you would save the lizards.
Well, yeah. Dude, talking death claws, baby.
Yeah,
Honestly,
they're pretty cute.
I do think that's a good, a neat idea. If Bethesda were to control, I'd say I hope to see more of them in the future, but, yeah. What's his name? Isn't the Deathclaw companion named, like, Goris? He was fucking cool. Senator Abby Strong in chat. Not sure if it's only me, Creetosis, but for me, the videos behind the audio, yeah, we've been having, connection and internet issues, and I believe it's snowing outside, so that's gonna probably affect some stuff.
Yeah.
And $5 from Amora Silverspark. Thank you. My guess on why Miniature Nerd made this video is due to that Charisma 1 Speech 100 line he did in the Better Than You Think video. God, I fucking hate that line so much. It's like, you could have the charisma of a fucking potato and still know what you're talking about.
Yep.
Oh, God, I hate that fucking dumb comparison so much. As
I hate it too because
tied.
I like to... Yeah, I hate it because I like to play as like a no-nonsense bounty hunter who doesn't talk very much. But when he does, you know, it's like very straight to the point and blunt. Like, he's an effective talker. He gets what he wants, but he doesn't mince words or have a lot of charisma. He just says what he feels and moves on.
Like I said, that was my character when I first played through. That was who I made. Granted, I was also playing Fallout 2 on release, so, you know, I was used to these kind of games way more.
Yeah. Like, the only time I really, like, main charisma is if I'm running a character where it's like, I want everyone else to do the fighting for me. So, like, I'll get things like animal friend perk and, you know, friend loyalty thing, you know, with your companions, all that stuff. And I'll just have them do the fighting for me. And then I'll just, like, I pretty well only talk. I almost never actually fight if I'm doing a charisma build.
People are saying he's gonna say he wants Fallout to be an on-rail shooting. I feel it in my bones. Yeah,
we'll see. God,
that's what I'm thinking. It would not surprise me at all if he says he wants it to. Obviously, he's probably not going to say on-rail shooter, but he's going to basically say that.
Yeah. All right.
The world was evenly divided between times when it was useful and times it wasn't. In Fallout 2, the world is filled with a lot more opportunities to use speech, but the skill stayed the same regardless. Fallout 2, in fact, would have been the perfect game to have separated streetwise versus savoir-faire skills. Just consider Vault City, where the former would serve you well in the outlying slums, while the latter would help with speaking with elite citizens. Instead...
Why, though? Why would it help with speaking with elite citizens? Savoir-faire would be like nobility, your super upper crust people. It's like, these people aren't super well off. Like, yeah, they live in the safer parts of the city and they are leadership. That doesn't automatically mean they're aristocratic noblemen walking around who demand things like, oh, you put the fork on the wrong side of the plate. Oh, oh. Like, that shit doesn't fucking matter to them. They're still dealing with the same bullshit. They're still in the apocalypse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of insane to make that argument.
This also just seems like an arbitrary splitting of the skill because he just thinks it's too strong.
Yeah. His whole thing is he wants it split apart because he feels it's overpowered. He hasn't proven that it's overpowered. In fact, he's instead given a lot of misinformation that could probably make a layman think it's overpowered, but no, it's not.
Almost kind of like he did with his Fallout 3 and 4 defense videos.
Yep.
It's strange that there's a pattern.
Yeah.
It's like
just better than you think, guys.
It's like how he talks up how great collecting junk is in Fallout 4, and like, oh, you can get these materials in these places, and you'll prioritize different materials as your goals change. You mean like every other fucking crafting game in existence? Fucking shocker.
Ever.
Wow, that's so fucking revolutionary. Thank you, many a true nerd.
Yeah, it basically sounds like he just doesn't want speech to be viable at all. That's what it comes down to. Like, yeah, you shouldn't be able to, min-max this fucking skill and
talk down anybody. You shouldn't be allowed to do that at all.
Yeah, you just shouldn't be proficient at it at all. It shouldn't even be in the game, really. That's basically what he's saying, and it's really annoying. It's like, no, everything should be viable. Obviously, it shouldn't be like 100% everything could be solved through this, but at the same time, it should still be a viable way to get through the game.
I think the important distinction to make is kind of... It sounds like he's trying to say speech is an instant win button, but that's never been the case.
Yeah, it's definitely not, especially since, like we already discussed, you need other skills to do certain things anyway. So it literally can't be a win-all situational thing.
So it's one of those, how are you going to go through, like, the Bison Motel in Prim with speech? Please enlighten me. How you do that, Matt?
Well, here's one better. What's the final boss of the game he's got on screen right now?
Frank fucking Horrigan, baby.
Yeah.
Now, Seth, can you remind me, how do you talk Frank Horrigan down again?
You fucking don't.
Yeah, you don't. You literally can't. He just gets his head blown off.
The only thing you can use if you are good at speech is to tell the other Enclave members, hey, that fucking mutant's gonna keep us all here as we all get blowed up. And they're like, you know what? Yeah, that's some bullshit.
Yeah, he's gonna talk about it. Don't you worry.
Oh no.
Don't you worry. It gets bad.
It gets bad. It's already bad. The fuck are you talking about? It gets bad.
No.
How can it get worse?
Just you wait.
Oh.
No.
Very high quality
We're a
content.
quarter of the way through.
Yeah.
Not too bad. I think we're actually almost to the Frank Horrigan part.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
It surprised me.
No.
Here we go.
Speech just works. Now obviously an imbalanced skill system where one skill is clearly superior to others is fundamentally not desirable. But let's dig into
No. That's not true at all. Again, if one skill is more desirable than the others, that's not necessarily a problem. Like, it depends on what you want. If you want people to think about situations more than just, herder, me pull gun, shoot you face, I win. If you actually want them to think about that more, maybe make speech the most desirable option. So now people have to think about talking through situations.
Well,
Like,
also...
again, it is not inherently a bad thing.
Yeah, it sounds like he thinks all skills should be perfectly equal, perfectly balanced as all things should be. But that's not really how it's always going to work. Like, New Vegas, for example, is designed in such a way where you can beat it without killing a single person or creature, or you can beat it fucking genociding the entire map, if you so choose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because it's designed that way, it allows a lot of options in playstyle, so some skills are just going to be way more important to certain playstyles than others.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm not getting it.
Yeah, this is really weird. The whole, like, everything needs to be equal. There can't be any really good, like, better than skills than the others. And it's like, well, it really just depends on what kind of experience you want. There's no reason that guns, like, pumping your gun skill isn't just as good if that's the kind of thing you want. Maybe you don't want to talk down everybody. Maybe you actually want to fight people.
Well,
if that's the experience you want, there's nothing wrong with that.
It's also a single-player game too, so the balance issues aren't nearly as bad as what they would be for a multiplayer.
Well, here's a couple examples. So I just did the example of the complete pacifist run, in which speech would obviously be the most important skill, and the genocide run, where obviously one of the weapon skills, probably guns or energy weapons, would be your most important skill. But this speaks to something else that's a problem with his videos, and that's his seeming inability to, I guess, to imagine how other people might play the game, or just imagine people not taking the absolute best option every single fucking time. Because in his Fallout 3 is better than you think video, he referenced New Vegas having too many optimal outcomes, with the conflict with the cons at Boulder City, where, well, you could kill the cons and free the prisoners, or you could kill the NCR and let the cons go, but you could talk them down, and why would you ever do anything different? Because maybe you're role-playing a character that despises the NCR, or despises the cons, or despises them both.
Yeah, you could definitely hate the cons. Like, they're literally part of the reason you got shot in the fucking head in the start of the game.
Exactly.
It's not unreasonable to think that some people might just hate them when they play the... Yeah, you could play as that kind of character. This whole thing of, well, you shouldn't be able to be a silver-tongued person in a role-playing game. It's like, it's a fucking role-playing game. You should be able to be whatever the fuck you want.
Yep.
Yeah,
every second that we get into this, it seems like he wants to just get into that linear game, like we were saying, where it's just like, oh no, he doesn't see any player action as an actual like choice as a reasonable part of the game. Oh, you don't want to just be a murder hobo through the entire game? Well, then you got to use the OP skill of speech to get through the game in a world that has people that's starting to become civilized. Wow, yeah, you got to use speech compared to your guns.
He thinks everybody's just going to meta game. You're like, oh, they're just going to choose the meta. They're not going to choose anything else. They're not going to try to have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
in a multiplayer game, that would definitely be the case, but in single player, it's nowhere near as bad, especially something like this, where the whole point is, creating your own experience and making your own character.
Well, imagine how boring it would be just playing the same character over and over and over and never changing your playstyle. Why even play the game multiple times then?
Yeah, plus not to mention the fact that you'll probably get, new story insights and options depending on your playstyle as well.
Exactly.
So you have a reason to play in different spots, or you also have a reason to take different options than what you would through different playthroughs, even if something's suboptimal. You just want to see what happens.
Yeah, there's a reason why being able to play the exact opposite of the thing he's talking about right now is still viable and fun. Playing as a dumbass character who can barely speak is fucking great in Fallout.
Yeah.
You can do that.
It's great in the Outer Worlds too, like especially when you because your character dialogue and everything changes, and then your companions have to be like, we're not all as touched as the captain is here.
Yeah.
Actually, Amora Silverspark at chat just said something that kind of got the gears turning in my head. Sounds like Fallout 4. It almost seems like he thinks choice should be like, oh, do I want to join the Brotherhood? Do I want to join the Railroad? Do I want to join the Minutemen? Rather than, how can I solve this conflict in the ways that I personally want to? Maybe I'm not interested in the optimal outcome for the great cons.
Yeah. Again, maybe because you don't think you'll ever meet the great cons ever again, you decide, no, I'll help them massacre all the cons there. And then when you do talk with them again, you've now got that punishment of the fact of, oh, I didn't help any of the cons get out of Boulder City, so there's nobody who can be on my side, who can be like, no, he's not just an NCR toady, he helped us escape.
Or what if you just want petty revenge upon them?
Yeah.
And you, damn the consequences. You guys fucked with me, you're dead. Yeah.
You literally have the option when you walk out and he says, I just got orders. I have to execute the great cons. Should I do that? You can literally just be like, fuck them, do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's great that the option is there. Because what if someone wants to roleplay a character that is like this deceptive asshole? Like, yeah, cons, we'll let you go. Just free the prisoners and you'll be fine. Oh, I got orders to kill them. Yeah, whatever, I don't care. Kill him.
There's an
Kill
option
'em
for
all.
everything. You can literally, you can be like, well, if you have any honor, you'll uphold the deal and let them go, and he'll accept that. You can just straight up say, I have no vested interest in this. Make up your own mind, and he'll do whatever he feels is best, which I think is killing them. Or you could just straight up say, fuck him, kill him. You have the option. That's the fucking point. You should have every option available.
Yeah. And obviously you're not going to always get every single option available in a video game, but you can work towards getting as many of them in there as possible. So, players aren't taken out of the experience when they're trying to roleplay their character.
Yes.
Uh-oh, we're getting F's in chat.
It did reset for me. It died for a second and came back. It's probably people might need to refresh again.
Yeah, I'll just type that in chat.
It's weird how for me it just goes black for a second, then comes right back, but for others it just dies.
Mine didn't do anything. I didn't get any buffering. It didn't die or anything at all.
Yeah, mine didn't do anything.
Yeah, I got a buffering thing, and then it just went black, and then it came back.
Rip.
Yeah, mine didn't do anything at all. All right. Well, that's a good point to just go back to the video so we can get some more mileage in this. We can move towards the touchdown we are so desperate for right now.
You mean the end of the stream?
Yes. All right.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It probably is mobile thing. Yeah. If it does that on mobile, I don't think it comes back. You have to refresh on mobile. I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Oh, man, that would suck.
Yeah.
All right.
Which creates a problem for Fallout 2. In brief, to my mind, it's because it teaches you a bad lesson. Let's say you start a game of Fallout 2 having never played it before, and you choose to focus on speech. At the end of the Temple of Trials, you can bypass the final fight with a speech check. Great, that's a useful way to avoid combat, but it never...
That is...
I haven't played Fallout 2 for more than a few minutes.
Okay, so what happens at the end of the temple? If you talk the guy down you have to fight, he'll tell you that, okay, we've talked things out for now, but one day you will encounter someone who you can't talk down. Because that's just the way the world fucking works.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, he does just straight up tell you that you won't be able to talk your way out of every situation.
Even better, when he said, think back to your first time you played, and it's like, so when I went intelligence and long guns, I had to fight him. Okay. I mean, I already shat all over your fucking hypothesis here, Matt.
Yeah, again, he's going in and he's basing this off of someone who has probably played the game before and is pumping every bit of skill points and everything into speech and charisma and everything. But that's not how most people play. On top of that, most people don't want to just play like that.
Most people wouldn't min-max on their first playthrough as well.
Yeah, that's another thing he referenced in, I believe, the Fallout 4 defense video, where it's like, well, you know what speedrunners do. Most people playing ain't fucking speedrunners, dude.
Exactly. Most people want variety.
Yeah,
most people, when they play their first game, they want variety. There's a reason why when people play new Dark Souls games, they go a fucking variety build. They go dex and strength.
Yep.
There's a reason people do that. It's because they want to be able to experience the most that they can on their first playthrough before they start doing hyper optimized builds.
And resistance?
Hopefully the good news is it doesn't seem like there is that resistance stat in Elden Ring, so that should be good.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, and also, I guess tangenting off of that, this is just a very minor tangent. The exploit they found, Namco Bandai is working on it as well with From Software, so it shouldn't be a thing in Elden Ring on launch. And they also brought down all the servers for Dark Souls Remaster 2 and 3 to fix the issue as well. So,
what was the issue?
What was the issue?
The issue was that there was a way using the connection. So if you invaded somebody, or if you got invaded, or you had summoned somebody and they were a hacker, they could remote access your computer through the game and run code. And
Scary.
a guy proved it. He on a stream, he invaded this guy who was on stream with a big audience, and he ran code that crashed the game and forced open a text-to-speech system that started playing out a copy pasta shitpost. And that was his whole point, because he's like,
Right.
I am not a malicious hacker. I am showing that this issue exists. I am proving it exists. Please spread the word.
Wow.
And so it got them, all of the mod makers came together. They were all trying to figure out how to cover this exploit and everything and patch this. And they also got Namco Bandai's attention on it. So Namco Bandai brought all the servers down,
Good.
and they are working on it as well.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, that's a little bit fucking terrifying. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's fucking
because
terrifying. Jesus.
When the fact that they can remote console into your computer, they can literally brick your computer. That
Yeah.
was the thing.
Yeah,
You're
it's
saying
so
if I was a malicious person, I could run code to blow your RAM chips, to cause your CPU to overheat and shut off your cooler systems at the same time. Like, I could really fuck up your system.
Jesus Christ. God, I hate hackers so much.
Well, malicious
Well,
hackers.
we hate the black hat hackers. The white hats are fine.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, that sounds kind of racist. Black hating
Shut
every
up.
black hacker.
We hate the black hackers, but the white hackers are fine. No, but it's a literal term in hacking circles: the black hat, the white hat, and the gray hat. So the black hat are the criminal hackers. They're the ones that are actually doing it to steal credit card information, to corrupt data, to send out malicious viruses and code, shit like that. That's a black hat hacker. A white hat hacker is somebody who does hacking, but they might be employed by the police or something like that. They're the people that actually go to attack the malicious hackers. They're the ones that try to find security flaws and get them filled and everything. And then gray hats are, they don't go out of their way to help people, and they don't go out of their way to hurt people. They're there just to shit post and be bastards and stuff like that. They're the ones that'll give you a virus that has a thing that'll pop up every 5 minutes and go, ha, 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 and you have to close out of it. You know, the shit like that. They're there to be annoying. They're there to troll you.
Mm.
Anyways,
As a hacker of color, I'm offended.
Anyways, yeah, very dishonest of him to skip that very significant line of dialogue from, like, the first person you talk to in the game, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, very.
Why is it
Yeah,
always
especially
this?
since he's
God, I mentioned this before stream, but is it, like, physically fucking impossible for this guy to not be disingenuous with this shit?
Yeah, this is insane. Because he's literally saying, oh, it teaches you a bad lesson by thinking that you can do this through the whole game, when the person you're literally talking about outright tells you you cannot solve every situation like this. There will be people you have to fight.
The first
Like,
human you face in combat literally will tell you, if you talk him down, oh, hey, this isn't always going to work.
Yeah. What a disingenuous prick. What the fuck?
Yep.
Matt and being disingenuous? No.
Unless
That
if
doesn't
he's,
happen on
the
every single
research
one
is
of these
terrible.
Oh, nice. We both did it perfect same time. Go ahead.
To access Vault City, you can speech Ken Lee into just giving you access to the Emperor and the fuel. In a single conversation, persuade an Enclave scientist to sabotage his own life's work and murder his colleagues. Every investment in speech just seems to be more and more rewarded, right until the last 5 minutes of the game.
So again, you're actually, like, fucking up that whole thing too. Like, you don't just say, hey, you should sabotage all this thing and kill all your colleagues because I am just so charismatic. No, you actually have to go through and explain to him what they're doing is wrong and why this needs to stop and everything.
He's doing the exact same thing as he did with Lanius. Oh, you walk up to him and tell him to go away, and he does.
Yeah, look,
there's so
literally
much more
right
to
here
it
on
than
the
what...
screen. Look what the Enclave scientist says. I hate to admit this, but you may be right. What we've been planning all along just isn't right. I was so blinded by trying to overcome the obstacles that I didn't think about the morality of my quest. Again, he was so blinded by the ends justify the means that he didn't realize what the means were, trampling over 1,000,000 corpses.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just being disingenuous again. And also the whole, oh, it's so overpowered that you can just use speech to go through it and have everybody in this place killed. Dude, you can literally just pump your guns or energy weapon skill and do the exact same thing, but on your own.
Yeah.
You can kill people so fast with good energy weapons with a high skill. You could just fucking clear this whole place like it's nothing.
Yep.
So for you to be like, oh, maxing out a skill makes it really easy to do certain things. Oh, you don't fucking say.
Yeah,
really?
That's how it is in every game.
Well, let's look at these other examples he's got on screen here. Well, I wouldn't trouble you if it wasn't a matter of extreme importance, extreme urgency, officer. I'll be sure to mention how helpful you were when I speak to the first citizen. So, you're basically offering that, hey, I'll put in a good word for you that you're helpful with this thing, which is a benefit to that guy, which gives him a reason to do the thing you want.
Yep.
Let's see what the next
This
one
is
is.
city. You can.
Well, this certainly seems to be a matter for the first citizen. Here's your day pass. It is only good during the day. At night, you will be asked to leave the city. Citizens also reserve the right to cancel a day pass privileges.
Speech Ken Lee into just giving you access to the Emperor and the fuel in a single conversation.
Okay, he didn't let it go to the next piece of dialogue, but you can already see, it's not just unlimited free access. You don't get everything at the drop of a hat. Your character is literally using their... And here on screen, this is what came before that part of the Enclave Scientist stuff you read. Yep. I hadn't ever stopped to think about it that way. Please give me a minute while I think this over very carefully.
Conversation sabotage his own life's work and murder his colleagues. Every investment in speech...
Yeah, I hate to admit that you may be right. So yeah.
Again, Matten, you need to stop being disingenuous, but hey, thankfully, you're showing the evidence on screen that proves you wrong.
I was just about to point that out. Hey, that's evidence on screen. Mark your bingo cards.
Oh, I did that already for Lanius. That was an immediate one for Lanius, because he already fucking fucked that up.
Oh,
Yeah, my mic
right,
was
you did.
muted, but he's not even showing the lead up to all of these points. He's just like the Lanius point. He's showing the single point and the outcome of it being like, oh, yep, that's it. But you have to choose these points specifically. It's not like the 3D Fallouts where it's like, oh, this is a speech check. If you don't have speech, they just don't show up. So it's like this just looks like a normal conversation that you just are rewarded with. Like you have to choose it. If you chose the one right before this where it's like, okay, take your time to think about this, or goodbye, asshole, prepare to die, or something like that. It's like,
you don't have a minute to think about this, doctor.
Yeah.
You know what? Goodbye, asshole. And it's like,
right. It's like you have to choose the right one if you want to be a speech check. If you don't want to, there's the other options like we keep saying, but he just keeps being like, oh nope, you choose speech and your thing is done. Except for the fact the 3-minute long conversation to get to that right speech check is completely cut out.
Yeah.
Let me just give an example for everyone, too. The Master is believes in his plan so much that he won't back down. And then you just tell him, hey, what you're doing is bad. And then he blows himself up. That's essentially what he's arguing here.
Yeah, that's so redundant.
Okay, I want to call something out in chat here. So, a comment by Schalk Engelbrecht. True nerds write about Lanius. You literally just tell him to fuck off and win the game. Admit it, guys. There's nothing complex about it when it shows speech 100 in front of the dialogue choice.
So we already covered this in depth.
As we established,
rewind to the start of the stream.
Yeah, you need to rewind to the start of the stream because as we already established, you choose the speech option, you succeed it, and then there are tons of options in the following speech checks that aren't labeled that are instant losses. If you make him feel like he's being weak, if you make him feel like he's being a coward, or if you say the word retreat, you immediately fail and it's fight on. Even though you passed the initial speech check, your initial speech check is just getting your foot in the door, and now he hasn't slammed the door on the salesman's foot yet.
Yep.
But you can fuck up, and there are landmines all throughout his speech.
Yeah. So
That
there's
is not an
multiple...
instant I win button.
Yeah, no, it's not an instant I win. There are multiple speech checks through his final speech with him. There's multiple speech checks, and in between those, there are multiple dialogue options that are not labeled, and if you pick the wrong one, you're done. You have to fight him at that point. There's no, unless you reload your save, there's no other option. You have to fight him. So yeah, we already explained that. I just wanted to, in case anybody had missed that part, I wanted to get that out there. So yeah, he is not correct about that.
Yeah, and that's why I'm getting so hostile, because people think that, oh, he's accurate. Yeah, you do that. Forgetting all of the pitfalls and traps that are in that dialogue. You have to be very specific to him.
Yeah.
You need
and
to make it sound like that he's the one that's like, I agree, we aren't prepared to do this and to hold this, but I will be back.
Yeah. I don't want to be too hostile to people, because I do know how it feels to be tricked by Matt. And it is easy to just look at the surface level of his arguments and be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But if you actually know the topic and you actually look at it deeper, you realize how wrong and disingenuous he really is. Like, it's so easy to just be like, oh yeah, he's correct on that. But if you really think about it, even just a little bit more than just surface level, you understand that, oh no, he is just straight up he's either just wrong or he's lying. And it gets so annoying, because I was the same way. I thought his Fallout 3 is better than you think video was good. And then it wasn't until people told me, you should rewatch that I was like, you know what, you're right.
Here we gotta go again. Shulk says, still, a lot of quests show the speech required, so you just go level and cheese it. With high intelligence and a certain perk, you can max almost every skill. It basically shows you how to win. No, it doesn't. Oh. As we established, there are multiple checks for other things, like survival, medicine, science. These are things that are also required in different aspects. Speech is not the be-all, end-all, I win if I just get to 100 speech. That's not how the game works.
Yeah, we gave examples of that earlier as well, of you need really high science skill or survival skill or barter skill to get through certain dialogue options with certain people. Speech is not useful for every interaction.
I also want to point out a couple things too. I'm pretty sure most people didn't know that 100 speech would talk Lanius down the first time they played.
Yeah, most people would.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, I hate this idea that talking down the final boss is somehow a bad thing, because, oh, it's an instant win button. It's like, yeah, but you realize talking down a final boss like that, defeating him with words rather than just, hey, I'm going to shoot him until his health bar reaches 0, could be a really satisfying ending.
Yeah. Also, the fact that, again, you wouldn't know that you could talk him down with a certain level of speech. Because keep in mind, you have to have 100 completely maxed out speech skill to talk him down. You would not know that your first time playing the game. And meaning, also, if you went in there with only 90 speech thinking, oh, well, that's enough. That's been good enough for most of the other characters. Surely they wouldn't make me need 100. No, you'd be fucking wrong. And guess what? You're not going to be able to level up 10 levels between the dam and getting to Lanius. So, yeah, no, you might just not have the option to do that because you didn't level your stats high enough, because you literally have to max it out in order to get that speech check completed.
We can also get super reductive with this kind of thing, too, with the other games. Oh, to talk to Master down and make him kill himself, all you have to do is give him a holotape. It's an instant win button. Like, these arguments get really pathetic if you apply them to fucking anything else in the same way.
That's not Russian. My god. That's Panzerwitch backwards and upside down. Yeah. That is not Russian.
So,
it's close enough.
Shulk seems to have an issue with having the level visual, which is fine, visible. That's fine. I don't necessarily prefer it, but I prefer that 100% more than.
I prefer that, other than you have a random chance.
Yeah, the random check.
Yeah.
That a person that has never even put a skill or a point into the speech check and sit there and save scum for 5 minutes and pass this level 100% speech check, you know? And on top of that, like, the other thing that you're using New Vegas, which is arguably one of the better ones with the speech and everything, because like we've said, there's multiple other skill checks that go into speech, but you also the speech checks are like funny, or if you fail them, they're still there. There's still options for you to choose. Just because you fail it, you don't. Sometimes you might get into a fight. Sometimes you might just be told to go get fucked. But the other thing is, they're still there. It's still an option. If you want a funny joke or something because your character might not have good speech, it's still there. Like, you might have an okay.
Yes.
I understand the argument. Like, oh, the level is there. Are you really gonna go level your speech just for a stupid speech check when you can just do the quest? It'll be faster. Just do the quest. Like, I think that argument there is a little. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't sit there. I think you're sitting there and saying this example that other people wouldn't do,
Whoa,
you know?
no.
That last.
This gets way worse. This gets way worse.
Oh,
Stuff
no.
like that restricts your gameplay, like Dragon Age, where you constantly have to switch party members because some of them hate the choices you make. Stop
What?
being a min-maxing little bitch.
What?
Stop playing RPGs if you don't like dealing with RPG mechanics.
If you don't like dealing with
'Cause-
consequences to your actions, stop playing RPGs.
You know a fascinating
Problem
thing
solved.
about games like Knights of the Old Republic or New Vegas, where you do something that one of your party members doesn't like, and they're like, hey, that was a fucking shitty thing to do.
Yes. I like that characters have allegiances. I like that they are characters.
I like
Holy
that they
fuck.
have their own thoughts and they have their own
Master,
opinions
I
on the
disagree with your
situation.
unwillingness to vaporize the meat bag.
Yeah,
I-
look, if you do what you want, you stupid bastard, then don't fucking complain about it. Is that a hard concept for you? It seems to be a real hard fucking concept for you.
Though I do what I want, F you. Don't fucking bitch
no.
about it!
That's what I'm
then don't
saying.
fucking bitch.
Lane? Like,
Jesus
all right, look,
Christ.
like we're not sitting here
That's why I
necessarily.
said he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're bringing up your opinions in this, and they're objectively wrong when it comes to that. When you're like, well, do this, it should be this way. It's like, all right, just don't play the fucking game then. Don't play like that.
I
I'm sorry
should
the game doesn't cater to you directly, but but I'm sorry that you can't handle it when NPCs don't like your in-game actions.
Yeah,
I
the fact
should've-
you
That's
admitted,
insane.
the fact that you admitted that you have to min-max because you will take people out of your party and change party around because they might not like the options that you want to pick.
Well,
Dude, stop being a min-maxy little bitch. Stop being a fucking idiot that complains that, but if I want to get my way, I gotta min-max.
Well, look at this, Setch. I'm criticizing, not complaining. I don't want to have to change my party members because they might not like what I'm doing. It's like, man, you know how much worse the game would be if, like, let's take KOTOR, for example. It's like, oh man, I'm going to commit genocide on these people. Then, Basila and what's the other guy's name? Karth? These good, morally aligned characters, they'd be like, yeah, that's fine. You realize how ridiculous that would be if they didn't respond in, like, a realistic way as to what their characters are?
Yeah, that
would be more annoying.
Imagine
It does
playing
give more
Fallout New Vegas.
personality to those characters if they actually do have a response.
Imagine playing Fallout New Vegas and getting fucking Manny killed by Boone, and then Boone just being like, oh, well, you got the wrong guy, but it's totally fine. I'll still join your party. Or
Well,
then proceeding to massacre the NCR and him just being like, yeah, no, I'm fine with that. Yeah, sure, you could kill my friends. Go ahead. I don't mind.
Or just siding with Caesar's Legion. Oh, you know what? Screw it. Yeah, let's just be one of the Legion now. Like, yeah, you think that would be a little weird and immersion breaking?
That's actually...
Yeah, it's not like I fought them for years and they fucking, caused me to murder my wife after they kidnapped her into slavery.
That's one thing I really like about Boone. It's like, you're going to Caesar's camp and he's like, if I go in there, I am killing everyone I see. And it's like, fucking rock on, Boone, I'll help you.
Yeah, I love that.
So and then
I don't know.
Arcade Ganon fucking confronting you after you talk to Caesar. And like, it's such a good confrontation. It's good dialogue and character interaction.
Like he comes out, what a piece of shit, and I'm just like, yes, I agree with you.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're right.
I love it.
All right.
But yeah,
Go,
Schultz,
Skip.
we don't mean to be so harsh on you, but when you make dumb statements like that, we kind of gotta.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean to be harsh because we need to bring shaming back.
Yeah, we need
I
to
agree.
bring
I
bullying back.
agree with Nick Ricada. We need to bring shaming back.
because that did get pretty ridiculous. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt
Yeah.
at first
Yeah,
and
at
was being
first.
really nice, and then he just kept going into insane logic stuff, and it's just like, okay, well then why are you even playing the game? You're literally complaining that RPG mechanics exist in an RPG. Come
Yeah,
on.
don't play RPGs. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just don't play RPGs.
I don't like guns. They should remove guns from Call of Duty.
Well, Doom Eternal's a pretty great game. Maybe you can
God
play
damn
that
it, you know what
instead.
you reminded me of, Creed?
What?
There's this awful, awful review from one of the Access Media, the shill media. It's like, I don't like guns in my middle age. And he's playing a VR game about shooting guns. And this is like his opening line to that. And it's like, oh
No.
I kind of wish I could do the voice to invoke the bullets were like no, the casings hitting my face, the smell of sulfur in the air. That fucking video.
Dude, yeah.
Oh yeah.
The shell casings disoriented me.
I fucking
I
love
got
that goddamn meeting.
PTSD. Like, oh no.
Like a bomb.
That video is great.
Oh,
$10
dude.
from Scoopmeister. Thank you. Oh god, I remember someone I had a scuff with on this subject in a Discord server. I wish I knew this extra shit back then. It's fuzzy, but I think he also complained about not getting Lanius' stuff. The game literally ends like 30 seconds after you kill Lanius. Why would it matter if you get his stuff?
Yeah. Oh my god.
God damn it.
You get his sword, and you could kill a couple people with it,
Dude,
but it doesn't matter.
You want to know the best part about the that review I was telling you about?
What?
And he goes, and then I accidentally pulled the trigger on the gun, it went off, and it scared me. And he actually shows him like jumping, and he drops the gun in VR and everything.
Oh my god, that is pathetic.
He is literally such a slip boy. Oh my god.
Imagine getting scared by a gun in a video game that
You know
you're
how
shooting.
You know how sad it is that, like, soy has now become such a fucking, like, insult now for these people? Oh, God. It's the same thing with college educated. Only someone college educated could say something so stupid. Oh, God. It just sucks. Because I remember, because we were doing this, and a guy asked me, he goes, I have to drink soy. I physically can. I'm lactose intolerant, but soy milk is better than nothing. I'm like, so you're saying I'm bad? Like, no. Like, I'm not saying you're bad. Think about this. Think of this through, okay? God damn.
More and more rewarded, right until the last 5 minutes of the game. The final boss, Frank Corrigan, cannot be reasoned with in any way. The only way to finish the game is for him to die. Speech can get you a few extra Enclave soldiers on your side, but they will be destroyed by Horrigan.
Oh, no they won't. Yeah, it all depends on what you do, but no, they can stand their own against Horrigan pretty fucking well.
Yeah.
And they're... God, please tell me I'm not forgetting this, but I'm pretty sure there's turrets in there you can run to real quick and reprogram the turrets to shoot Horrigan as well.
Yep.
If we let it continue, we will kind of get to that.
Okay, fair.
I'm thinking maybe we actually should let it continue just until this like next little point because it kind of
yeah. All right. Let's do it.
Finish the game is for him to die. Speech can get you a few extra Enclave soldiers on your side, but they will be destroyed by Horrigan. The only viable way for a non-combat focused Chosen One to defeat Horrigan is to turn the automatic defenses on him. But no amount of science can do that. You must have a keycard held by President Richardson, who also can't be speech checked in any way. However, killing him to get the card would also trigger the rest of the Enclave to turn on you. So again, tricky for a non-combat specialist, to the extent that, in fact, many Fallout 2 guides recommend a strange manipulation involving jabbing him with large numbers of super stimpaks to kill him through stacked health debuffs. It's a very strange phenomenon.
Okay, so in your first playthrough, you're not gonna min-max this fucking hard, my dude.
Also, not to mention, most people probably wouldn't know that's a thing unless they looked up a guide.
Well, he already said that the guides are the thing that's teaching you to do this, and it's just like, no. Man.
I don't understand why he... Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go on.
The other problem with this, the other, like, glaring bullet hole, the gunshot wound to the head, is that you are literally warned about this very thing at the start of the game.
Yeah.
You cannot talk down everyone. Oh, look, here is the president of the Enclave, super fanatical, super zealous, believes in the cause to the very fiber of his being, and Frank fucking Horrigan cannot be talked down. That's the thing you were warned about in the very beginning of the game.
That's what I don't get, because he also doesn't seem to think realistically that, yes, someone that is so entrenched in this belief of rebuilding, you know, and using the Enclave to rebuild
so much
America,
so that he's the fucking president?
Yeah, that they are, like, you really think you can talk him down like you can in fucking Fallout 3 and be like, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that. Maybe you should just blow yourself up. And then, you know, it's like, oh, maybe I should. You know, it's like, no, it's not that level. It's literally, it's like, why would anyone do that when they're so, like, they believe in this cause so much? Of course it's going to be a problem. It's going to be hard for you to, you're not going to be able to talk him down. You're going to have to kill him if you really want to change that.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's playing it off as very 2D. It's like,
even Lanius,
kill him, that's bad.
As an example, even Lanius doesn't outright give up. He just says, I'll be back later.
No,
he doesn't give up on his ideals.
Yeah, no, you bring it to his attention. Like, again, it's a very, he's smart with it. It's you don't scare him off. Again, he's not scared. He's thinking about it. He doesn't want to kill the Legion by spreading them too thin. He doesn't want to be the cause of it. You know, he has to think of it, and you know, it's not just it. Again, if you're an outsider who doesn't know New Vegas, or if you're someone who went through the game and just saw a speech 100 check, or every time you saw a speech check, you just hit it and didn't pay attention. It's like, yeah, okay, that could be. You could sit there and be like, wow, I just made him run away. But if you actually read, you're very smart with it. It's very. He's a master tactician.
Yeah, it's very well
I saw
done.
Scramman's thing. Is that what you're going to talk about?
I was about to. You heard me say, "Oh," didn't you?
Yeah, as I was reading it.
I heard it. I was wondering. I was wondering what it was.
I watched Miniature Nerd play Fallout 2. The thing that pissed me off the most was that he based all of his decisions on what the canon was. I just don't think he understands role playing. Oh, fuck!
Wow, that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he went back and played, because I don't know everything about Matt, and I guess he went back and played the, you know, Fallout 1 and 2 way after he did, like, his Fallout 3 video.
I'm not sure if it was after his Fallout 3 video or not, but he did say in his Fallout 4 video that Fallout 3 was his first.
Interesting.
Yeah. As Panzerwitch points out, I mean, Fallout 2 isn't even a game that's easy to do a pacifist run in to begin with, so these issues for non-combat focused characters would have risen way before Horrigan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a reason There's a reason the meme for Fallout 2 is you save after every single ant in the fucking starting tutorial.
Yeah.
Because, my god.
Yeah, I learned that pretty hard.
God. Yeah, this is just annoying, the whole, like, oh, yeah, they should just fucking completely denounce their allegiances to everything. It's like, no, that's fucking dumb. Not even Lanius does that. He just fucking says, you know what? I'm gonna go fortify everything else and come back later.
Yeah,
we're gonna
he doesn't give up on the Legion.
I thought he was saying that, you know, that the speech allowed you to bypass too much of the game. I thought that was his point, not that it didn't work on enough.
He's kind of saying that, but what he's not giving, like you said, you didn't play Fallout 1 or 2, did you?
Nah, I didn't.
So he's leaving out tons of context, and also, like, he's making, like, the one example that he's like, oh, you get the car and everything and the pass into Vault City and everything, but, like, there's restrictions on that. Like, first off, the car comes through a persuasion, whatever, that makes sense. But you have a restriction for the pass. You know, you're told to leave at nighttime. So if you spend too much time in there, congrats, you know, you kind of get kicked out. Like, there's And you can't just... The game isn't all just like, oh, it gets you through the game. Like, yeah, it might help you through a little section of a quest, but it also... The thing is, it doesn't complete the quest. It changes the quest, which is a big thing that I think he's not bringing up. There's tons of other speech checks that don't complete the quest or anything. It just slightly changes it to either give you an advantage or create a disadvantage for your enemies. Or even, or hell, even just for fun. There's some that you can just make fun of people for. That's just fun to do.
Yeah, he's also in a way kind of like disregarding the fact that by hard focusing speech so much to the point, if you're only putting points into speech and nothing else, you're gonna gimp yourself. It comes with negatives as well. There are parts of the game which it fucking tells you that you cannot solve this situation through speech. Not everybody can be talked down. So if you do nothing but pump your speech checks, like your speech skill, there is going to be times where you are going to be gimped in the game because you cannot progress because you have no other skills.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that.
Fallout 2 is not an easy game, you know. It's like it relies so much on RNG and everything, and your skills. That's the thing. Like your skills are such a big focus on it that if you focus simply on a single skill, especially something like speech, in such a difficult game itself, like when I say it's hard in a sense, it's not just hard because you can be bad at the game. It's just a difficult game in general. So he's kind of being disingenuous and being like, you can just get through the entire game because you literally can't get through a quarter of it if you're just focusing speech.
Yeah.
At least not super easy. And he's making it seem like a person on their first run, even looking at a guide, is going to sit there and completely get the Horgan without ever fighting anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So one, he's making it seem like speech is super overpowered. It can get you through everything, which it can't. In fact, it can gimp you. But then he's also saying, oh, well, the game teaches you a bad lesson by thinking you can get through everything that way, which no, it doesn't. It literally tells you outright at the start of the game that this will not work on everybody. Yeah. They outright tell you that. So you're just wrong on both accounts. You've not gotten anything right so far.
£5 super chat from Vagaris. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice to catch this live. Thanks very much for doing these streams. Oh, thank you very much.
No problem. I'm glad you enjoy them.
Alright.
What a shit fucking video.
Well, let's continue. Let's see where we're going with this now.
Finale to follow. A skill that has up to this point resolved pretty much every world suddenly has basically no utility at the end of the game, and to my mind, any player that feels a bit frustrated at that decision would be justified.
No, they wouldn't, because again, you were warned about this. You were warned about this from the very beginning of the game. You have no justification for this feeling whatsoever.
Yeah, no. This is completely on you.
Yeah,
you decided not to pay attention to the dialogue, so now you fucked yourself.
I'm just trying to think of another example compared to of like a game that tells you what you're going to need and how to play it, and then someone just fucking ignores that and says the game is bad because they didn't understand.
Well, there is an example.
I can think of someone, but we agreed not to talk about him.
Yeah, not that person.
No. Here's a funny example. It's like in Undertale, where you keep getting told you'll have a bad time if you genocide everyone, and then you come up to Sans at the end of the game, and he's quite difficult.
That's a bit different because the game is designed specifically around that being an option. Yeah. I'm talking more like, hey, this is a game about guns. You're going to need to know how to use guns, and then you're just like, well, I'm going to train up my herbalism skill. Oh no, I'm at the end of the game and I don't know how to use guns, you know?
Yeah.
That's basically what this is.
Yeah.
And the fault lies for not balancing its skills more evenly, as was the case in Fallout 1. Of course, Fallout 1 has one other advantage here too, the Master. Unlike Horrigan, Fallout 1's Master confrontation has a huge number of options available to the player. Combat, of course, taking place in an environment that advantage, in this case by acquiring an item to nullify the master's psychic attacks, but with other options too, using alternative skills to sneak into the back room and destroy the entire base by blowing up the reactor without ever meeting the master, or, crucially, talking him down if you had compelling evidence you could present to him to prove his plan was doomed. An endgame resolution that bafflingly has never reappeared in any future Fallout game.
Except
so,
New
that
Vegas.
was the state of speech.
Except it does in New Vegas.
Fucking
And
hell,
also,
you can't make this shit up.
Again, he mischaracterizes how it goes. You don't just tell the master these things, and because you have this compelling stuff, he believes you. No, he doesn't believe you, but it gets him curious, and then he asks people on his side if they've seen anything. And when they say no, he realizes with horror that what you were telling him was true.
Yeah.
Do you
it's
realize,
not until he looks into it himself.
Do you realize what just happened, though? Do you understand the gravity of what he just said? Tucking Lanius down is bad because you could just say, hey, go away, and he goes away. But the master is good because you could just tell him to stop and he'll stop.
Yep. It's an absolute double standard.
Yeah.
It's a double standard for something that isn't even that fucking different.
Yep.
Well, I think he's trying to say here, though, the reason why is that you have to go get something external in order to present this evidence to him, as opposed to getting there without evidence, I suppose.
Well, but your evidence is everything experienced all throughout New Vegas. You are seeing what happens because of the lack of supply lines and support. Like, the NCR is completely fucked.
Yeah.
It is
you can bring these things up, and he says he sees it too. That's the whole point. That is evidence because he verifies it. You can literally tell him about the supply line issue, and he says, yeah, you're right. That is an issue. That's one of the reasons why we're taking the fight to the NCR here. But once we deal with them, we'll have the same issue. We'll become the ones who have to deal with that shit. You're right.
Especially when you consider, like, the Legion takes very good care of its territory, that traders can travel freely in Legion territory without worry of being harassed by bandits or raiders or anything of the sort. They would not be able to keep that kind of grip on the Mojave.
Yeah, no, there's no way.
Hold on, can we just go back up? I just wanted to say this because when I was away really quick, I saw my phone. Chalk responded saying, if you guys don't mind going back to this, Jim Sterling called an indie game shit because he missed a torch and couldn't see where he was going. He retracted it when people pointed it out. Good example for you. Are you trying to... I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, I agree that that's shit. Like, what the fuck? But
I don't know what the good example for you part is. I don't know if he's...
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
The example
I was... mistake?
Not that he made a mistake. The example I was kind of getting at was kind of like the one I gave. It was one I just made up. It was like, hey, this is a game about shooting. You're going to need to know how to shoot things. Oh, I'm going to put all my skills into herbalism and not guns at all. Oh no, I'm at the end of the game and I don't know how to use guns, so I can't complete the game because I ignored what it told me about how to fucking play it.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I just didn't know because I just saw it and I didn't know what the what's it called, the good example for you.
Yeah, I don't know.
From RPR in chat, to talk down the Divide final boss, Ulysses, you need evidence and knowledge of his journey. Literally the same thing. I'm pretty sure both are holotapes even. Yeah?
Yep.
Yep.
Alright. Here we go.
Interplay. One other very interesting piece of role in Fallout. I'd suggest that Black Owl realised speech was a problem in Fallout 2 after the fact, because we know from documents that have emerged about the cancelled Fallout 3, Van Buren, that during at least one iteration of the game's development, speech was not going to be in Interplay's Fallout 3. Instead, it was going to be split into persuasion and deception, making it much harder for a character to quickly max out social skills and thus be able to work.
Okay, but now we're just I guess theorizing on what would have been or how it would have worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
And-
game companies try something new all the time. I mean, it's not like it was just because they changed up doesn't mean it was broken. I just think that maybe adding some more depth into something, or because I don't know. Again, it seems like if you're just theorizing off of this, why is Van Buren or this cancel Fall 3 being brought up when there's so many other examples of this?
Yeah.
Again, he's theorizing.
Well, here's the thing, too. What if this is simply a test build? It's like, hey, I have this idea to split speech into this and that. Let's see how this works with gameplay.
Yeah. Again, do you have actual documentation of this, or is this literally all your evidence that this existed? Which, again, now you're making wild assumptions based off of a single screenshot. Do you have the documentation that said, yeah, speech was a problem, that's why we broke it into this? That's what you need. That's what you require, Matten, for this to be evidence.
Yeah.
Again,
You can't just say
this is
them trying something
assumption.
different. Yeah, this is dumb. You can't just say, "Oh, well, they tried something different, therefore, that that's why that means the speech system was bad. That's why they did it." That doesn't work.
Uh-oh. F's.
I only see
we
one
already
F.
know what
Huh?
Okay. I see someone asking me, did the stream break?
It did that thing.
It's got low quality again.
Okay.
For me.
For me, it did that thing again where it went black and then
Alright,
came back,
yeah.
which for
Yeah, mine
mobile
just-
users, they will have to refresh.
Gotcha. Mine just buffered. Yeah, mine buffered real quick and it's all good.
God, that's insane. I think it must be the internet just going in and out or something on
Yeah.
Cree's end. I don't know what else it could
And
be.
Canadian internet.
Yeah. So now we need to see, do you actually have design documents and interviews where they said that this was a problem? That's what we need. We need this as your evidence, not a single screenshot. So, here we go.
But that said, we got Bethesda's fault.
No, you don't. Fantastic.
Yeah.
So yeah, you
Of course not.
literally proved nothing with that screenshot.
Yeah.
Literally a
That's
millisecond
useless.
of it up is, useless.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Dude, because
boy.
there could be 1,000 reasons why they had persuasion and deception as different things. Maybe they wanted to try it as an option of being a sneaky character or somebody who is a liar or something like that. See, but what if they wanted to emphasize that instead? Again, we just don't know. We don't know that speech is a problem, therefore we'll split it up. That is something that you have posited, and your evidence is this single screenshot. That is not good enough.
Yeah.
That's not
mind,
even
that doesn't-
circumstantial. That's essentially hearsay.
It doesn't even work because in New Vegas they didn't go with that. So if they had truly thought that system didn't work, they wouldn't have brought it back in New Vegas. They would have done something different, and they didn't.
Just to give a couple other potential things it could have been too. Maybe they wanted equal skills split amongst their classes, similar to what Skyrim did, where it's like, oh, we have to split sneak and pickpocketing into sneak and pickpocketing rather than just sneak as it was in previous games, because we cut too many skills from stealth and we need something to replace one of them. Or what if it's similar to what Setch was saying, speech and deception fill the same role as, like, you're still convincing people to do something, but based on different reasons. Like, persuasion is simply convincing people that, hey, such a thing should be done, where deception is you're actively lying to them, tricking them into thinking it'll be a way, something will happen, they'll get something that they don't.
Yeah. And who even knows if that was going to be the final iteration? That literally could have just been a concept that they might not even go with. For all we know, they might have said, fuck it, we'll go back to what we had.
Yeah.
It wasn't finalized. That's the thing. It literally could have just been a quick concept thing, and then that never got off the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
You
right.
have to understand, in game development, holy shit, a lot of stuff does not make it to the final product.
Oh yeah,
I know-
remember all the
I
stuff
know
they were
that
saying about
especially.
Fallout 4 and never got into Fallout 4? Oh boy.
Yeah.
Fallout 3 has 200
Magic.
endings.
Magic.
Yeah,
Magic
that
was going to
shit.
be in Fallout 4.
Yeah.
They genuinely were like radiation magic. Brilliant. We'll put that in the game, and then somewhere along the lines they fucking cut it. Thank God.
Well, they
Yeah.
also said, oh, the player is going to become the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel if you sided with them. But then we decided against that. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, Bethesda somehow managed to avoid the thing they always fucking do.
Yep. Just barely though, because they decided that at like the last moment.
Ugh.
It's like, oh my God.
Uh-oh. My headset's beeping at me.
We actually do have uncitation quotes from J.E. Sawyer about the speech split. That would be interesting.
Oh, interesting. Maybe I'll try looking up.
I mean, stuff like
Well-
that would be something many a true nerd should show on screen as well.
Yes.
We would need proper citations and stuff, but like, this is a problem. One of the problems I had with this Fallout 3 video. He's like, oh, the super mutants are looking for vaults because they think FEV comes from vaults, and he has literally
They're on
no.
their own. They're on their own quest. It's that their waters of life are green. Oh my God.
Yeah, that was
Oh
so
my
fucking
God.
dumb. But
Yeah, that
The-
was the,
the pr-
cringiest fucking thing.
the problem is, he didn't back that up with anything, mainly because he didn't have anything to back it up with. His only example was, oh, they're at the Vault Tech headquarters. What about literally every other fucking vault in the game that doesn't have super mutants in them?
Yeah.
But beyond that, he says, oh, they're looking for the green stuff. You could hear it in their dialogue. There are, like, 2 mentions that I was able to find of the green stuff, and neither of them referenced vaults. So, €2 from Enclave Emily. Thank you. I am back. What cringe did I miss? Any headaches? Fucking all of the headaches.
Yeah. Pretty much if I had to point on a chart of where the headache was, I would just fill it all, my entire head in with red.
So does that mean people could tick off psychic damage?
Yes.
Yeah. Because we were already, when we were talking about how disingenuous he was when he skipped the most important dialogue in Fallout 2, of like, this is not going to work for everyone. Alright. Here we
Yeah,
go.
let's get back to it.
Fallout 3. This one's complicated. Fallout down on some of where Fallout 2 went wrong with speech. At its highest level, it is once again a god tier skill. But now, rather than most things, speech solves everything. So let's just go through the main plot of Fallout 3. You leave out one.
Wait.
Everything?
I don't think that is not true at all. Speech
not.
does not
He's just
solve
being-
everything. How the hell do you talk down the mega super awesome mutant?
Why do
The
we gotta
speed.
defend Fallout 3 from Matin?
I know.
Man.
We actually have to defend
it's-
Fallout 3 from
it's-
Matin.
It's even
Again.
It's
Yeah,
even
again.
it's even worse than that. It's even more fucking bizarre than that. We have to defend Fallout 3 from someone who is saying it's good.
Yeah.
It's the
Yeah.
whole fucking, oh, Megaton drinks out of a puddle shit over again. It's like, you are defending the game, and I have to defend it from your defense because your defense is so fucking shitty. Ugh.
Yes. This is what makes me laugh when people say that we're just a Bethesda bad and we hate everything and we'll never accept that, there's anything potentially right about any of these games. We're literally defending these games from people who say they're fans. Like, come on. How is that not fucking evidence that we're not just fucking hating on shit for the sake of hating on it? Like, for God's sakes.
Stag is challenged with defending Fallout 3 from Matin. Will they survive? Oh, God, I don't know.
That'll be rough.
Alright. Here we go.
You leave out one, arrive at Megaton. Moriarty knows where your father went and immediately tells you with a speech check. That leads you to Galaxy News Radio, where Thredo wants you to.
Again, as you cut out literally everything in between, all the bandits,
Yeah.
the super mutants, the feral ghouls, like, please tell me, how how does speech solve these, Matten? Please.
Yeah, having to fight the behemoth
Yeah.
right
And-
outside of where
and-
Three Dog is.
I have to point out how fucking insane this is. He said Fallout 1 balanced it by having you fight rad scorpions and other creatures that you can't talk to. So, God, I fucking mark down psychic damage like a dozen times for this because I have to defend Fallout 3! Like, literally,
Yeah.
you can't solve literally everything with speech in Fallout 3. There's stuff that is permanently hostile. What the fuck is... Oh my god.
Yes, it's insane. That Fallout 3 is full of areas where you have no choice but to fight through them because they are linear shooters. Like,
Hey,
my god, what do you think Girder Shade is?
remember that part of the game where your dad is like, hey, go, like, fucking exterminate every single living thing in this building so we can work on our science project?
Yeah.
Yep.
Let me ask you, Matten. How do you speech resolve the super mutants in the Jefferson Memorial?
Actually, this gets even funnier because this video is made after Fallout 3 is better than you think. In his argument about Vault 87 and what happens when an outsider finds their vault, they go straight there and immediately murders everything inside, just like the super mutants in Fallout 1. He himself already made the argument that you just fucking exterminate, genocide, slaughter everything in Vault 87. Even though, again, that's not something you have to do. In fact, in my response, I actually fucking did all of Vault 87 without killing anything, just to prove that you could. I forgot to supply for that, by the way. I barely made it through. But what is this?
Yeah, that's pretty bad that you could be like, oh my god, like we're really having to say that you can actually go through an entire area in Fallout 3 without killing anything? Holy fuck! That's amazing! And yet this guy is like, nah, you can't do that.
Well, that's what he did. That's what he did in his Fallout 3 video. Like, oh, you could get through the tutorial without killing a single person or a single thing. But you go to Vault 87 and you slaughter everything inside. It's like, no, you don't have to. But here it's the opposite. It's the polar opposite. Oh, you could talk your way through everything. I mean, you can't. You can't talk your way through Vault 87. You don't have to kill anything in Vault 87, but you can't talk your way through it.
Yeah.
You certainly can't talk your way through the super mutants at Project Purity.
Yeah. You cannot talk your way through the super mutants guarding Galaxy News Radio.
You can't talk your way through the Enclave base. Like, you could talk down Eden, sure, but when Autumn has the Enclave turn on you to fight and kill you, you can't talk those soldiers down.
You can't even convince Autumn. And you're literally in dialogue with him.
€2 super chat from Enclave Emily. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Low HP? No problem. Just use speech against the scorpions. Yeah.
Just tell the poison no. It can't legally kill you without consent.
Going through the subway tunnels? Just tell the feral ghouls. No, not today.
They can't legally engage in combat if you could talk them down.
Yeah.
What a fucking shit show. God damn it.
Yeah, this is awful.
I knew we would have to deal with this at some point. Oh, we have to fucking defend Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. Or Skyrim, or something. From terrible arguments trying to say they're good. It's like, no, you're wrong. It's better than what you're saying it is. I hate that I have to say that, but it's true.
Yeah, that's sad.
Alright. Here we go.
To help him, you don't need to bother, he'll point you straight onto Rivet City. Project Purity then can't be speeched, as it contains nothing but mutants.
So
you just said the thing you just said blows your entire argument out of the water, you idiot. Project Purity can't be talked through because it's filled entirely with super mutants. Wow, so that speech doesn't work? Oh, damn.
This is so much worse. than having contradicting evidence on screen. You could talk through literally everything in Fallout 3, but you can't talk through this.
Dude, this is
That's
definitely
not
one of
literally
those
everything, then.
What the fuck, dude? How did you not go through your script and then be like, maybe I should change my point on this. Maybe I should do something else. Nope.
Dude,
check off
rewrite
your script.
Yeah, redraft your scripts, man.
And like, all right, so I'll say that Fallout 3 does speech incredibly bad. Like, there are times where you can just, you can get through certain parts of quests more. It doesn't change the quest necessarily. It kind of does, like, scoot you along, like these examples right here. But at the same time, he's again cutting out all the context and saying, "Oh, you could just get through the entire game," when you really can't. He literally just contradicted himself, saying that there are impossible. Like, someone in chat said, hold on, let me actually get them credit for saying that. Like, it's impossible to essentially do a pacifist run in these Fallout or Bethesda games because they do just force you to kill people at certain points in the game. Like, like Kellogg in 4, like you have to. And it's so stupid.
I think that's something Logical Fallacy actually pointed out in one of his videos, where Miniature Nerd said something like, or no, he did a pacifist and a genocide run in New Vegas, but he couldn't do a pacifist run in Fallout 3 because it's literally impossible.
Yeah, Chris W said it, at least in chat. That's where I saw it. So. But yeah, so it's just like, I get it. Like, Fallout 3 does it pretty awful. I would say Fallout 4 definitely does it a lot worse. But god damn it! Again, I don't like defending 3.
No.
Terrible. Yeah, Panzer. How is this better than Fallout 2? It is not. It's not better than Fallout 2. And he's saying, I think to be fair, I think he did say Fallout 3 doubled down on what made Fallout 2 worse. But then again, he's also being disingenuous again with what his argument here. So, what the fuck?
Yeah, he just straight up admits he's wrong here. What the fuck?
Well, maybe there was more to the statement that we didn't hear because we paused because that was a holy shit moment. Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah, hold on. Backtrack first. I'm going to backtrack us. All right.
I'm excited to see these other examples, too.
Yeah. Here we go.
You to help him. Use a speech check, you don't need to bother. He'll point you straight onto Rivet City. Project Purity then can't be speeched, as it contains nothing but mutants. But after that, 2 of Tranquility Lane's tasks can be easily speeched.
Nope, he just skips over it.
Some side questing in the meantime. Speech will resolve Blood Ties, Tenpenny Tower, Power of the Apple.
Wait. He skipped all the way.
Hold on.
To Tranquility.
How does speech solve Tenpenny Tower?
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going, Setch. Because you could.
Did he say Tenpenny?
Yeah, he said Tenpenny. Speech resolves Blood Ties, Tenpenny Tower. And it's like, what?
Yeah. Okay, you can speech your way through Tenpenny Tower. It's not gonna have a good fucking result.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it doesn't come out good.
Yeah, no matter what you do, there is no good ending to that.
And again, that's usually such an early... Because he keeps using the argument like it's someone who is, like... Who knows this game incredibly well, and it's like, yeah, you're gonna min-max that on your, like, 10th playthrough, but someone playing through their first 2 or 3 playthroughs might not completely do speech, and Tenpenny is so early in the game... Like, well, I shouldn't say so early, because you can go there whenever, but you essentially can... You're told to go there kind of early with the Burke mission of blowing up Megaton, so it's like, I don't know, at that point, I don't think anyone would have the speech to necessarily have it all that point until you come back later. So he's using the argument of, oh, you get there and just jump right through it. And it's like, no, any normal person playing through the game, not min-maxing their fucking speech, is not going to be able to get right through it. They're going to have to choose the consequences. And again, it doesn't even turn out nice. That's the one point that's decent, I would argue, about the quest.
Yeah, there is no happy ending.
I like the idea of quests with no happy ending. I really don't like the way it's done in the Tenpenny Tower quest, because you go through all this work to get the peaceful ending. You get the ghouls in there without any bloodshed, and people
they
in the
spit in your
tower are
face.
even like, hey, these ghouls aren't so bad. They're actually pretty cool. This could work out. This is good. And then they're just all dead. They just kill all the
Yeah.
humans.
Yep.
They just spit
That's
in your face.
why anytime I did that mission after the first time I did it, I was just like, yeah, no, fuck the ghouls.
Yeah.
They're actually evil. Like, yeah, Mr. Burke and Tenpenny are evil. Fuck them. But everyone else in there is just kind of a pompous ass, but that's it. They don't go out and hurt anybody. They're not doing anything wrong. So for
Well, not just
I
that.
can't
There's
remember.
actually some genuinely good people in there, like Herbert
yes,
Dashwood.
there are genuinely good. Yeah, and there are good people in there. And for him to just be, for these ghouls, who I can't remember his name, to just be like, well, they should have to let us in. And, you know, like, and I have a plan. Like, I'm going to release feral ghouls to go in there and kill everybody because they won't let us in. It's like, okay, so you're a piece of shit. They're not doing anything against you. They're just not letting you in. You could easily go literally anywhere else in the wasteland and set up shop. In fact, where you are right now isn't that bad. But you're going to have all these people killed because they won't let you in to stay there. It's like, okay, well, the choice is obvious. It's literally self-defense.
Well,
obviously, I'm going to side with the Tenpenny Tower to remove you because you're a threat. You're actually a problem.
Yeah, because I was going to say, not just that, it's just, what a good way to prove their fears. Like, oh, we don't want these ghouls to come in. They're just going to kill us all. Oh, we let them in, and oh, they're killing us all.
Yep, and if they don't let us in, we're going to kill them all anyway. It's like, okay, so you've convinced me that you're pieces of shit. You're obviously a problem. You're definitely going to do something to hurt these people at some point. I should definitely deal with you. And I do. I feel bad for the other two because they will attack you once you kill the other guy. So you kind of don't have a choice. You kind of have to deal with them too. But I have no sympathy for the other dickhead. I have no problem just going in there and being like, yeah, no, fuck you. You're dead.
Yeah, I usually shoot Roy Phillips as soon as I fucking see him.
Yeah, Roy Phillips, that's his name. Yeah, fuck him. I just kill him. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Fuck him.
By the way, in the game files, he's a good karma character.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
It's either good or very good. I think it's just good.
That's insane. Because he's a psycho murderer. Even after he gets let in and people are being nice to him, he fucking murders everyone.
Yeah.
Fuck him.
Don't forget that the leader ghoul, Roy Phillips, doesn't mind Mr. Burke's plan to blow up Megaton up. I've actually heard about that. I've never seen it myself, though, because I usually do it in order where I just nuke Megaton as fast as possible just to get it off the map.
Yeah, he actually, like, talks to Burke and agrees with him and shit. It's insane.
Okay, well, let's backtrack a little bit. Okay, and here we go.
Fancy some side questing in the meantime. Speech will resolve Blood Ties, Tenpenny Tower, Power of the Atom, Rescue from Paradise, Trouble on the Home Front, Superhuman Gambit, basically the vast majority of named quests. Back to the main plot.
But you also left out the fact that there's only 13 or whatever.
There's
a ridiculously tiny amount of quests.
There's 18 side quests.
Yeah.
In total, that's ridiculous that there can only be that many.
Yeah.
And by the way, you can't...
In an RPG!
I also want to point out, too, that in Fallout 3 is better than you think. Many a true nerd specifically said you can't speech your way through Rescue from Paradise, and now they just said you can.
Yep.
So fucking...
Nice.
Why this? Like
This is getting pretty frustrating.
yeah, it's getting very frustrating. I knew covering this video would be pain. I didn't think it would be this fucking bad. Holy shit.
Yep.
Like, how do his fans take both videos and just accept... Like, obviously not all of his fans accept them at face value, but the ones who do, it's like, how do you accept Rescue for Paradise can't be solved using speech, and Rescue of Paradise can be solved using speech from two different videos from the same guy? Just say, yeah, this is fine. There's no problem with this.
Yeah, how do you actually justify that contradiction?
Yeah. How does he justify that contradiction?
All right.
And after the war, get a little lamplight and bypass Paradise Falls entirely with a speech check. After a brief run through Vault 87, you can speech the president into self-destructing, then nip back to Project Purity to...
So, again, you left out the fact that you will have to... that speech will not get you through where the Gek is at all. Like,
At
not
all.
at all.
Good job skipping over it, though.
Nice, yep. And now he's saying you can speech Colonel Autumn.
And this just seems to be a big like, yeah, you can get through these points, but yeah, there's so many sections that can't, and this is just a problem with Bethesda's writing and misunderstanding on how the speech should be used in this, you know? Like, getting you through these points are, like, it is kind of, like, it does get you through these points, or at least, like, a good section of it, but it's like, this is more on Bethesda. He should be shit-talking Bethesda, not necessarily Fallout.
Yeah.
Especially not Fallout, like, 1 or 2.
Yeah.
I also want to point out, too, that the speech checks in New Vegas are a reward for you building into your skill. And it's satisfying being able to do that. In Fallout 3, it's just pure chance. It's like, oh, hey, I got lucky and the thing said yes.
Yeah, you can be an incredibly high level and still have a failure, which is so stupid.
Yeah.
You know, there's like a 95%, success rate, and then, you can fail 5 times in a row and want to throw a controller. I don't understand why they thought that was a decent way to do it.
Yeah, that's insane,
well,
especially considering you can just do it over and over and succeed no matter what your level is.
Well, here's the other thing. So Bernie Gores and Tovarish are both putting this out. I bet lots of people watch his videos in the background, not paying attention to what he says. And then Tovarish says, Matt in videos, especially his gameplay series, usually nice to play in the background when you don't pay attention, though. They are long and you don't miss anything.
Yeah, pagan. I'm surprised.
Hey, I went back and watched it and saw that it was shit. Okay.
I was waiting for your response. That was a delayed response.
For his sins.
Yeah, I bet that is what happens with a lot of people, where they just listen to it in the background. And that's the thing. After hearing that his gameplay videos were decent or good, I was considering checking them out, but I just can't after this fucking Fallout 3 and 4 defense videos. I especially can't after this, because it's just really off-putting seeing someone be so fucking disingenuous and dishonest. It's like, man, I don't even care if your Let's Plays are the best fucking content in the universe. I am put off by the dishonesty here.
Yeah.
If anything, that makes it worse. If he has a bunch of good Let's Plays and stuff where he knows this shit is, like, not how he's presenting it here, that just makes him look worse.
Yeah. I am curious about how he's going to do the Colonel Autumn thing here, because you can't say, oh, you walk up to Colonel Autumn and tell him to go away, and he does. You can with... Sorry. I fucked that up completely. He can't do...
Lanius. He can't say that you tell him to go away, and he just does with Lanius. But that's 100% what he does. What does happen with Colonel Autumn.
Yeah, but... Man, I'm hoping he doesn't try and flip it around and say Colonel Autumn is actually good. He's already done that in the Fallout 3 defense video.
Yeah.
So...
Because at least he's done something to me. It's like, you're a fucking idiot. Alright, here we go.
Speech the final boss. So, speeching the final boss is back, but unlike in Fallout 1, it doesn't need any form of evidence or preparation. A basic speech roll will take care of it. This is particularly frustrating because Fallout 3 does contain a quest where to get the optimal ending, you have to locate a piece of evidence that gives your character the context to challenge another character and force them to open up to you more than they would have done otherwise. And that's the superhuman gambit, where your character doesn't know the antagonizer is a comic book villain unless they've tracked down Hubris Comics and found a letter to the editor about the comic. Why is it?
This just feels like the greatest fucking shits of his Fallout 3 video at this point. This is the exact same point he made in that video. This is the only quest in the entire game that has a hidden solution that requires outside information.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I would even argue this isn't a good thing because it's hidden in a corner of a fucking map where Miniature himself says most players probably won't even find this. This might even be the first time most of you are hearing about it.
Yep. Also, he just contradicted himself about fucking Autumn. So in his Fallout 3 is better than you think, he praised it. He praised the Colonel Autumn thing.
Yep.
And here he's just like, yeah, no, it's shit. And it's like, I'm noticing some not so I'm noticing some contradictions here.
Backtracking.
Yep.
Okay.
Such an elegant solution has been inspired by Fallout 1 is reserved exclusively for this small subquest in the corner of the map is unclear. And
I just want to point out, too, exclusively for this quest. So, that does damage to his Fallout 3 is better than you think video, because he's like, oh, there's quests that you could solve with outside information. I knew this was the only quest. I was 99.9% sure this was the only quest. He just confirmed it. So, he absolutely fucking took a single thing existing as an example of, hey, you could do this sort of thing in this game. Yeah, for one fucking quest. It doesn't prove that there's choice out in the world, you fucking... Oh my god. This is actually getting more and more frustrating than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, this just proves that he's a disingenuous fucking liar.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
This makes his Fallout 3 defense video exponentially worse.
shame that such elegant mechanics are in the main plots. But what's the real problem here? Because conceptually I don't object to the ability to use skills to bypass combat and create alternative solutions. On the contrary, that's kind of the point of a skill-based RPG. So let's get into some specifics here. Firstly, like in Fallout 2, speech is vastly more useful than other skills. Specifically, while there are plenty of uses for
What? How is speech vastly more useful than your fighting skills in Fallout 3?
Yeah, that's a hard disagree from me, man.
How?
Combat skills are way more effective than speech in this game.
Yeah.
I thought he says Fallout 2.
No, he said, once again, just like Fallout 2, speech is the be-all, end-all, the optimal, the better skill than anything else. It's like, no, it is not.
Oh.
Holy shit.
Definitely not in Fallout 3.
Yeah, Jesus, not at all.
In the game that is that everyone knows is just a shooter playground, it is...
Yeah.
What the hell?
Well, remember how Bethesda had a build that was just guns, nothing but guns?
Yeah, they spent so long making their gunplay good. The next Call of Duty. And then you shoot into the ground when you're aiming at someone's head. It's like, okay, cool. Doesn't
The
make
next Call of Duty, the next Gears of War, the next Halo, Combat Evolved. There's like,
Okay. Alright, Todd.
Yeah.
Your helmet back on.
Well, it's more ML. Like, I remember Mr. Caption saying in his No Todd's No Masters video that, you know, Todd is just kind of a chilled game director for the most part who lets his people do what they want, which is an issue. But many of the worst ideas we seem to have found in these games come from ML.
Yep. Alright, here we go. Let's listen to this nonsense again.
Yeah. Firstly, like in Fallout 2, speech is vastly more useful than other skills. Specifically, while there are plenty of uses for lockpick or science, say, during main quest discussions and major confrontations, it will inevitably always be speech that comes up. In the final confrontation with Autumn, the choice is fight or speech. There are no other options. This means that underinvestment in other skills may lead to a handful of missed opportunities, but underinvestment in speech leads to major missed chances to bypass otherwise difficult fights or sections of the game. And secondly, speaking...
What difficult fights? Name them. Point them to me.
Again, give us evidence to your claim.
I
I didn't even talk about the fact that Fallout 3 is a basic bitch shooter. No. You have made the claim now. Now you need to point out where, how. So you need to show us.
See, this is part of the reason my video in response to his Fallout 3 video is so long. It's because I provide evidence for most, if not all, of my claims. When you say, oh, it allows you to bypass difficult combat encounters, well, Autumn goes down like a bitch. I'm genuinely struggling to think of any other fucking major combat encounter that's skipped through dialogue.
Yep.
You fight the super mutants at GNR if you decide to go there and you don't just skip it. There's no combat in Tranquility Lane, so that's a moot point. You can't talk down the mutants in Vault 87. You can't talk down the Enclave in the Enclave base, Raven Rock. You can't talk down the Enclave on the fucking death march from the Citadel to Project Purity.
Hey, guys, if you just drop your weapons, I'm sure the giant murder robot won't kill you all.
The Antagonizer and the Mechanist aren't particularly hard fights. The Fire Ants aren't really a big deal in those. Roy Phillips and his dipshit friends aren't that big of a deal. Like, where are the significant difficult combat fights that you avoid through speech? I genuinely want to know.
Yeah, because the only one I can really think of where it's like, yeah, this is actually difficult is Old Only. And even that's not that hard.
Which is optional, not part of a quest.
Exactly. So that's what I'm wondering is like, what do you mean difficult fights? Because the only one I could think of doesn't even, it's not even a quest, and there's no dialogue options.
Yeah. Like I said before, guns solve all of the quests, especially the Nuka-Cola challenge. You can solve that quest immediately by blowing that dumb cunt's head off.
As you should.
Yes.
Because why the fuck is she obsessed over Nuka-Cola? And so dumb.
It is incredibly dumb.
Yep.
Speaking of bypass, discuss exactly what speech does in Fallout 3. So let's do a quick comparison. At the start of Fallout New Vegas, you do Ghost Town Gunfight, where you can use a speech check to persuade the townsfolk to join you in a shootout, evening the odds when the powder gangers show up. At the start of Fallout 3, meanwhile, Moriarty wants you to go and deal with Silver, but if you speech check him, you don't need to. He just gives you the information even though you've never been there. Now, do you see the critical difference here? In Fallout New Vegas, the speech check led to a modified quest where you still needed to do the gunfight because the gunfight is fun, but you could make it easier for yourself, tip the odds more in your favour. In Fallout 3, you just straight up skipped some of the game. You never meet Silver if you do the speech check. And this happens a lot. The worst example to my mind is Three Dog. Normally, he wants to send you to the Museum of Technology, a beautifully designed little dungeon full of lockpick and science checks, a creepy atmosphere, your first solo encounter with multiple super mutants, and even a secret unmarked quest to find a unique gun if you check all the terminals. It's a really fun area.
God, there's so many subjective things here. The Ghost Town gunfight is really fun. The going into the museum is really fun. It's a really fun area. It's like, dude, come on, man.
And he's also just like, you can't. He's just admitting that you can't. That there's so much other shit to do. You can't just go through the entire game with speech. The lockpick, sneaking, going through. There's enemies here. It's like, I don't know.
I'm just surprised that he's saying anything negative about Fallout 3.
Yeah, and he actually praised Fallout New Vegas, because my god. You watch his Fallout's better than you think, Fallout 3 is better than you think video, and you think that he wouldn't have a kind word to say about New Vegas at all.
Someone just rang my doorbell. I'll be back in a few.
Alright.
Alright.
Is this really the first place that you fight super mutants solo in an area? Because I'm pretty sure you have to fight through the super mutants to get to this area.
Yeah.
So This is something else he mentions in his fucking Fallout 3 video. On your way to GNR, you actually encounter them in the metro tunnels. Because he makes a big deal of, you see the silhouette of a hulking brute at the end of a tunnel. It's like, okay, well, this is your first encounter with the super mutant. It's like, no, because the same fucking metro tunnels that you get directed to from Megaton, super mutants will appear on the other side of the river and start shooting at you.
Yeah, and there's more than one, which makes that a multiple encounter.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. For fuck's sake.
No, you don't get it. Those don't count as solo. Because, no.
It's from a distance.
Even then, that doesn't work because you have to, like, at least in this example, not the one that Kree said where the one at the top of the staircase. Well, I mean, that's still technically just one. So yeah, you're right. Or that is just one. So that wouldn't count as the multiple thing. But literally, as you go further, you go through that room with all of the, there's the robot and all of the filing cabinets. You open that door, there's two right there.
This is also not mentioning that, this is assuming you just tunnel vision the main story. Well, if you decide to go exploring north, well, you're going to run into Vault 87. You're going to run into Big Town in the Germantown police headquarters and stuff.
Yep. You're going to run into the college, that rundown college with all the super mutants in it.
Yeah.
The Corvega factory. Or not the factory. The headquarters. Yeah. That's actually really close. That's literally just right across the river, and then walking like due straight. That's before you even reach the super mutants that are in like the camps and stuff along the river.
Why is he making a big deal of mutants anyways? They're just bigger raiders. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I guess they're bigger, so that means they're scarier.
Yeah.
This is your first encounter with a super mutant. Oh, so amazing. Like, dude, it's a generic enemy type in this game. Who fucking cares? Meeting Neil at Black Mountain is infinitely more interesting than any super mutant in this game. Finding Marcus in the fucking Jacobstown with Keen and all these other super mutants and Lily, infinitely more interesting.
Yep. Because they were designed to have character and personality and ideas and goals.
Even the ones you fight outside of Novak. Hell, the fucking crazy one that's shooting Brahmin has a holotape talking about, like, you know, basically a reference to Silence of the Lambs. Like, that's infinitely more interesting than the generic enemy types of super mutants in Fallout 3. There's even Davison in the Red Rocket Factory that you can talk to.
Yep.
Like, Jesus Christ.
Isn't that Repcon?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Wait.
What?
Well, yeah.
So I just saw something.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
What?
So you know that whole thing of like the one teacher got fired because she wouldn't.
Meow.
Yeah.
Oh god.
That same school that had that happen. School installs litter boxes for students who identify as cats.
This is why napalm was invented.
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
No, this is why.
This is why napalm was invented.
Is insane.
I feel like that should get the school shut down for abuse. Oh yeah, we're making our students use litter boxes.
The ones that identify as cats.
Still, I would.
Yeah,
any reasonable, sane person would be like, "Yeah, no, that's abuse. What the fuck? You're making your students use litter boxes? The fuck?"
Yeah.
Anyways, also he would.
No, that's not a B article. No, that's the worst part. That's not a Babylon B article or the Onion.
Oh my god.
Anyways, Also, he would have had to kill that behemoth before even getting this quest. Somehow he's still in awe by this point? Yeah, I don't know. I guess so.
Alright, well, I will go to the bathroom real quick.
Alright. We could stall longer.
We'll just stall a little bit, and then we can start.
That's fine.
Well, there
Oh
has
my God.
generally been less complaints about the internet, so hopefully it's all good now. Fucking 2.5 hours later.
Yeah, maybe the snow is let up in your area.
Maybe.
But yeah, this is insane. This whole like worshipping of super mutants, especially the way that they're portrayed in 3. Like, who fucking cares? They're nothing in 3.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't get it.
And he's contradicting himself so much. And like you said, yeah, this makes his fucking In Defense of Fallout 3 video just look
so much
bad.
Worse.
Yeah, this is fucking awful. Holy shit.
I actually wasn't expecting him to contradict the Fallout 3 video. Like, that's actually shocking to me. Because, like, do you realize how bad it looks? Oh, there's actually lots of choice in Fallout 3. You see, there are hidden options in the world that will allow you to solve quests a different way. For example, the superhuman gambit, blah 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 blah. And then in this video, oh, there's a secret option to complete superhuman gambit, but it's this cool thing from Fallout 1 is used exclusively for this one side quest. It's like, man, how do you not understand how bad that looks on you?
Yeah, that's really bad. And he's already contradicted himself in this video alone.
Yeah.
Like, bad enough he's also doing it there as well. Like, Jesus Christ. Come on.
Also, I need to point it out again because I'm a bit of an asshole. You could talk your way entirely through Fallout 3. You could literally everything. Oh, here's the super mutants in the Museum of Technology, which are permanently hostile.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh, dude. I almost got a bingo.
In fact, I don't think there's any super mutants you can talk down because Uncle Leo isn't hostile at any point, neither is Fox.
Yeah.
I don't think there are any other super mutants you can even talk to.
The only time I've seen Fox hostile is in that fucking IGN video where they're shooting him for some reason and he turns red.
Yeah. So, oh my god. Yeah, that's pretty bad when you literally cannot talk down anybody from an entire species, an entire race you can't have any kind of dialogue with other than ones who are already friendly to you, of which there are like 2. Oh my god.
All right, we ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
You do the speech check with 3Dog, he just pushes you straight on to Rivet City instead. It's genuinely slightly baffling that Bethesda went to all the effort of creating this really cool area, the mall, the museum itself, and then just let you skip it.
Because they didn't actually put all that much effort in, honestly. Quite frankly, like, think about how little content there is in Fallout 3.
Hey.
There is not that much effort that was put into it, honestly.
Hey, John, many a true nerd. Maybe some of that criticism people had towards this game was valid. Just a thought.
Yep.
Maybe the claims that Bethesda did a shitty job on this game might actually have some merit to it. Maybe the belief that Bethesda didn't think this game through all that deeply or carefully might have some validity.
Nah, you're just being entitled.
At least he never went through to say that anywhere, but fucking hell.
Yeah.
Might as well have, honestly.
I want to play the game, that's why I bought it. And the same thing happens again with skipping Paradise Falls entirely with the speech check of the Gates of Little Lamplight, skipping another well-designed area and the really cool quest within it.
Paradise Falls
is a really cool quest.
A well-designed area with a really cool quest in it. Dude.
No.
No, I'm sorry, but no.
No.
If,
In fact, this quest kind of highlights another issue. Fucking the only way you can talk to Arkansas in Minefield is if you fucking use a goddamn, like, brainwashing machine. Like, do you understand how bad that is?
Yeah, I remember trying on my first playthrough thinking I could get to that guy and talk to him, even though he was like the red tick or whatever. Because it's like, well, why wouldn't you be able to talk or something like that in like this kind of game to someone
Yeah.
like that?
but then
Exactly.
but then
Oh,
you get
cool.
up there and he's just shooting you at point blank range with
Yeah.
a sniper.
Yep. See, what I thought was going to happen was if I made my way through the minefield and not die, and I get to either the bottom of his building or at least like a couple floors up before reaching him, he would like stop me and be like, "Hey, don't come any closer." And then you could have like some sort of dialogue with him. Nope. Doesn't
Nope.
happen.
Yeah, no, it's a really poor design choice.
Incredibly poor.
This generation of Fallout were also exacerbated by the changes to how skills overall worked. Back in old Fallout, skills were expressed by a percentage, between 0 and 300. However, raising a skill became increasingly more expensive in terms of skill point investment as the skill got higher, representing the diminishing returns you were seeing once you were already a skilled practitioner, making it extremely difficult and inefficient to max out any skill, as once the skill was approaching 200%, you were increasing it so little per level that most players would invest elsewhere in other skills to get more of an appreciable benefit. This was one mechanism by which speech in old Fallout avoided being completely out of control. The best speech checks could be behind skill levels so high that only those who invested at huge expense elsewhere would ever be able to use them. In Fallout 3, that changed. Skills were now between 0 and 100, with no diminishing returns as you continued to invest. Combined with an extremely generous skill point reward for high intelligence characters, you could leave the vault with a tagged speech skill of around 40 and hit speech 100, literally the highest it can go, by level 4, and that's without any skill books or perk boost.
Okay. Just doing it so that, again, the video's not just going on for so long.
Well, there is something I wanted to put in there. Are there any speech checks in the original 2 Fallout games that require over 200 speech?
Not that I recall.
I don't think so.
I think no, I don't think so. I think in Fallout 2, Horgan is the speech check for the Enclave soldiers is the hardest speech check, and that's only like 120%. You really don't need that much.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, were you talking about the original Fallouts or Fallout 3? My dogs were barking.
We're talking about the original Fallout 1 and 2. Was there a speech check that required above 200?
Yeah, that's what he said.
I think so. No.
Yeah, which means there's no reason to go that high. You would obviously want to spend your points into other things at that point.
Also, I want to point out this comment. Well designed. Yet Paradise Falls and literally everything lacks any food or water sources, let alone power. Yeah.
But there's a big statue, Cree. Big Burger Man.
Super duper cool. It's like, what's the restaurant? Big Boy? It looks like the Big Boy statue.
Yeah, that makes it a well-designed area.
I guess. Oh, what about the fucking skeletons in Eulogy Jones's house? It's like, man, I'm this fucking slaver pimp who runs this town, and I've just got 200-year-old skeletons upstairs so I didn't bother cleaning out. And the previous owners didn't bother cleaning out. And the previous owners to that didn't bother cleaning out. It's like, man.
That annoys me so much in Fallout 3 and Fallout 4, where it's like nothing has changed. These people are living with these remnants of the past skeletons just sitting there in their beds. They're literally sleeping in the same rooms as skeletons that have been there for years.
Oh, that bugs the hell out of me. Yeah, when you go into buildings where the only place they could sleep literally has skeletons still laying on it, and I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
I remember seeing that in Fallout 4 with that restaurant that one person owns, and there's still a skeleton in one of the cubicles.
One of the booths, yeah.
Actually, He did talk about how cool and interesting these areas were. I know he hasn't incited as a rule though. Fuck. Damn it. That's the last one I need, and I've got a bingo. Because I've got cringe, session creep, pause, war, citation needed, and appeal to authority. And the citation needed happened with the appeal to authority because he was appealing to the developers, the authority, who would be the authority in this case, on Van Buren, and it was changed because of this, which again we said citation needed on that one, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, god damn it.
We're halfway through, guys.
Yep, we're almost. They're almost there.
Fallout 3's defense, it did try to mitigate this by making speech a skill roll that used both the speech stat and charisma to give you a percentage chance to succeed. But honestly, that just led to large amounts of save scumming.
You're currently proving why that was a bad thing. Nice.
Oh my god,
He actually mentioned it.
Why would he do this? I mean, like, I get it. I guess he isn't trying to. I guess he isn't trying to like fucking suck the game's dick. But at the same time, it's like, why are you? He's destroying everything that he said in his. It's better than you think.
It's better than you think video. Yeah, he's actually like
just dismantling it.
Maybe he's saying it's better than you think, but not perfect.
No,
I was just about to say that's not what he's doing.
Horrible.
He's not addressing the issues of this game in like, oh well, it's still a good game, but it has issues. He's directly contradicting the things he said was good in his previous video.
Yep.
Oh dear.
He argued these things were good, and now he's just outright contradicting that video and saying, oh no, these things are actually bad. So you were wrong, or you lied.
Not just that, but he's making arguments now that contradict things he said in previous ways. Like I said with the Superhuman Gambit example. In the Fallout 3 is better than you think video. Oh, there's... people think there isn't enough choice in Fallout 3 simply because they haven't encountered it enough. But in Superhuman Gambit, there's a secret choice in this super obscure, hard-to-reach building that hardly anyone knows about. So that's proof that there's hidden choices in Fallout 3. But then in this video, oh, fucking... You could find an item in Fallout 1 to get a different ending to the conflict with the Master, and the only time that's used exclusively is in this one side quest that... It's like, how do you say both things?
Yeah, this is really bad. Oh my god, why did he make this video?
Like,
is this really worth addressing at the cost of what it does to your other video, which I would argue would be way more important to your side?
I think...
Like, Jesus.
I think it's a bit of that issue where people are just listening in the background and they're not fully taking in what's being said, or they're such big fans of Bethesda that they don't care. They just take everything at face value because, hey, Fallout Man is saying stuff about Fallout, so he must be right.
It's just crazy to me that he can make a video saying all this stuff is good and then literally make another video after it and just say, well, but actually these things are bad, but it's still a good game. And it's like, dude, you literally said these things were good and lied about how they work and everything. And then here you're just outright admitting that these things aren't true. How do you not have any kind of disconnect?
Yep. And as Senator Abby Strong, we pointed this out earlier, but it's the same point. Why put points in speech when you can just save scum that 12% check? Yeah.
Exactly.
Dude, it's fucking insane. After saying that speech was clearly superior to other options. Well, no, you literally don't need speech in Fallout 3.
Yeah.
No.
There's literally no reason to level up your speech skill in 3 because you could just do this. You can literally do what he's doing right now.
Yeah, I love that. I love the text on it, but I also love the I love the video itself. That GIF is just funny. Boom. Where you going, you little shit? Boom. And it's such a light tap with a broom too. Just boom. Anyways.
Yeah, let's see where this is going.
Possibility of characters who weren't away with a bit of patience and the quick load button. There were, however, some good additions. New perks unlock dialogue of a particular flavour, for example, either towards seduction with Black Widow or Ladykiller, or for speaking to children with Child at Heart. This was a welcome way of rewarding those who wanted to roleplay in a particular direction with unique dialogue, though 2 steps forward, 1 step back, they were curiously undermined by not being locked behind any noteworthy charisma or speech gate. In fact, literally any character, even if completely uncharismatic and appalling at speaking, can be a master of seduction in Fallout 3 at level 2. And so along came New Vegas, an Obsidian of...
I just want to apologize because I don't think... I mean, Child at Heart is really only useful at Little Lamplight, isn't it? So, like, it's essentially a useless perk.
It is.
And it's like the other... I don't think people are gonna take... I mean, the seduction and everything is fine, I guess. It doesn't really do much, but again, these aren't speech... these aren't necessarily just speech perks, because the Black Widow perk and whatever... I forget what the other one is. You do 10% more damage, so it's like
And
you're gonna choose.
Bachelor, I think, is the other one.
Yeah, that's what it is. You're gonna do more damage towards them, so it's less for the speech for those perks. He's like, oh, it's a good thing for these. No, it isn't. And then on top of that, I don't think you can do You can't do both of them in Fallout 3. You can only do the opposite sex, can't you? It's New Vegas that you can have both the female and male.
Yep.
Perks, correct?
Yep.
So I don't know. I think that was a little dumb.
As Gabo Jones puts it, I always thought Child at Heart was put in by the FBI.
Yeah, because I can only think of 2 instances in the game outside of Little Lamplight where it's even remotely useful. And that's with Brian at Girdershade to get some extra items out of a dumpster, and getting ammo or other supplies from Rivet City through
Are you mistaking?
What's his name? The bully.
Are you mistaking Girder Shade for Grey Ditch?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I knew what you meant.
I meant Grey Ditch, but yeah, and the James from Rivet City, you can convince him to like steal stuff and bring it to you after a certain amount of time. Those are the only 2 instances I could think of where it's even remotely useful.
And they got rid of skill checks and dialogue, and I mean, actually, they just didn't add them in. So it's just like, cool, you added that in. Something completely useless.
We are 20.5 minutes into the video, M9.
Woo!
I'm starting to doze off again. I only got a couple hours sleep.
Yep. All right. Let's continue, because now he's on New Vegas, and I can't wait. This is going to be a fucking shit show, I bet.
Oh, boy.
Here we go.
We're a little bit past halfway through.
Yep.
We can do it.
Of course, it is, however, hard to say how much New Vegas represents the compromises of the engine and timescale that Obsidian were given. For example, would Obsidian with a free hand have kept skills limited to between 0 and 100, or restored a system more like the old Fallout? We can't tell and can only judge what we have in front of us.
Again, that's needless fluff right there. We don't need to... That doesn't worry. That's not part of your point or anything. Cut that out right there. Those are the stuff like that. Just cut that. Just cut that. We don't... Yeah. That doesn't matter. That's pointless.
Yeah, it literally does nothing. It adds nothing to the argument or anything.
Yeah, because ultimately it doesn't matter if Obsidian would have done something different or if they would have done the same thing, because...
We don't have that alternate reality. We have what we have.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
So, removal of charisma from the chance to succeed speech checks, thus converting speech into a simple numerical check. If you had enough speech...
And I discussed this earlier. Again, charisma is not inherently tied into how well you speak. There are some people that are just charismatic, that are dumb as a doorbell, and they can't speak good. It just happens. It's just reality. So, like, charisma and speech being intricately tied together, no, this shouldn't happen. So having them unlinked makes more sense. Again, you can be completely uncharismatic and be totally one of those people that kind of talks like this, but as long as you give the facts of like, no, he actually fired from here, and here is my evidence, that's totally fine.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're
You
not
can be
stuttering, if you are clear, people can understand you, you don't get nervous when speaking in public, totally fine. Doesn't matter if you have really bad charisma.
Yeah. There's no reason that you can't be, a type of character who, is just very blunt and kind of a dick, but still right with the things he says. Like he's making good points, even if you don't want to agree with him because of how much of a dick he is.
Yep.
Like he has no charisma, but damn it, I can't disagree.
Yeah, he's literally, he's been blunt. He's laid out all the facts. He said, "Here's what's going to happen. Here's what I can do for you." Bam, that's it.
Yep.
But what should charisma even do then? Just the natural tendency towards people listening to you or following you, maybe give you slightly better deals on top of barter and everything like that. Like things that people just naturally like you more. It shouldn't dictate how well you speak. It just dictates how well people are naturally gravitate to you as a person. It should be
Yeah.
as somebody put, it's your disposition. It shouldn't reflect your ability to speak well.
Yeah. I like that they tied it into stuff like with the perks of like the loyalty perk and stuff like that. You have to have a certain amount of charisma for your companions to be in like that loyal to you.
Yeah. Okay. So let me backtrack slightly, just in case, because we've had a few pauses here. Just want to make sure the video doesn't, All right, here we go.
Have kept skills limited to between 0 and 100, or restored a system more like the old Fallout. We can't tell and can only judge what we have in front of us. So, the biggest change was the removal of charisma from the chance to succeed speech checks, thus converting speech into a simple numerical check. If you had enough speech, you passed. Unfortunately, while this did remove any reason to spam save and load, in some ways it made the ongoing problem even worse. Now, once you hit speech 100, you would always, without fail, pass every single speech challenge. And with charisma now basically not doing anything, there was almost no reason to take it at all. And so it was that the Charisma 1 Speech 100 character was born, and over the years, countless Lanii have been chased off the field by level 7 speedrunners who managed to manipulate the monster of the East into retreating, despite being literally the least charismatic characters possible.
You did them both. You brought up the fucking speedrunners again. Who the fuck who cares about speed? Oh my god.
Yeah, he's acting like balance is important.
Yeah, if you are not a speedrunner, if you are not watching speedrunners don't fucking matter to the game at all.
Yes, most people are not going to skip most of the game so they can get to the very end.
When people play Minecraft, the fact that speedrunners can do it in 12 minutes doesn't fucking matter. Okay?
Yeah. Or how Doom can be finished in like 20 minutes, I'm pretty sure, or less.
Well, 3 kangaroos from Get Out Here, yo.
Thank you.
Madden hates speech despite his long video essays. Well, they're not even that long, honestly. These are...
Well, his Fallout 3 video was 2 hours. The first
Fallout 3 one, definitely.
First part of his Fallout 4 one was an hour and a half.
Oh god, my stomach just growled real heavily.
But yeah, this is... Jesus. I fucking hate this. This is so stupid. Oh, yeah, you're going to rush to the end of the game and be able to convince somebody of something because you had a super high speech fucking skill, which, yeah, no shit.
Also notice how he said, a level 7 speedrunner could talk the monster of the East down. Like, what the fuck does it matter what the speedrunner's level is?
Also, can't speedrunners finish Dark Souls without leveling? I'm pretty sure, so it doesn't really matter.
Everybody can beat Dark Souls without leveling.
Yeah,
but again, that's not that won't stop people from speedrunners can do it, so therefore I should do the exact same thing. It's like no.
It's very strange to like use your example and compare it to a speedrunner. You know, people who have hours and hours into the game essentially to break it to be as fast as possible. You're gonna sit there and be like, look what they can do, and it's like, well, yeah, they essentially break the game, or they know everything about the game to a T to get the game done fast.
Exactly.
Of course.
Because that's another thing he's not taking into account is the fact that in order to do this, you need to know the game inside and out, or at least look up a guide that tells you everything of what you're supposed to do. Like, my God, this is fucking stupid. He's acting like because the ability is there, that somehow ruins the whole fucking game, as if there's nothing else in the game to do. Like,
Yeah.
are you fucking kidding me? This is so insane. And again, he's literally just bitching that, oh, if I max out one of my skills, it becomes extremely useful at the end of the game. That shouldn't be in the game. You shouldn't be able to be good at anything if you max out a skill. Like, are you fucking kidding me? This is beyond retarded.
Yeah, this video is fucking dog shit.
Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. Somebody brought food, and it was the smell wafted in here, and I was like, oh, you evil. Oh.
You just missed an epic rant by Pagan.
Oh? Was it a good one?
He got angry.
Did he say the magic words?
What? That it's
Oh,
beyond retarded?
No.
I was going to say, go fuck yourself.
Oh. I don't think I said go fuck yourself.
I mean, you at this rate, you probably will before the end of the video.
Oh, yeah, I probably will.
I mean, technically, if we want to be super pedantic, you just did, but... Oh.
Well,
Yeah,
that doesn't count. That has to be a genuine one.
I'm being pedantic. No, I'm just kidding. Alright, okay. $5 super chat from Scoopmeister. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This argument also ignores people who like to take their time and play games for a while, like me. Boom, your argument is dead, Madden. Yeah.
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 Like, what if it's...
As I said with the Minecraft example, the fact that speedrunners can beat Minecraft in 12 minutes doesn't suddenly mean that everybody that plays Minecraft beats it in 12 minutes. Like, the speedrunners literally don't matter to 99.9% of the player base of Minecraft.
Yeah, I mean, I know Fallout New Vegas, fairly well, and in my most recent playthrough, like after several years not playing it consistently, I took 6 months to play through it completely. It's people take their time. People aren't sitting there rushing through it trying to get to the end of the game. Some people actually want to enjoy it and get through it. Even if I had a high enough speech, to get through certain sections, I would still choose the quest, or I would still choose other things just because that's how I wanted to play. So
Yeah.
him saying, comparing it to a speedrunner, it's like, yeah, the speedrunner's going to be shooting through the game, idiot.
Yeah, I have played this game almost nonstop, at least every year. I have played this game at least once every single year since it came out, which I've definitely done it way more than that. I don't think I've ever gone a single year where I've played it only once. I play it a lot, almost all the time.
Yeah.
Since it came out, I have never done a speed run ever of this game.
It's not the game that you necessarily want to. I mean, like,
Yeah, why would you want to? I mean, other than the fact that you could say, "Oh, I beat the game,"
yeah,
in this amount of time as like a bragging thing. But it's like, other than that, I don't know why you would want to do that, because you're just skipping the majority of the game. You're just cutting all of the good content out of your playthrough.
I do understand the appeal. Excuse me, the appeal of speed runs, where it's like just the challenge of, man, I want the world record for being the person to beat such and such a game in the fastest time. I can understand that aspect of it, because
there are genuine skills too. Like, Minecraft speedruns are fascinating because it's all about plan B, plan C, plan D. It's all about thinking multiple steps ahead and being able to adapt to the situation, because you don't know what the random seed's going to give you.
Yeah, I like some of the New Vegas speedruns too. They're insane. Have you seen these things of, like, if you reload the 357 like revolver, and then I think it's like quick save and quick load your game. You
I'm
shoot
watching
across.
it now.
Yeah, you shoot across the map all the way to New Vegas.
Yeah, I'm watching it now. Holy shit, that's hilarious.
You just fly across the map.
I like the one with Oblivion, where it's like you quick save, quick load to glitch your way through a building and there's a second door inside you're not supposed to access that only appears during the last mission of the game, and just entering that door brings you to the final part of the game and you win?
Yeah.
My god, he's just flying around the map at Mach 2.
Yep, exactly. It's crazy the shit that speedrunners can do. But again, most people don't play that way. Most people would never even know about that.
I'm shocked that anyone found it out to begin with.
Yeah, I would never think to do that.
Well, it's probably something that happened entirely accidentally.
Yeah, it
That's
probably
what a
is.
lot of
And
those
then they
things
realized,
are.
oh, we can make
Yeah.
a speedrun and the heck out of this.
That's there's an incident that happened in Mario 64, and I can't remember what it is, but there is actually a bounty worth thousands and thousands of dollars if somebody can figure out how to pull it off again. Because they saw it on stream, and it was from somebody that wasn't speedrunning. They just did something that was such a good tactic and would save like so much time that people are like, how did that happen? And they've been trying to find it for years. There's a bounty on it.
I think I do remember hearing about that.
This point is just insane, though. It makes no sense. Like the whole yeah, you can actually talk down, a character at the end of the game if you max out one of your skills. It's like, no shit, you don't fucking say. My God.
I gotta admit, that is actually a pretty funny speedrun. So DJ Weapon brings up, my favorite speedrun strat, being a good guest and waiting for your host at the dining table in Far Cry 4. Yeah, the game literally ends. You win. You beat the game if you wait at the dining table. He goes back and he says, I apologize for leaving you here so long. Please, let's get your situation solved. And then you just go off and you win.
Yep.
Sweet. Easy peasy.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Though perhaps New Vegas finally made us directly confront the issue with speech that's been hanging around since Fallout 3. One of the problems with speech is it's never been gamified. You see, back in the days of old Fallout, everything was based on probabilities. Chance to hit, probability. Chance to unlock a door, probability. Chance to hack a terminal, probability. But as of Fallout 3 and the move into a 3D real-time world, combat moved, at least partly, into a player skill-based system, where your abilities as a player could lead to better results. Equally, the same thing happened with other skills. Lockpick and science both came with mini-games that got progressively harder, with harder locks and passwords that could be failed to seal the door or terminal, so the player needs to have both the right in-game skill to begin the mini-game and the appropriate level of player skill to complete it. Speech, however, has never gone through this transition. It remains a flat character skill based ability, where player skill has no impact on it whatsoever. Once you have that skill up to 100, and we've established that's very easy to do, if a speech check comes up, it's an auto win button. Now, we'll come back to what that means precisely later.
Okay, but do you know how they got around that?
Yeah, by having
they made
pitfalls.
it so that there's pitfalls in between the dialogue, the speech checks. There's things that can cause you to fail the dialogue regardless of your speech check, and they made it so that fucking speech isn't the end all be all. There's other skills you need to level up in other situations if you want to complete them. There's a reason why survival, barter, repair, science, all these things are important to speech as well. That's how they get around it. So you don't want to just min-max fucking speech and nothing else, because then you will be running into characters where speech does not apply to them. You can't convince them without using other skills. And if you've only pumped points into this one thing, well, congratulations, you can't do this other thing now. Like, for fuck's sake, they got around it. They didn't use the fucking thing that you want, but they still fixed it.
It would be interesting if he could provide his own solution that he thinks would fix it.
I mean, we'll have to see if he does, but yeah. I think the one thing I will say as a genuine criticism, I do wish that the dialogue choices you didn't see the number, like this whatever number. I wish that wasn't there. I wish that you tried it, and if it was too low, it'd just tell you failed.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think that would be a better option.
Yeah. But again, for people like me, I don't care about min-maxing.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm not even against Matten's probability thing. If they kept the probability for speech, I wouldn't mind that. But that's
I
the
would,
thing, though.
because that's the save scum thing.
Well, I mean, yeah, the save scum thing, but I meant like, yeah, well, I guess you're right. Yeah, I guess, yeah, that would still do. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, that would literally just be Fallout 3 again. Now that I think about it. Yeah, no, I think their fucking solution is perfectly fine. I think they fixed it. I think what we have now is infinitely better. Yeah, so fuck this point.
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh, he said it.
He said it. Everyone, he said it.
He did it.
Game
We
over.
got it.
All right, let's get back to this.
Yes.
As we've established before, Unlike generally opens up interesting new gameplay opportunities rather than bypassing content that you presumably wanted to see after buying a Fallout game. And to further defend New Vegas, there is of course plenty it did right. While, just like in Fallout 2, the environment is heavily urban, with plenty of towns all over the place, speech is not so overwhelmingly used. Instead, other skills routinely appear in dialogue as if they were speech checks, along with reputation checks, perk-specific statements, even the odd option that comes from karma or items in your inventory, making New Vegas probably the most well-balanced Fallout game in terms of speech versus other skills since Fallout 1, even if it does slightly fluff the landing by ending with a very dull series of speech 100 checks. And so we move...
So you just fucking convinced... Oh my god, are you kidding me? He literally just fucking disproved his own fucking point.
Yep.
Yeah.
Again,
Like,
this weren't uninteresting. If you actually read what was going on, you understood that you were talking the way you stopped the monster, the beast of the East, was that you got him to recognize that if he took the Mojave, it would be suicide because of the logistics, caravan, supplies, everything would be completely fucked. Everything the NCR is going through right now, the Legion will go through as well. And he even admits, yes, the Mojave is a trap. And the NCR is caught in it right now. And they are dying.
Yes. And if they took it from the NCR can just remass their troops and their numbers back in California while the Legion weakens itself through these issues, and then the NCR would just take it back again. And he understands this.
The beast of the East.
The beast of the East, yeah, but this is just insane. Like, he literally just fucking referenced the thing I said, and he even admits, like, oh yeah, it's the most well-rounded. It's actually really good. They basically fixed that issue, but I'm gonna bitch about it anyway and say it's bad.
Yeah.
Like, for fuck's sake. What is this video?
Fucking garbage is what it is.
It is fucking garbage. This is insane.
Well, that's the name of the show, ain't it? Suffering for abject garbage.
Not anymore, baby.
Not anymore.
Oh, what's the name of the show now?
Some tangents are guaranteed.
Oh.
Because it's just way more fun.
Yeah, it's way more
fun.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is so stupid. I'm so tired of people bringing up Lanius as some fucking catch-all fucking thing of, oh yeah, I win the argument because Lanius exists. And it's like, no, you're just too fucking stupid. You don't read.
Oh yeah, by the way, that's the other thing too. Even if everyone complaining about Lanius was 100% right and he was a fucking garbage encounter, that doesn't change literally the rest of the speech in the entire game.
Yeah.
But they're not even right about that, because his fucking dialogue, his speech is good. And there isn't just, a line of 100 speech, just click this one, this one, this one, this one. It's click this one to get your foot in the door. Here's a list of options. Be careful which one you pick, because if you pick the wrong one, it's an instant fail state, like Setch said. which if you get the right one, you go to another speech check. You get through that one, you get another list of dialogue options. And again, you pick the wrong one, instant fail state. You get through that one, you get another speech check. And then that's the one that finally ends the fucking dialogue thing. You actually have to pay attention and read the dialogue. Because if you don't, you're just going to spam click your way through. And then he's going to say, "Oh, you think I'm weak, huh? Have at thee."
Oh, God.
Like, for fuck's sake. This literally comes off as just like, "Oh, reading bad. I don't want to read. I just want to shoot and kill things. Why is there so much dialogue in my RPG? Get this shit out of here." That's literally what it is, and I'm fucking tired of it. Just play a different game.
Yeah.
Just play Call of Duty. Fuck.
Beast of the Weast. Oh, God. All right.
Yeah.
There we go.
And Fallout 4, and I like a lot about when it comes to...
Oh,
Of course,
backtracking some, as Yaluigi puts it, Lanius also has multiple ways to convince him. You can use either speech or barter.
Yes.
Or you
Because
could
barter
convince him,
will also act through economic.
or you could convince him through what you learned from Ulysses in Lonesome Road.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, it's almost like there's a lot of different ways to solve the solution, and it's not just, "Oh, click this, this, and this, and that's the only thing you can do." Wow, what an interesting concept.
No,
Holy fuck.
Pagan, you're wrong. You just walk up to Lanius and tell him to go away, and he does.
You just tell him to.
He
Yeah,
runs
yeah.
home like a little bitch.
Just use Pagan's catchphrase. Go up to him, tell it to fuck right off. And then
Go
he'll-
fuck yourself, leaves.
Yeah. Leaves himself.
Oh my
Alright.
God. It's that fucking meme of like, why don't you fucking, oh, what is it? Oh shit, I can't remember. Why don't you get some bitches? And he just fucking leaves. Speech 100. Why don't you just get some bitches?
Understandable. Have a good day.
Yeah.
All right.
dull series of Speech 100 checks. And so we move on to Fallout 4, and I like a lot about Fallout 4, but when it comes to speech, no. And, you know, we can hardly start anywhere else than by saying that Fallout 4 partly dealt with the speech skill problem by getting rid of the speech skill, which was followed, of course, a few years later by Fallout 76, which got rid of speech, and characters to speak to as well. Bloody hell, Bethesda, there were a lot of babies in that bathwater. Sorry, that was mean. So, yes, Fallout 4, speech is a skill.
Sorry, that was mean? Jesus Christ, man. You need to actually learn to throw a punch.
Yeah, my God. Grow a fucking spine, my guy. Jesus.
$5 from Terra24. Thank you. I sense Kree's bloodlust rising. I'm actually falling asleep here. I worked last night, and 12-hour night shift. I only got a couple hours sleep today because I got an email literally before my head hit the pillow as I was getting in bed. And that ended up keeping me up for another hour, so yeah.
Damn.
Yep.
Oh, man. I love how he's saying this stuff. And, you know, he likes these games and shit, but it's just funny to me that there are people out there who would absolutely tear him apart for this. Over like, no, you're wrong. Fallout 4 has amazing speech. What are you talking about? You're wrong. How
No,
dare
Fallout
you agree with?
76 is perfect.
Yeah, Fallout 76 is perfect.
Yeah.
Fallout 4's
Yeah.
dialogue options is amazing. There's nothing wrong with it.
If you don't like Fallout 76, clearly you're just entitled, right?
Yeah, stuff like that.
The entitled one is the one that bugs me the most. It's like, motherfucker, I paid $60 for an RPG. I expect an RPG.
You think you're entitled to fucking actual dialogue and fucking speech with choices in it in an RPG that fucking literally sells itself on that? You're fucking entitled.
Yeah, Creetosis, more like Cretitled, am I right?
What the fuck? Good effort.
That actually, I won't say it here.
Oh, God. All right, here we go.
A function of charisma. fewer special points than ever before, this isn't necessarily a terrible idea, nor is the level up system of players choosing between boosting special or taking a perk. In fact, an odd historical note here, the system in Fallout 4 is actually strangely reminiscent of the GURPS mechanic that almost made up the core of Fallout 1, where a...
Sorry, but there is no way that Bethesda was looking to GURPS for this. No
Yeah, I'm
fucking way.
very confused with this point. Literally, they reduced it down to even like less than what the original Fallouts were, and then he's like, "Oh, but it's just like GURPS," and it's like, well, it's the furthest thing from GURPS.
Yep. $5 super chat from Great Scott. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In the Autumn Leaves mod, there's an argumentative speech tree towards the end, and if you aren't paying attention to a lot of things, it can kill you.
Hmm.
And then 8 koalas in the outback from Get Out Here, Yo.
Thank you.
Stalker avoids safe scumming by remembering mistakes, alarms when you reload a quick save. That would make probability checks better. Keep well, boys. I agree. But you also need to remember that Stalker's quick save thing is a temperamental mistress. So you can quick save and then quick load, and suddenly there'll be an entire monolith patrol standing right in front of you that goes, yeah,
Yeah, it's a little wonky.
and then you quick load again to see what happens, and suddenly you're inside of an anomaly. It's like, what the fuck?
Oh man, I'm gonna share something in the thing. You don't have to address it on stream. It's just something for you guys to see.
Yeah, all right, agree.
Yeah, I'm surviving. Kinda. Let me tell you, as soon as the stream is over, I am fucking ditching this call and getting back into bed.
I think once the stream's over, I'm gonna have to do my workout. I got to lift here at 2 hours, so. Or that's the normal time frame. I'm gonna lift whenever the stream is done, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we good to go?
Yep.
Yep.
In odd historical note here, the system in Fallout 4 is of the GURPS mechanic that almost made up the core of Fallout 1, where a single currency can be assigned to either a primary attribute or boosting a more specific skill instead. But there are, of course,
This is a terrible
problems.
system.
How's it reminiscent of GURPS when there are no
It's not.
fucking skills in Fallout 4?
It's just damage modifiers, essentially.
Yeah,
Damage modifiers and the fact that, like, oh, where all the skill points should go. It's like, oh, wow, you can now lockpick something a little better when this should have been an entirely different skill point set.
and that's one of the big problems with perks in Fallout 3 and 4. A lot of the perks in Fallout 3 were just +5 to small guns, +5 to science, and shit like that. And Fallout 4 pretty much does the same thing, where it's just you do the thing better. Oh, you do more damage with rifles.
Which is the awful thing they carried over from the Skyrim system. Oh, 5% chance to do critical damage with the sword. Oh, 10% chance. Whoa!
Yeah.
Oh, 5% chance to cause a target to bleed with an axe. Oh, now it's 10%! Whoa, look out! Oh, God.
Both in concept and execution. Conceptually, there was, if they wished, build a character who started with Charisma 10, and thus be, at level 1, pretty much as good at speech as you can be, leading to baffling scenarios where bleary-eyed soul survivors emerged from the vault and ran straight into nonsense like this.
Easy there, Vault Girl. This doesn't involve you.
This is so stupid.
You stop waving that gun in my face, or it's gonna involve me.
Okay, just take it easy. We'll lower our weapons, all right? Just don't do anything crazy.
Now hand over your money. All of it.
Just keep calm.
Oh my
right?
goodness.
Here. That's everything I have.
Now get the hell out of here. Both of you.
You gotta be kidding me. Fine. We'll leave. Just my goddamn luck.
There's also a fair bit of frogeting here. You see, Fallout 4 uncapped
Frogeting?
special, so
Frobiting?
I thought he said frogerding.
Did he say fro-bitting or fro-gitting?
I thought he said Frogurt.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Hey, hang on, here we go.
Frogurting.
Hold on.
Fine. We'll leave. Just my goddamn luck.
There's also a fair bit of frogeting here. You see, Fallout 4...
Frogetting.
I still heard Frogurting.
I heard frogetting.
Yeah, second time I heard Frogurting as well. I've never heard that word before.
Me either, so I'm trying to look it up.
It's probably just a really bad mispronunciation, and he
Yeah, that's
didn't re-record his lines for some reason.
That scenario was pretty hilarious, though. Just comes out of the vault, threatens him.
That's Fallout 4 right there in a nutshell.
Yeah, God.
The other thing, some people in chat are saying, "Oh, it makes sense. She's a lawyer, or Nora's a lawyer." To be fair, I hope you guys are joking. I really hope you guys are joking, because that makes no sense for a fucking pre-war lawyer who doesn't have her weapon out, who doesn't have armor on besides the stupid fucking spandex suit, walking up to someone who is already actively holding up a diner and being like, "Put your weapon down. Now give me money. Now leave." And then the person being like, "Oh, okay, I will. Oh my god." It's like, that makes just no sense.
Yeah, God, how are you,
But again,
girl?
this is Fallout 4 in a nutshell, because this same fucking lawyer can jump in a power suit of armor and fight off a Deathclaw.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, yeah, she's a woman. Of course, she can do that.
Yeah, I figured the people joking, like Killjoy says that they were joking. I figured you were joking, but it's just like it just goes to show how stupid this is.
Yeah.
God.
And so you can do the same exact thing with Nate. You can literally, and then people are like, "Oh, well, Nate. It makes sense for Nate to be able to jump in the power armor and use the minigun." And it's like, well, Nora can do it too. Does it make sense for a pre-war lawyer to do the exact same thing? And then vice versa. Does it make sense for a pre-war soldier who probably doesn't have any good charisma skills or anything, or good with speech, to be able to talk down everyone like that? It's dumb.
What if the lawyer was Nick Rekieta? He would listen to what the person holding the gun to his face would say. That's what he has always maintained. He's like, unless you're already well armed and have it upright yourself, you listen to what the person with the gun at your face says.
Gadget saying fucking like, "Oh, she's a woman. Of course she could do that." I just imagine her like walking up to the Deathclaw, not even in power armor, just grabbing it by the neck and lifting it in the air.
I mean, we might end up seeing that in the Fallout TV show, so don't...
we honestly might.
You go, girl.
Which what terrifies me even more.
Oh my god. Yeah, she's gonna walk up with her own special suit of power armor, doesn't even have a helmet, just grabs a Deathclaw by the neck and lifts it up and starts choking it.
And then shouts, "Welcome to the ouch."
No, I don't think Nick Rekieta... I don't think Rekieta would die immediately in the post-apocalypse, because I think he's smart enough to know, like, hey, I ain't gonna try to rock the boat in a situation where people can get clipped and there's literally no consequences, okay?
Welcome to the ouch. Oh my god, Gadget, you fucking...
Dude, I'm so happy that got canceled, though. Not even 3 months after it existed. It was like, and it's canceled! Like,
yeah,
yes!
but it was kind of entertaining to watch the videos tearing it apart.
Yeah, but that's not a good reason for something to exist.
No, it's not. But those videos were pretty funny.
I love this stalker clip. Get styled up.
I love how his arms just completely dislocate.
Right around the back of his head and fucking blast you.
And he snaps his spine and arms out of their sockets.
One in the montage.
No, look in the Discord chat. The get styled on. It's treason then. Fucking stalker.
Too good.
Cheeky breaky.
Wait, he's not. The guy isn't even holding a. Oh, yeah, when the guy shoots, it looks like
He hops over.
Oh,
the
wait, he's
box.
holding it in one hand. Right. He doesn't even pull the trigger.
All right.
Anyways,
All right, are we all ready?
Yeah, I want to get this
Yeah.
over with. I want to go back to sleep.
For uncapped, you could utilize gear, food, and drugs to boost charisma over 10 if you wanted to maximize your chances.
That's good.
You don't need to do
no.
that. If you have 10 charisma, you fucking win everything. And if not, you
Yeah.
can fucking save scum like usual. This is actually worse than the Fallout 3 system.
Yeah, much worse.
But the system is based because if you have Charisma 11, you will pass every single check in the game 100% of the time. And with plus 2 Charisma clothing everywhere and plus 5 Charisma Great Mentats not uncommon, hitting 11 was ludicrously simple, even for those with low Charisma.
That's bad.
So in reality, coming off a couple of Fallout games where it was far too easy to max out speech to low level, Fallout 4 made it even easier to temporarily max out charisma whenever you needed it.
Oh, it's almost like those complaints about the game being dumbed down were a little bit accurate.
Yep. Not even to mention the fact that, again, New Vegas is the one that tried to fix the system so people couldn't fucking save scum all the time.
And the system New Vegas used was decent, by the way. At least
Yeah.
it's better than a random chance.
Yeah.
$5 from the Dwarfcast Noah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Howdy, Stag. How's it going? I see you're watching this pain. I'm sorry for your loss. Well,
I'm trying to stay awake at this point.
yeah, Kree is trying to stay conscious. I'm definitely. It's
right,
sapping
from
my
the
energy
campaign.
and will. That's for sure. I hope that I'll have the energy to work out tonight. So that's my plan. So.
If my will to live hadn't been sapped away many ages ago, this video would have done it.
All right.
Realize it because it was hidden behind an unclear coloured check system. And speaking of that, yes, the UI, as the mechanism by which players communicated with other characters itself did a lot of damage to speech checks when the 4 slots were already being filled up with yes, no, sarcastic and one question. And even when there were speech checks, the majority were extremely mundane. In fact, speech in Fallout 4 is 95% of the time relegated to negotiating rewards, where a check can get you a handful of extra caps. But there was really no shortage of caps in the world, and generally not much to buy with them, so this really didn't do much. And the saddest thing is, I think Fallout 4 was really trying, because you know how I've been mentioning repeatedly how good it is when a game rewards you for gathering a piece of information from the wider world and giving you a unique resolution to a quest if you've got it. Fallout 4 does that all the time.
That's good.
The problem is, all 12 bits of information that assist with other quests come from the same source, Mama Murphy. So once you know about that, you just nip back to Sanctuary Hills to put another dose of drugs into the quest solution vending machine, which completely removes any feeling of achievement from exploring or engaging with the world.
I mean, the only reason to give Mama Murphy drugs is to kill her.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, but look at her. She looks like an innocent old lady.
put her down.
Yeah, who can bench press more than the main character can, and who can fucking ride a pommel horse.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
she's a woman. Of course she can.
Oh, dude, it's
She-
fucking hilarious.
She needs to be taken out back behind the shed and, you know.
Old
Put
Yeller.
her down like old. Yeah, I was literally just gonna say put her down like old Yeller.
Oh no.
I mean, she could use a shotgun makeover.
Oh,
For sure.
God.
All right.
No, she gave several, Senator Abby Strong.
Yep.
Just didn't work for one simple reason. There aren't enough meaningful speech checks in the game to make investing in charisma just for that purpose worthwhile, and far too many charisma boosting items to make it worth bothering with even if you did want to pass the odd extremely rare important speech check. And plot twist here, despite my
So, you would think, in a game about building and gathering settlements, that speech would be far more important than it actually is.
Yeah.
The only reason you even want fucking charisma in Fallout 4 so you can have so you can make caravans between your settlements. So you can share your resources between all settlements and don't have to manually transfer them. I mean, I am surprised he's actually criticizing Fallout 4. He did a bit in part 2 of his Fallout 4 is better than you think video, but yeah, the part of the reason skill checks are so garbage is because there's fucking... What quests in the game even have choice for you to need skill checks for, you know?
Yeah.
Barely fucking anything. Membership message from Rage vs. ML. Thank you. Do you think you will finish this video today, or will you do a part 2? We're finishing it today. There's like 10 minutes left.
Yeah, we should definitely get through this.
Yeah, we're not doing part 2 for 10 minutes.
Alrighty.
Snark early. Fallout 76 has actually come up with probably the best in the 3D Fallout games after New Vegas, in fact, even though it's a very simple system. It simply uses all of your...
The best in the 3D Fallout games behind New Vegas. So it's not the best. Okay. What a fucking word. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
I've never actually played 76, and I really will never. I haven't looked into it or anything besides like the beginning, so I have no clue how this works.
This is right here on the screen. That's how it works.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm hoping he'll explain
that doesn't
it,
explain how it works. Charisma +2, perception +2. What the fuck does that mean?
No, 2 plus. You need to have over 2 perception, over 2 charisma, luck over 2. Because remember, the 76 thing is so fucked that you use cards to give you your stats.
Oh my god, that's so Christ. All right, thanks for explaining.
Yeah. So like you don't have a card that's like, oh, just give me +10 charisma right now or anything like that. It's like charisma +1 card, another charisma +1 card, another charisma +1 card. Now you're at 3. So it's shit like that.
Yeah.
This also after they added back in NPCs, by the way.
Yeah, after like a year or so, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
ridiculous.
Based on what I'm seeing here, I'm not. I don't like this system.
No.
Yeah, we'll see if he explains it further. But here we go.
Special stats. Speech checks of varying flavors. Strength checks to represent intimidation. Charisma checks to charm. Perception to make astute observations. It's far from perfect and feels like a very simplified version of New Vegas' system in a way, but it is at least vastly superior to Fallout 4, and does come up with a flawed answer to some of the problems we've raised so far. So, how about a bit of theory crafting? How do we solve the problem?
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear his theory crafting. Boy.
Just put the barrel of the shotgun into my fucking mouth right now.
Alright, here we go.
Of speech. Well, let's look at a handful of examples here. The Outer Worlds, of course, was directed by veterans of the original Fallout, and that tried to solve this problem with a very logical solution. Going right back to the discussion we had about GURPS, simply breaks speech out into different modes of speech. In this case, persuade, lie, and intimidate, where it is theoretically possible to have all 3 maxed out by the end of the game, absolutely, but it would take much more investment than it did in Fallout 3 or New Vegas, making a much bigger dent in your other abilities. But the Outer Worlds had problems too. Most immediately, all 3 skills were collected in a single dialogue group, meaning they level up together during the first 50 points of investment. This, I think, is a major mistake, because it undermines role-playing and the idea that your character has a distinct personality.
How does it undermine role-playing?
Explain. Again, you already said it actually unties itself once the 50 points are in. So now you actually have to dedicate to... You get up to bog standard, you get up to average, and then now you have to specialize and spend more points into each. How does that kill role playing.
I'd say that it actually adds to it because, like, yeah, you get the hang of like generally all the skills, and then once it gets to level 50 or whatever, you're free to choose which one you want to specifically work on. It's that just gives you more options to it, and then on top of that, you're also given the chance to be like, oh, I don't like this one, so I don't have to continue this.
Yeah.
Why is this a complaint?
Well, many a true nerd has proven in the past he doesn't know what the fuck role-playing even means.
Yeah.
And his goddamn...
video he's shown it.
And his... Yeah, and his Fallout 4 is better than you think video. He's like, oh, there's no perks for power armor users in the past, but now there are in Fallout 4. In the past, well, good luck if you want to roleplay Brotherhood Paladin, because you're going to have to use your imagination. Motherfucker, what do you think role-playing is?
Yeah. What do you think people in Space Station 13 do? Okay? They use their imagination to come up with creative ways to fit within the game's mechanics and play roles.
I remember seeing a 4chan post years ago where someone said they did playthroughs of New Vegas as Walter White and Judge Dredd.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I would love to see Judge Dredd, especially if they did the full voiceover and everything.
Oh, like yeah, that would be fucking amazing. But obviously, to do such a thing, it almost seems like you might have to have a bit of an imagination.
Use your imagination.
Yep.
Man, it's too bad there aren't any perks in fucking Fallout to be a fucking drug dealer.
No, SS-13 is not a bingo slot. No, we're not talking about I am the law. Rah! Not that Judge Dredd. Holy shit, no. The Dredd movie, though, was fantastic.
I once did a New Vegas game as Big Boss from Metal Gear. Yeah.
Nice.
Like, that's kind of what bugs me about miniature nerds saying, oh, well, your ability to roleplay is going to be limited, because, like, he clearly doesn't know what fucking role-playing is, especially after fucking, what was it he said earlier about role-playing?
Fuck, man.
Yeah, I don't remember. Oh, God, I wish I remembered. He said something dumb about role-playing.
He said you had to follow, like, what the speedrunners and stuff do like that, and it's like, no, you didn't, shit like that, because he says that multiple times.
Yeah.
Oh, you had to go in. You had to go in the speech tree because it was the most optimum thing like that. And God, I'd have to go back through again. And I don't.
Yeah, he said a few things about role playing in this video. All of them fucking dumb.
Yep.
It clearly highlights he doesn't know what role playing is.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what I was trying to reference. It was It actually wasn't this video, it was his Fallout 3 is better than you think video, the Great Con NCR thing in Boulder City. So, for someone who's complaining about, oh, there's no perks for power armor, so how are you gonna roleplay a power armor soldier, or a Brotherhood of Steel Paladin? It's like, okay, so you think you need a perk to roleplay as being part of a faction, but when the game gives you an obvious choice of, hey, do you want to let these guys go or not? He doesn't see that as a role-playing choice. He sees it as a flaw because fucking, oh, there's too many optimal solutions.
Alright. Let us continue here.
Yeah, we are almost done.
Steve explains how it ruins the roleplay.
No, he won't.
First 50 points of investment. This, I think, is a major mistake, because it undermines role-playing and the idea that your character has a distinct personality. Instead, you're simultaneously charming, deceptive, and intimidating.
Up to an average. Up to an average level. You have basic competency. 50 is basic competency. Good God, dude. You already said that you then have to spec into it. Look at his fucking tech thing down there. Notice how his medical is 50, right? And his science is 100, and his engineering is 60. So he had to put 10 more points into engineering and 50 more points into science independently. So he's got 60 points right there. 50 is average, baseline, standard, common. Come on, dude.
Yeah.
Just more of him being disingenuous when it comes to this.
Yeah.
Well, not just that. He's obviously stretching to try and prove some weird fucking point. It's like, okay, so even if you raise your skills, like, let's take his example here, Persuade, Lie, and Intimidate. You can be a persuasive, intimidating liar, and that destroys your roleplay. Well, explain how, because the way I see it, oh, hey, a lie option comes up and I don't want to be a decent liar, well, I'm not going to pick that fucking option, am I?
Yeah. Okay.
These out into different groups. Intimidate attacks and other physical skills. Lying along...
What? Okay, intimidate isn't just your physical presence or aura. It is what you say and the way you say it. Okay?
Like,
oh, man.
If your character is sitting there and being like, hey, that's, you know, that's a really nice family you have there. It'd be a shame if someone just came in and broke the locks off one night. Like, that's not like you being like a musclehead. That's you being cunning and intimidating through your speech.
The Godfather.
You know,
okay?
Yeah.
Vito Corleone, as he's sitting behind his desk, like stroking a cat. But you think to call me Godfather. But on the day of my daughter's wedding, you come demand things of me. It's very intimidating because of the choice of words he is saying and how he is speaking them. Again, he's not standing over the guy, flexing his muscles, being like, I've got an 8-pack. Bam!
Yeah, intimidation isn't pure physical ability. Some of it is just the general power and influence you wield.
Yeah.
Like, you see this all the time in fucking movies and TV shows. Once I'm done with you, you'll never get a job in this town again. Or, you know, shit like that. Or, as Setch was saying, threats from the mob. Or fucking whatever. Like, there's more ways to intimidate people than, rawr, I'm strong. I'm gonna punch you and beat you up.
Oops, sorry. I was just gonna say before we start, I actually have to head out because I have to go pick someone up.
All right, that's cool. You want to show your channel quickly?
Yeah, shill, son, shill.
I'm skibbity dibbity. I'm nervous. I'm a small content creator. That's it. That's all.
Check him
where
out.
Can they
Subscribe
find
to
you?
him.
Where can they find you? Can they find you on Twitch? Can they find you on YouTube? Are you on Getter? Where are you?
I'm on YouTube. I'm primarily just a New Vegas / like gaming channel, whatever. I'm not on Twitch right now. Twitter, sure, but yeah, I'm sure. I don't know. I'm sure my link will be somewhere in the description, right?
Yeah, your link is in the description.
Oh, perfect. There you go. All right, cool.
So,
all right,
check him out, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for having me by. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you for coming on.
Enjoy the rest of the pain.
Yeah. We only got 10 minutes to go. Well, 10 minutes
Oh,
is change.
man. Have a good 2 hours then.
Yeah, pretty much.
Thank you.
All right, I'll see you guys. Peace.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Lucky bastard got out of it early.
I hate that guy. He bailed. Wow.
we have to continue suffering while he's off having a good fucking time.
Yeah.
Pain.
Where his channel at? OnlyFans? Yeah, no, he's on YouTube. $3 $3 Australian dollars. God damn it.
Thank
$3
you.
Australian dollars from Get Out Here, yo. Lawyer Saul Goodman would thrive in the wasteland. Yeah, probably. He's fucking dirty enough.
Also, I want to point out this comment in chat. I am not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger. Yeah.
Yeah. I am the one who knocks.
God, I need to watch that show again.
All right.
lockpick and other underhand abilities, and persuade alongside science, medicine, and other intelligence-based skills.
No! You don't need intelligence to be persuasive, unfortunately. As we have seen time and time and time again in the real world. There are people that are insanely persuasive that are incredibly stupid and don't know what they're talking about.
Case in point, the person we're fucking doing right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you,
It's
Miniature
actually-
Nerd, for being a great example.
A great example of persuasion with no intelligence. Okay, here we go.
In the early to mid game, mostly having access to only one of the 3 dialogue skills, at least initially, providing a much more consistent characterization to the captain you will roll.
No! Oh my god. Again, you think in such basic bitch terms. Intimidation means you have to be a muscle head, a big old beefy dude. Persuasive means you need to be the smart scientist man who knows all the things. No. Again, completely separate. That's why I love the fact that charisma was split away from the speech skill. Because you do not need charisma to be a good speaker. Charisma is just your natural magnetism towards other people.
I mean, what the fuck do you think snake oil salesmen were back in the fucking 1800s?
Yeah. They weren't intelligent. Well, they were intelligent to a point. They knew their shit was fake, but they knew how to speak. They knew how to be persuasive and manipulate and lie.
Yeah, how do I get these people to buy my fucking garbage?
To buy my literal horse piss in a jar.
Playing as. The Outer World system is a more general one. Though they're separated into 3 skills, in real terms, there's very little difference between the 3. Extremely often you'll see 2 or more simultaneous dialogue options available, and while each might
Again, so this is incredibly disingenuous because this is literally your introduction to the skill system. This is literally the first guy you can actually speak with this way.
Oh boy.
Good God, man. This is the tutorial.
He's doing the fucking Fallout New Vegas thing again, where he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna shit on this thing and take it out of context and all this other shit and lie and manipulate just to make this thing look bad, so that the thing I'm talking about can be propped up and look better."
Yeah.
I'm noticing a pattern here.
All right, here we go.
the NPC, there's almost never a practical difference.
That's a definite citation needed right there. So let's see if he goes into the fact that there is no practical difference. And yeah, as Mega Mike points out, yeah, this is the dialogue tutorial. Yep. There's a reason it says persuasion 1, lie 1, intimidate 1, my dear. You cannot fail these. Alright, here we go.
You don't have to consider the consequences of the exact lie you're telling, the potential damage to your reputation from intimidating somebody prominent, or generally whether your target is more likely to be swayed by persuasion, lies, or intimidation.
You absolutely do. Like, what the fuck? And you will know that because they'll be like persuasion 70 versus intimidate 30. So, oh, this person's really easy to push around, but they're very difficult to persuade. Like, dude, these are systems that are built into the game. These are things that are built into the game itself. Come on, man. Okay. Here we go.
At the time, all 3 skills function as a free problem solve.
Oh my god. I really fucking hate this dumb argument where it's just, oh, being skilled in something means you just can do anything without fucking restriction. It's a free problem solve.
Yeah.
Yeah, it...
Yeah, we're in Outer Worlds now. This is fucking insanity logic. Alright. Come on. Hit me with it.
Button, just like Fallout. The Outer Worlds also runs straight into the Lanius problem. How do you deal with a final boss?
Pagan and Cree, if you have not played The Outer Worlds, shut your brain off first.
I have not finished the Outer Worlds.
Okay. Do you want me to go through this and then talk with the chat real quick? How do we want to do this? Because I did not expect this to show up in a fucking Fallout and the Trouble with Speech. Talking about a game that isn't Fallout.
Is Rick from Rick and Morty the final boss?
I cannot confirm, deny, or speculate in any direction.
Oh. What do you think, Pagan?
Well, you already know I'm the kind of person who doesn't mind spoilers. Like, they really don't affect me.
Okay.
So, like, I
So it's
tend...
entirely up to Cree, then.
Yeah.
I'll just fucking take my headset off or whatever. Alright, you ready?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Alright, here we go, chat. Here we go.
Non-combat solutions, but speech 100 creates a huge anticlimax.
No. Look on the screen. Look on the screen right now. What are you highlighting? Do you notice it requires 2 different skills?
Is it safe for me to listen again?
Not yet, unfortunately.
How-
But do not read the dialogue past the. Do you notice that he said that if you get speech 100, it creates a problem? Look at what is on the screen. It requires 2 different skills to be at 90. 2 different skills. God damn it.
So I've got my headset off, and like, maybe I should have come up with a way for Setch to tell me when to put it back on. I've also got my eyes closed too because I'm tired, so
Oh boy, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, we didn't think about that.
All right, let's get through this quick chat so we can tell him to come back. All right, here we go.
Outer Worlds, it's done by requiring combinations of high skill checks,
Yes!
which works pretty well for the most part. Skill points aren't so liberally thrown around in the Outer Worlds, but the right combination of gear and followers can get you a handful of really high stats by the end of the game. The problem this goes on to create, however, is that the game presents you with a few different options, but without the exact right combination of skills, such as needing lockpick 100 to access a crucial hacking terminal, you might end up as a hacking specialist who can't use the hacking solution regardless because you didn't also have access to another skill that you had no way of knowing you would need.
Good replayability. Holy hell, dude. Yeah, you didn't realize that you might need that. Oh,
yeah,
such a
I don't see how this is
problem.
an issue. There's consequences in an RPG. Wow.
Yeah.
He's literally complaining about their... Oh my god, dude.
But
For
you
fuck's
didn't
sake.
know. You didn't know you were going to have luck picking really high and then have hacking really high. Oh, you didn't know. It's like, that is not a problem at all.
No.
That is not an issue.
Stop playing RPGs then, you fucking baby. Oh my god. No, there's consequences in my game. I don't like that. Ugh.
Oh god. Alright. Let's keep going.
An improvement, perfect. But perhaps we're looking at this as a...
I mean, you literally are, yes. So, I can't wait for this.
Because perhaps we don't actually need a speech skill to handle speech and specifically persuasion.
What? Okay.
Maybe we don't need a number that tells us whether or not we can talk someone round. So...
It's supposed... Okay, the number is there as your genuine skill. It's assuming that you, the person... if you had this level of skill, would be able to make this argument and make it sound convincing, whether it's a lie or not, whether you really wanted to convince the person you are going to break their ankles, or whether you're trying to persuade them that this is the best course of action, all right? It's just a measure of that. Like, the thing I like is when DMs, when you're playing pen and paper, you can actually ask the person, hey, I want to hear your argument from you. I know what your stats on your sheet say. I want to hear your argument. And then I will decide if you even have to roll or not. Like, that's something you can do because that's another person you're talking with who can judge it and weigh it. The computer, we aren't so advanced yet that the computer can just be like, oh yeah, what you just said is very convincing. I think that would work on this guy. Like, you need something there. You need some, and I know it's gamey, but you need some way to measure your competency and capability to pull these things off. Dude, we'll see where he goes with this. Here we go.
I'd like to discuss that could form the basis of a persuasion system, both of which are perfectly workable as they've both been utilised in some degree by previous Fallout games. And those systems are reputation and knowledge. So reputation, of course...
Okay, I think we're okay. Creek,
You can come back now.
Yeah.
Hey.
Alright, can you hear us?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
to get the little bits that you missed, he said, do we even need speech checks or speech value at all? Instead, let's do a combination of reputation system and influence or something like that. So, oh boy, that's what we're working with right now. So here we go.
Oh my god.
Is played with a lot. In New Vegas, new speech options can appear based on your faction reputation, talking your way past NCR personnel if you're popular with the NCR, for example. The Outer Worlds features this system
okay, well, we'll just
though it does seem to have extremely limited usage. Fallout 3 used a similar, if more basic system with karma, where NPCs might react to you differently based on a general perception of you being good or bad. But even the execution in New Vegas is fairly simple. It's just a tally of how many good things and how many bad things you've done to a particular faction. But what if the...
Well, I mean, which is pretty honest to real life, right? Like, if you help your city and that fucks over the neighboring city's not going to like you as much as your city does. Hey, you did that good thing for us. Hey, good job. And the neighboring city's going to be like, man, he fucked us over. Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
That's how it works. That's life. Oh boy. All right.
More things in the background to build up a wider, more complex picture of who you are and what you're known for. What if the game tracked how many kills you had against your name and gave some NPCs a preference for dealing with...
How would they know that? Do you understand how fucked that system would be? It's the same problem with why Three Dog is such an insufferable piece of shit. Because he knows it was you on everything you do. He talks to you, the person, and judges you morally at all times. How would this person know that you have 1,000 kills?
The only way they could really do that is separate it into two stats. Keep the regular, like, oh, this is how many people you killed stat just for your own, like, curiosity. But then have one that's, like, witnessed kills, where, kind of like how Skyrim's, kind of how, like, Skyrim's crime system works, where, oh, there's a witness who knows that you did this, but if you eliminate them, then that news doesn't get out.
Yeah. All right. I don't know, Daniel, if they're over, but they might be.
Hopefully.
Or respect for an experienced warrior, because this is hardly difficult stuff. Every Fallout game does track this number. New Vegas even used it to give you little perks, like the tiered Lord Death perk. Fallout 2 also showed a system of special reputational perks that I've discussed.
Again, the way that works, and the reason it works as a New Vegas is because that's your character. You have obviously become so skilled at killing things, you're just better at killing things. You become more natural, more acclimatized to it. A normal person isn't instantaneously going to know you're a sociopath or a psychopath. Okay? Or that you're a grizzled combat veteran, unless you start role-playing by the fact that you have scars all over your body, like you barely get out of fights. Alright.
Discussed previously. Your feats made you something of a local celebrity, generating unique responses. Now, the more I think about it, is there any reason why an entire speech system couldn't function like this? Why can't people's reactions to you be a dynamic function of how they feel about what you've done, your reputation?
Because how do they know? That is the problem. How do you avoid the 3-dog situation?
And it can't be stressed how bad the 3-dog situation is. It is terrible.
Yeah. You need this. This is a major pitfall here. How do you avoid people psychically, omnipotently knowing what you have done and what you haven't done? Without it being an obvious, like, hey, he stood at that battle and sided with them, and we know he's bad for that. So then that can get spread around. That kind of stuff can be spread around.
Yeah.
People know that survived that battle. They'll be like, oh, he was there, he did this. Or I saw this.
Or if you gun someone down in the street with like 200 witnesses.
Yeah. The $5 from Boreman, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And playing New Vegas a shit ton, thanks to you guys. Love you guys. Oh, thank you.
Nice.
Hopefully you've been enjoying yourself.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, like, your system sounds good in theory, but will require so many ancillary things that it turns into the Hydra problem when it comes to bug fixing and coding, or the spaghetti factory of code. Like, oh, but then this NPC wouldn't know that because of this, and this reason, and so what if we now implement a faction system so everybody knows factional things? And wait, what if they kill everybody though? Then the other faction wouldn't know at all. They just know that their stuff disappeared, so they wouldn't know that person did it. So, you start going down this road of there are so many things that you would need to then keep track of. It would get absurd. What you are advocating for, Matten, is something beyond ridiculous. You would need an actual artificial intelligence just to maintain all of these. Like, oh, you shot his brother, and the one guy saw it, and now he's running for it. Oh, he's going to tell everybody, and if he gets away, oh, he tells everybody. If he doesn't get away, he tells nobody, so nobody knows you shot his brother. Nobody knows about this guy either. It's like, these problems, these are major problems that come from your system. Yeah. All right, let's go.
Take cool actions. In fact, I'm going to bring up a slightly old example here. Consider Crusader Kings 2. Now, if you want somebody to do something for you, you simply need to have them like you enough. Sure, your diplomacy stat, working a bit like charisma in this example, helps a bit, but it's a small part of a wider puzzle. Do you have a
I just want to say right now.
Systems.
I just want to say right now. I haven't played Crusader Kings 2, but I'm still not going to trust a single fucking word he says about it.
So, look at this. Does this look anything like Fallout New Vegas? Does this look anything like a Fallout game? Right here. These are entirely different systems with entirely different mechanics in an entire different genre.
Also a lot less NPCs to interact with.
Yeah, you are playing the overall thing. You don't care about the citizen in Rome on the corner of the street who makes the spears, or whatever the specific type of the javelin that the Romans used. You don't care about that stuff. Like, that's not what Crusader Kings 2 is about. Crusader Kings 2 is about the intricacy of the politics, the overall scheme, the noble houses plotting against each other, assassinations and everything going on. That's what Crusader Kings 2 is about. Okay. All right. We're almost there. Come on.
You're telling me we can't take great, awesome, amazing ideas from racing games to put into Fallout?
Yeah. Dude, again, it's like, I get what you're saying. Wouldn't it be great? Okay, man, wouldn't it be great if we had, like, quantum computers that could literally handle the idea of a fully immersive pen and paper role-playing game from our experience alone, set in whatever universe we wanted, with the systems and mechanics we wanted. Okay, these mechanics, this system from Crusader Kings 2 sacrifices a lot of other systems to make this thing work.
And the issue is he's trying to fix something that isn't broken. He's acting like it's this huge issue that needs some
Which
way
he
of
didn't
solving it.
prove. Yeah,
Yeah, he has
prove
not proven it whatsoever. In fact, he has outright contradicted himself numerous times, proving that it's actually way better than anything else he's come up with or referenced.
Yeah.
So it's just so pointless at this point. Like, going through all this stuff and being like, oh, but what if they did this and this and this? It's like, but why though? It's fine as it is.
Yeah.
He even admitted himself that it's well-rounded, and then when he tried to pick out flaws, he didn't even get them right. He didn't even point out things that were actually wrong.
Yeah.
So it's like, what's the point?
And the thing you missed, Cree, was the fact that he was complaining that in Outer Worlds, some of the skill choices require multiple skills being at high level in order for you to even select it. It's like, yeah, which is a great thing. And he's like, and that's a better system, but how dare, like, my ability to hack this super important computer at the end be locked behind my ability to lockpick through the door that's safeguarding it. It's like, that is not an issue, dude.
Yeah. My God.
All right, here we go.
Reputation for being like that, though some will actively dislike it. For that person in particular, have you done anything good or bad to the wider community they live in? Do you have a similar personality to them?
Okay, Matt, and do you notice that this isn't a system that is implemented for the blacksmith, the merchant, the guild member down the street who runs the horse charter guild, or the horse rearers or farers guild, I think is what they are, or the knife makers or anything like that. None of that is included in this system, okay? It's like, good lord, dude. All right. Cree, do you still exist? Are you alive?
No.
Fantastic. We have unexisted him. Let's continue.
Yes, let's continue.
To them, part of the same religion or society? Are they related to someone who you already have a strong relationship with? Or have you done something bad to somebody they hate? Have you bribed them? Do you know a secret about them that they want you to keep hidden? All these things factor into how characters in Crusader Kings like each other.
Now, Matten, take this system with all of its complexities, all of its codes and multiple trees and folders and everything like that, and put it into New Vegas. And start realizing how that's not going to work and how it's going to fall apart immediately. Like, if I shoot a random bandit, well, that guy's brother was this guy. Who's this is connected. It's like, the domino effects of being ridiculous. It'd be fucking horrible. Or, I shot the ants here. Well, these people at the outpost like that, but these people didn't like that. But how do they know that system existed? Again, how do these people know that you're the one that assassinated people and stuff like that? There are problems with both of these systems. I can't bribe the Pope in Fallout yet.
I just want to address something real quick in the chat. So, psychic problem, mouth-to-mouth propaganda is the solution to your imaginary problem. Okay, so here's the issue that we're talking about. In Fallout 3, Three Dog knows everything about you, including that he at least implies that you're the one who blew up Megaton, which makes no sense. Because
Go ahead.
So there's no way he should know that, because you don't directly blow up the bomb from there. You are given a job by, if you talk to the sheriff, he will tell you to disarm it, which likely he would, if you were to approach the bomb and do anything to it, that's what he would assume.
Yep.
Meaning there's no way that word of mouth could possibly spread that you were arming it to explode. Yep. And the only way to blow it up is to go all the way to Tenpenny Tower and do it remotely, where nobody from Megaton would possibly know that that's what you were doing. And since nobody but Moira survives the explosion, and she has no fucking clue about you doing that shit,
yep,
there is absolutely no way there could be word of mouth spread to Three Dog for him to say that, oh yeah, it was seen that he was around there at the time doing that. He literally,
if you have never met Three Dog yet or anything.
Yes, he just magically knows that you had something to do with it, and then basically puts a bounty on your head by telling the entire wasteland that, oh hey, if you see this guy, he's the one who destroyed Megaton.
And as I pointed out, the mouth-to-mouth propaganda thing is this. Like, hey, you shot that guy. Now this guy's running away. He's going to tell people. Well, you shoot him. Well, now the game needs to know instantly that, hey, he killed him, so, there's not going to be anything happen. It's the New Vegas problem of, if you defend Good Springs, how do the Powder Gangers know it was you that did it? You in particular. How do they know you did it?
Yeah.
You killed all the Powder Gangers that came. And they should be angry at Good Springs.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely something I would agree that is kind of an issue in New Vegas, is how do they know it was you and not just Good Springs?
Yeah.
Because they don't get mad at Good Springs. They get mad at you specifically. How do they know that? That's an issue.
It's just one of those things, like, it's just such a problem, because all of these systems in the Bethesda games, in the in the Skyrim, the Elder Scrolls games, the Fallout games, they have the same system. How do they know? That's that whole, especially Skyrim being one of the worst ones of it. The you can be witnessed by not a single person and still have Dark Brotherhood sent after you.
Mihawk, we've talked about this. Please do not spam multiple comments where you're literally just saying the same thing multiple times, okay?
Yeah, and I literally just answered that, Mihawk.
Yeah, and we already addressed one of the other things. Like, we already addressed a Powder Ganger thing of that very same issue.
Yep.
So,
all right.
Also,
okay, we get it.
Back to the Three Dog thing for just a second. He also knows, like, fucking immediately after.
Yeah.
Like, stuff, like, one of the quests I was doing a year or two ago when I was gathering footage was those. And my intent was to sell Brian Wilkes to a slaver so I could get the clip of Three Dog praising you for having good karma, and then talking about what a piece of shit you are for selling him to slavers. And before I could actually make the deal go through, he started reporting on Grey Ditch, the quest Those, saying, oh, and the Lone Wanderer just abandoned the kid there. It's like, motherfucker, I haven't even finished yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really bad one. Joe Cobb goes back to the prison to gather men to fight the town. It makes sense. He would have told them that a courier had woken up there. Yeah, but that doesn't explain how they know that you're the one who
shot up the Powder Gangers.
Yeah, they would still just assume it was Good Springs. They wouldn't just assume it was some random courier in the town.
Yeah.
That still doesn't really make sense.
Especially if you never talked with Joe Cobb or met with him or even went near him.
Yeah.
Like, if he just saw you in the bar, is that instantaneously assumed that, oh yeah, he's the one that did it?
Yeah.
Because literally, he only sees you when he runs out. I'm done. I'm tired of playing games. Whoa!
Yeah. Someone in the bar might have overheard the talk, might have fled and spread the word, and use your imagination. What are you talking about? Someone in the bar might have overheard the talk. Oh, you mean with Mr. Burke? You think somebody overheard our conversation in secret where he calls you over?
Or they're talking about in New Vegas. For the same thing.
It could be, but I doubt it. Role-playing needs imagination. You can't program everything. Yeah, that's what we're saying. That's what we're telling Matten. You can't program everything.
You can't have these systems in and have them function properly.
Yes.
The complexities that he is asking for goes through the roof.
Yes.
This
it's
is the
insane.
spaghetti code problem.
Don't-
Like he's literally gonna turn into a spaghetti factory.
So again, I've
Yeah.
never played Crusader Kings, but don't games of that often end up in like disaster and death for fucking everyone because of all the like, oh, you betrayed my fucking third cousin 200 years ago, I'm gonna kill you.
It can. Crusader Kings has systems to try to mitigate that, but again, that's systems on top of systems on top of systems. And you notice that this is not a super graphically intensive game where you're running around doing an RPG. You're literally this is the game right here. This is the game.
Yeah. This is also the same guy who literally said that you can't role play as a Brotherhood of Steel paladin because it doesn't directly reference that in the game that you are one.
Because you don't have any perks that say you are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
even though in New Vegas you
And-
can literally become it. You can literally be knighted by the Elder as a paladin. You can literally roleplay it in the game, not just
But-
imagination-wise, but he literally can't. He just has no imagination. He literally says, like, you can't do it. And it's like, yes, you can. You can roleplay.
And as Lord Justinian is pointing out, well, what about the Good Springs being vilified after killing them all? If you'd be in the Powder Gangers, you wouldn't be vilified because they're all dead.
Yeah, that's a good point. Who would vilify you? There's no one there.
By the way, the whole point about not being able to roleplay a Brotherhood Paladin because perks don't exist, that was immediately followed up with, well, in Fallout 4 you can. You could do a bombing run of dropping fusion cores as mini nukes. I don't think you understand what the Brotherhood is if you think that's roleplaying as a Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Just gonna put it out there.
All right. Anyways, here we go.
Yeah, we are so close to being done.
Yeah, I want to get it over with.
which is itself used to determine whether it comes. And I don't see any reason why we couldn't have a relation system like that running in an action RPG too. New Vegas already
Because of all the sheer complexities and differences of it. Again, you have a New Vegas style system. Imagine if you had to have this exact same thing for every single NPC in the game.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Also,
Or
how
if
would they
all
have
just had repeated canned dialogue?
how would they have implemented this on the strict timescale that they had? Like, how do you expect them to have literally developed this completely new system on such a level and then also have completed everything else that they did in this game? Like,
Yeah.
that would have been, if they focused on that, the rest of the game would have been terrible because they would not have had enough time to implement everything else that is completely necessary. So, yeah, no, it's just, this is just insane. You're asking for way too much. They can't possibly
Well,
program this.
And this is
in-
going to be my to be fair. He doesn't specifically need to be talking about New Vegas here. He's talking about in general, and my argument is that if you are talking and you are begging for a spaghetti factory of fucking code, that's going to be a nightmare to bug fix and problem solve.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. He could just
It's
be
the
talking
whole-
about general.
It's the whole, well, this guy's father died. But Dwarf Fortress has this. This is entirely what Dwarf Fortress is based around. A system that Matten is asking for. And it has some absurd clunkiness to it. And that is something where this single system has been developed for decades. And it's still buggy as all shit.
Yeah, it's we're just not to that point yet. I mean, we might someday. Maybe we will get this kind of thing that will work
Well,
really well. But right now,
Part of it is the technology, sure, but another part of it is the sheer coding that needs to go into it.
yeah, it's a lot of time and effort.
Yeah. All right.
used both and on rare occasions karma to create unique responses. It tracks kills, it tracks thefts, and all sorts of other things. The data is all there. Adding a list of preferences to NPCs and an invisible back-end relationship counter doesn't seem unworkable to me. And I think it would do a lot to make NPCs feel more alive.
Again, because you're only thinking of it from the, well, you already have this, so just put the chocolate with the peanut butter and you got it. It's like, no, there's a lot more that goes into this, okay? And if we use that chocolate and peanut butter example, which is what a lot of people like fucking Cliff Bleszinski like to use, because, oh my god, Cliffy B, it drives me insane. But if you do the chocolate and the peanut butter, And it's like, it just makes sense. Well, here's the problem is, what kind of peanut butter are you using? What's its mixture? What are its components? What did you do? How did you blend it and everything? With the chocolate, what kind of cocoa powder are you doing? Does it have cocoa butter in it? What, how are you making that as well? There are all kinds of things that go into it. There's a reason why if you just do if you do like dark chocolate with, say, basic bitch supermarket peanut butter, like the basic off-brand thing, the Kroger brand, the Coney Market brand sort of thing. There's a reason that comes out horrible. It doesn't taste like a Reese's Pieces cup. It's because they've specifically formulated their peanut butter and they've specifically formulated their chocolate, so it does work together. It's just such a it seems simple on paper. And this is one of those, it seems very simple on paper, and then you start going into the logistics of how you would even pull it off. And then it starts going, oh god, what have we done?
Yeah, I don't get why he wants to remove the whole speech skill thing either. It makes no sense. He acts like it's broken and needs fixing, but it really doesn't. He has not proven that there's anything actually wrong with it yet.
Yeah. I haven't really heard anyone complain about it except him anyway.
Yeah, anything, he's literally complaining about nothing.
If anything, to me it seems almost reactionary. It's just like, rather than thinking about it logically, he just sees that speech 100 go away Lanius skill check and think, oh, this is so broken. You could just tell him to leave and he does, which explains why he opens the video with that.
Yeah, I think it really does feel like he just focused on this one thing, didn't actually pay any attention to it, and then just assumed it's all broken.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck, man? Just listen to the dialogue. That's all you instead of spamming through all of the dialogue stuff as fast as you can to the speech checks. Yeah, if you actually just listened, you would understand why this all makes sense.
I think similar to his Fallout 3 and 4 defense videos, he started with a conclusion and had to work his way backwards and create the logic to justify that conclusion.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I feel.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
As opposed to the current pure system, when 90% of the people...
Oh, I will say, marked speech checks are something I've heard complaints about, letting you know what the speech check option is versus a verbal boss battle, like in the older Fallouts or Ulysses if you don't have enough. Yeah, I agree. I think if they would remove the marks, I think that would actually go a long way into fixing the system. Just right there. Just remove the marks.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Like, I think that problem, though, is very minor. But if you do want to solve that problem, get rid of the markings.
Oh, man, you want to know what the funny thing is, though? If they had actually gone with that route, people would have bitched and moaned on, like, their side.
Probably.
Because they would have been like, oh, it's too hard. It's... Yeah, because they already, they're already the type of people that think that you absolutely need quest markers and stuff because the systems of like getting directions, well, I could show 2 examples where they got that wrong, so therefore the whole system needs to be gutted. So if they did do the whole like no marks on the speech checks, they would bitch and moan about that it's broken system.
Here's an easy counter to that, though. Make it to where it's an option. Like, as you're waking up from Doc Mitchell or something like that, they say, hey, do you want speech do you want the skill checks to let you know what the skill checks are and what the points are? Or do you want to go in completely blind? And then it'd be like, well, now you can't complain because we literally gave you the option right off the bat.
Yeah.
Yep.
And what you were describing there, too, it very much sounds like the kind of people who will complain about hand-holding in games, but as soon as they don't have that hand-holding, they get lost and hate the game because it isn't leading them around by the fucking nose.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, they would totally bitch and moan about that as well. But yeah, I think they should make it an optional thing as well as the quest marker thing. If people want that, it should be optional.
Yeah.
People you meet, mind, where they all share the exact same collective opinion of you, regardless of whether or not the help you gave their town benefited them directly in any way. And we do in fact have examples of this exact system working in Fallout games. In Older World Blues, the think tank can be dealt with if you've persuaded over half their members to back you. But the best example actually comes from Fallout 4. In Far Harbor, at one of the DLC...
Okay, so with the think tank, you are dealing with a room of 5 people versus the entire rest of the game. Okay?
Yeah, 5 people all in the same room.
Yeah.
Like, come on, my guy.
Quite a big, significant scale difference.
Yeah.
So.
And they also do kind of do it in with the Great Khans, but again, they're not across the map or anything. They're all in the same settlement.
Yeah.
And it's literally just, hey, we need enough people to agree that, you know, siding with the Legion is bad, and if you get enough people to do it when you talk to Papa Khan, you can get him to call off the alliance with the Legion. Which I think that's fine. I don't think it needs to be this super, like, complex spaghetti-filled thing. It can just be that simple. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yes. I agree. So that way you wouldn't need these complexities. And again, it's a system that we've seen, and it's fine, and it works. Again, there isn't a problem here. The whole video is Fallout and the trouble with speech, and he didn't even prove that there was a problem here.
Yeah. He's just not backing anything up. He's just making claims that don't hold any water, and then completely just going off of those kind of arguments off of that. It's Yep. Anyway.
All right. Here we go.
The town is ready to execute Dima, the player character can try to step in to save him, but will only succeed if the town decides to back you. There is no speech check at this moment. Instead, every person in the town has their own personality, their own view on the matter. Some will back you if you helped them. Some will refuse to support you even if you did help them, if you did it in a way that they disagree with. Some are swayed by whether other people are speaking up or not, some are actively opposed to you, some prefer to abstain. This sort of speech system is a lot harder to put together, of course, because it effectively means that every character has their own personal reputation system, but it is a lot more interesting and immersive than a simple speech skill or community reputation number. Now
Okay, I will say that
really
while
unrealistic.
well, here's the thing. While it's not perfect, I did like that bit in the DLC. I thought, wow, I wish the rest of the game had been like this.
Yeah.
But again, this is one time. This is one time in one town. There's a reason they didn't do this throughout the whole game. Because it would be insanely difficult.
Yeah, to get all these complexities to work.
Yes.
Okay.
There's a reason why it's always like one settlement in these games that like where they will do this sort of thing. Fallout New Vegas had 2, Fallout 4 had 1. And there's a reason for it. So just get off this fucking point already.
Well, at least we're almost done.
Yeah.
Okay.
the second part of a is knowledge, and this one's varying degrees as we've been discussing. Quite simply, you have to learn about things to bring them up in conversation, thereby opening up new possibilities. The most famous example of this, of course, is learning that the super mutants are sterile and telling the Master about it, though this did also appear in the Superhuman Gambit in Fallout 3, as we touched upon. Now, in a knowledge system, there's no need for skill checks pertaining to speech. Your character just needs to have learnt the information from somewhere. And there's a fundamental reason why I think this is a good system. Simply, it rewards players who immerse themselves fully in the world. If you engage with the lore, if you explore thoroughly, if you get to understand the world, meet people, speak to them at length, you're rewarded with new solutions. Now, we've mentioned earlier how some speech systems can function as auto-win buttons. This is how you get around that. In modern Fallout, if you want to fight, you don't just need the gun skill. You need to aim, utilise cover. In short, there is gameplay. If you want to sneak, you don't just need the sneak skill. You need to mind enemy line of sight. Use shadows. There is gameplay.
Okay, that's not true.
What?
You do not need to do any of that in fucking Fallout 3 to sneak. You can walk right up in front of somebody and they won't fucking see you if you have a high enough sneak skill. So that's not fucking true. Also, I want to point out that the whole like, oh, you need to know, like you need to have some sort of like physical interaction so that the game can recognize that you know this thing so that you can convince these characters of this. Okay, so why would I need to have something like that to convince Lanius about the supply line issue, something that you are shown all throughout the game?
Yeah.
Like, it's just obvious. Like, it's there. It's a thing. You can clearly see it. You don't need some kind of, like, physical check to make sure that you know that, to tell him about it. That's insane.
Oh,
Ugh, dude, you're not providing a good solution.
20 Norwegian crowns from Kier18. Thank you very much. Money for coffee. You can do it, Canadian Al Man.
Oh, thank you.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Gameplay. And if you want to use speech in a knowledge-based system, you don't just boost your speech skill, you need to have explored the world well enough to know what to say. Thus, there is gameplay in speech. So let me come back round to where we began, the Lanius question. How would Lanius be handled under this sort of a proposed system? So let's say you wanted to chase him off by scaring him. That would logically require an extremely strong reputation. Perhaps you'd need to have killed a large number of Legion troopers, including a good number of named Legion commanders. Perhaps you'd have to have already stormed the fort and killed Caesar himself. Perhaps if you were well known as an extremely skilled warrior, possibly even from what you are wearing, if it included some very gory trophies, that could be enough to make Lanius run.
No. No. You fundamentally do not understand Lanius. No, that would be seen as a glorious death to Lanius, okay? He would take you on as a worthy challenge, somebody who embodies all ideals that he embodies, okay? He would say that those legates, those legionnaires, were weak, and you have proven that you are strong. So Lanius will prove either that you are stronger than he is, or he is stronger than you, and by doing so, he will prove himself, or his legend will die in worthy battle to a worthy opponent. Yeah. That would not make him run away. You are fundamentally misunderstanding Lanius's character.
Yeah, he clearly has no understanding of what he is and what he's meant to be. He just sees him as, oh, he's the in-game bad guy, and that's it. He doesn't see him as the symbol he's supposed to be.
Again, the way you get him to make a tactical retreat is you bring up the fact that he will be the death of the Legion. He will cause failure. Or you note that the Hoover Dam is a trap, and he will be sucked into said trap, surrounded on all sides, and killed. And then it will be that Lanius has fallen, Lanius has failed. His entire mentality is about Lanius cannot fail.
Yeah. He literally referenced at the start of this video that he wiped out his own tribe for cowardice. Like, why would you think that killing some people in front of him would make him fucking run away? That's so stupid. All right, let's continue.
Holy shit. Okay, here we go.
Or alternatively, choosing a side, you are able to learn enough about Legion tactics to give the NCR a tactical advantage. If you did enough work with Chief Hanlon or Cassandra Moore and impressed them enough, you could get yourself promoted highly enough within the NCR to start having strategic input into their formations and battle tactics and set up a superior trap to defeat the Legion.
Wow, wouldn't this entire system of complexities be so much more interesting if that was physically possible? Like, dude, come on, you're getting way out of the whole thing. Your whole thing was to solve the speech problem, how to get him to retreat. So, like, come on, man. Come on. Your first idea actually would have done the exact opposite. You would have had to fight him if we had done your first idea. So, come on. Get around to how does this make him retreat?
Yeah.
if the final went well for the NCR because of your input, perhaps Lanius would be more willing to abandon a lost cause. Or what if, say, at the end of the Great Khan's quest, when they choose to leave the Mojave, you could do some research and discover some of the Legion's eastern holdings were vulnerable because of Lanius moving troops to the dam. What if you could persuade the Khans to head east and attack those Legion towns, and then, during the final battle...
Again, you're putting way more complexities that we don't have, alright?
And why would they want to do that?
Yeah,
You
why
just need-
would the Khans attack the Legion? Why?
That would be suicide. That would be completely suicidal. That would make them an enemy of the Legion. They're not interested in that. They hate the NCR. They just want a way to get back at the NCR. So for you to be like, oh yeah, they're going to go attack the Legion. No, they're not going to fucking care.
Yeah.
There's no reason why they would do that. You're inserting... You just have a fundamental misunderstanding of this game. It's actually kind of insane how little you understand about this game.
I like what DJ Weapon said, though. To be fair, having Lanius recognize how badass you are and locks you into fighting him would be a neat consequence to playing as a murder hobo. It would.
Yeah.
It would be
Yeah, that would actually be... That'd be great. I know...
Yeah.
You're a character who, like, you do not use words. You use your strength. Yeah, let us fight. But I actually want to talk this time. No!
Yeah.
You have shown that you do not care for speech.
Fucking Worf on the bridge suddenly be like, yes, let us fight through honor!
Yeah,
And
that'd be
glory!
great.
That would be good.
Oh, God. I'm just sending the Khans to chill with the followers in Wyoming. $5 super chat from Great Scott. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It'd be interesting to have subpaths within factions, but that would add more speech checks here. Here, some that might seem more egregious to him. Yeah, exactly. If his complaint is about speech checks, adding in more of these complexities, like, how are you going to convince a belligerent, arrogant general that he is wrong and your tactical decision is better? Are you going to have to talk with him? Uh-oh! Uh-oh, more speech checks!
Yeah, because they're fucking bizarre logic he uses here. Fucking holy shit.
Again, the stuff you are adding is adding more speech checks. You are literally advocating for even more speech checks in this, Madden.
At least I agree with him on that. I absolutely want more speech checks.
Yeah, I would love more speech checks. I would love more of these complexities to actually come into it, but...
In fact, add speech checks
That's
to the
all we
next
got.
Elder Scrolls game as well.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, if you did this without the speech checks, the only way to convince him of anything would be your character would have to be an amazing tactician who always succeeds at these these battle plans that you're making. Like, you would have to do that every time. There'd be no other way to convince him, making any other kind of character build completely pointless because you would never be able to convince him. Which, again, would create the very problem that he's bitching about right now.
Yeah.
So it doesn't fix anything because instead of using speech, you would just have to put points into intelligence. And then intelligence would become the most important thing. He's not solving anything. He's just creating new issues.
Yep. All right.
This
Come
video
on,
should
we're right at
almost
the
be
very end.
over.
We're right at the very end.
Making him immediately withdraw to protect the East, but only if you're willing to accept that will almost certainly lead to the Khans being wiped out.
So, more speech checks. And again, doing this very thing that you're saying was a bad thing, that Lanius left. Like, to be as reductive as you were, you tell them the Khans will be attacking your cities in the East because they know you're vulnerable because you brought your troops here. Shit, I must make a tactical withdrawal to defend our cities and holdings. So you tell him to go away, and he does. Right? Right, Madden? Right? Same exact fucking thing? Your system literally doesn't change anything?
Yeah, it's just instead of the NCR, it's fucking the Khans now. There's literally no other difference.
Okay, so here we go.
But with other examples, of course, but that's a handful of potential solutions. One based on reputation,
No, they're not.
two based on knowledge, that could be used to chase off Lanius in a way that I believe would feel a lot less anticlimactic because it takes a lot more setup to accomplish than simply making the stat speech have the number 100 next to it. That's just some thoughts from me on
You're wrong.
Again, you're wrong, and you need to pay attention to what is actually being said by Lanius and by the courier here.
Also,
Pay
again,
attention.
this is a role-playing game. If you feel it's anticlimactic to talk him down, you can choose to fight him. It's a role-playing game, you fucking idiot.
Like,
you can choose to fight him. You could say, well, my character wouldn't do this. He would just challenge him to a fight and have an epic duel.
Well, no,
because
no,
that
no.
would be more interesting.
You don't understand, Pagan. Because speech is an instant win button, he's going to pick speech every single fucking time.
Yeah, because he has to fucking metagame, apparently. No such thing as role-playing in a role-playing game. God, this is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
On speech, and we need to do this one for quite a while, actually. More Fallout video essays to come, ladies and gentlemen.
Please,
No,
God,
please.
no.
Please,
Holy
no,
shit, no.
please.
Don't do it. Don't fucking do it. Holy shit.
Yeah, no, just come on. Just give it up. Your video essays, especially on Fallout, are awful. They are absolute dog shit.
Stick to your goddamn fucking Let's Play shit.
Yes. Because, my god, when you start trying to speak intelligibly about these things, you just prove how little you know and how little you understand.
Oh, that's a good example. Holy shit, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, like Great Scott says, you can actually fuck yourself over with Dean in Dead Money by using a speech check on him.
Yep.
He doesn't like that. That can actually cause you to not be able to do the neutral way of not killing him.
Yep.
Because it actually has consequences. Using speech without thinking does not automatically give you an auto win button. In fact, it can fucking ruin shit if you're not careful. Ugh, this is so stupid. What an awful video.
Yep.
Literally complaining about being able to talk to people in an RPG. Like, for fuck's sake.
Remember there was that guy...
Bad.
Remember there was that guy earlier in chat who was like, I don't like to have to switch my party around so they don't complain about the things I do that they don't like.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God, man.
Ugh.
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, I need to go to sleep myself. I've been up way too late.
Alright, have a good one.
Thanks. It's been fun, guys. I'll catch up with you guys later.
Oh, hold
Alright,
on, Gadget.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be right back. 1 second.
Oh no. Did you post something?
No.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh my god. I'm curious to see if he actually says anything.
I'm surprised he hasn't already. He's probably wondering what happened.
Yeah.
See,
oh my god.
I meant to do this last time he was on, but I forgot at the last second, and it was like, oh, fuck.
Oh man.
He hasn't said anything yet.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, he hasn't said anything, so I don't know if he knows what happened. Oh my god, Kree.
Wow. Alright.
I don't know if Stetch even knows what happened.
I'm looking at the group chat.
Yeah. He's just like, hey, Gadget. Huh? He kicks him.
Yep. Alright. Okay. Let's finish off these last few seconds of the video and just get the hell out of here.
Please, God, Patreon shill or something.
Oh, hold on. Before we continue, I just want to say that kind of reminded me of that fucking video of the eagle pulling the goat off the cliff, except now it's an owl. That's just what it reminded me of.
Alright, here we go.
This has been many a True Nerd, and this has been Fallout. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Thank God.
Stay gone.
Hide the body.
Yeah, don't why did you kill Easy Pete? Yeah, don't fucking make any more video essays, goddamn. All three of the ones I've watched have been garbage.
Yep.
Ugh.
Okay, so, well, I didn't get a bingo, unfortunately, because he never had a rule of cool, so.
Rip.
Didn't he though?
No, he didn't. He mentioned how an area looked cool, but he didn't use it as like that excuse the thing. In fact, it looks cool, excuses everything that real cool is.
Yeah, that's true.
The owl has committed murder.
Meantosis.
Okay.
I know everything. I will forgive you this time. I'm tempted to kick him out of that out of that group for a few seconds as a joke. I won't do it though.
All right, let us wrap up here. Wish everyone well. I need to get down there and working out. I need to start lifting. I'm jonesing. I need to get my weights in.
Yeah.
All right. Once again, chat, thank every single one of you for being here. It is always appreciated to have you here. Working through all of these with us, hanging out with us, enjoying our misery and suffering, you bastards.
Yeah.
And thank you all, especially to all of you who super chatted. It is always greatly appreciated. We are very humbled and grateful that you would give us even $1. That's just, that just feels great, guys. So we appreciate that immensely, and hopefully you guys know that as well.
Yeah, it's very much appreciated.
Yeah.
So, in order, go ahead, Pagan, shill your shit.
Well, you guys know the drill by now. I sometimes stream when I feel like it. I don't have a schedule. I just post my videos in the advertising channel or the announcement channel whenever I'm doing it. That's about it.
As for myself, I stream every weekday on Twitch at 10 Eastern Time is the start. 10 in the morning it starts. So we had our stream today where we did another Space Age 13 stream, had ourselves a good old time. Watched 2 new miners who didn't know anything about mining get themselves killed constantly. And I kept saving them constantly. Yeah, so that happened. But yeah, if you feel like, come on by to twitch.tv/ShutDressgar. If not, you can go to my YouTube channel, which will be under the same name, where I'll be doing videos. I'm actually going to post up some just funny SS13 videos there to kind of keep content going on that channel so people know I haven't abandoned it. We're just working on something big. I got the Dark Souls video going. I'm still only 20 pages in. I haven't dedicated as much time to it as I could. There's been a lot of stuff going on. I've recently had a family member pass, so we've been dealing with that as well. So, there's all kinds of stuff going on. But yeah, there's a Dark Souls analysis video coming soon. And yeah, we will be getting that up on my channel as well. So more Space Age 13 videos on my channel. Come by for the streams on Twitch, and we got the Dark Souls video in the future to look forward to.
Yeah, speaking of Dark Souls, a certain owl needs to play that game again.
Yes. We need to kick this owl. Seriously.
I'm the only one in this group who has the power to kick. You saw what happened to Gadget.
You're also the only one in this group who has the power to get through the Dark Souls thing so we can get to the video and be done with it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll do it. I've been meaning to. I just,
Anyways, guys, thank you all very much for being here.
Yeah.
Until next time, take care, stay safe and healthy, and peace out.
Yeah. Have a good night, everyone.